Chapter 2496. Who knew that Qianemo was so serious, as if he did not hear the sarcasm in Wang Ye's tone. He said, I just said that my heart can be seen by the heavens. My heart is so magnanimous that it can be seen by the sun and moon. This merit belongs to Tu Hong, so it belongs to Tu Hong. Just because Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian's mistake will not taint Tu Hong's merit. He. Wang Yi still sneered and did not say much. The people around him looked at Qianemo thoughtfully. After Heng Yu finished reading, he passed the jade slip to Desun. Desun waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Heng Ming, just tell us what is written in this jade slip. I don't know how long it will take for us to finish reading it. And I understand. Heng Yu thought for a while and passed the jade slip to Desun. He said, Everyone take a look. This is the credit of Qianemo and Tu Hong. Seeing is believing. Also, while you're checking, I'll explain the details to you. All right, Desun nodded and took the jade slip. He used his spiritual will to read it. Indeed, when he saw the contents, his face turned strange. This time, the people who were rejected by Qianemo were even more curious. AI, Tu Hong is indeed a hero of his generation. Heng Yu sighed and said simply, he wants to set up a spirit howl array in the sword tomb. This spirit howl array is 10 times bigger than the one on Jinshan Quan. When our Dao sect cultivators push the sword cultivators of Huan country back to the sword tomb, we will lure them into the array and activate it, to kill hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators in one go. How is that possible? Indeed, Heng Yu's words stunned everyone. They did not even consider the sword tomb, nor did they consider setting up a large array in the sword tomb. While Wang Yi was shocked, he said disdainfully, setting up a large array in the sword tomb is not considered a special strategy. In the previous battle, it was not used like this. There is no need to be so shocked. Fellow Taoist Wang. Heng Li looked him up and down and said indifferently, to be honest, have you ever thought about this? Wang Yi was startled. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Heng Ming, I really haven't thought about it. After all, the sword catacomb is behind the sword cultivators. Since the beginning of the war, we have been forced to stay in the country of Shi and the country of Lian. It is impossible to force the sword cultivators into the sword catacomb. Why is it impossible? Heng Zhao asked with interest. That's the truth. Wang Yi spread out his hands and said, even though we are preparing to test the sword cultivators' strength for the final battle. But, fellow Taoist, what do you think are our chances of winning? Let's not talk about our chances of winning for now. Even Wang Yi, a golden core cultivator on duty at the conference hall, has not thought of the sword tomb. Then do you think sword cultivators will think of the sword tomb? Of course they won't think of it. Desun's eyes flashed with admiration. He hurriedly looked through the jade slip and handed it to Xiong Huasong and said, the sword tomb is already far behind them. Moreover, they have occupied many spirit stone veins and have pushed the battle line into the 3 countries of our Dao sect. Why would they guard against the sword tomb? Catch them off guard? Xiong Huasong asked as he looked through the jade slip. Exactly. Heng Ming clapped and said, in fellow Taoist Qianmo's jade slip, Tu Hong's plan is like this. The sword tomb is extremely special. It is the passage that most sword cultivators need to use to travel from the country of Shi to the country of Shi and the country of Lian. Although other places can be passed through, they need to go around, and it is extremely dangerous. Under the illusory sword, they need to pass through the sword tomb to attack our Dao sect. Therefore, all the battles are marked by the sword tomb. If we can force the sword cultivators into the sword tomb, our Dao sect will win. Who knows how many times the sword cultivators have passed through the sword tomb? Wang Yi asked in a strange tone, what is the use of setting up an ambush there? There are many uses. Heng Ming raised his voice and said, firstly, if we can set up an ambush in the sword tomb at the same time as the final battle, then it will be a 2-pronged attack. It can make the sword cultivators unable to take care of both sides. Secondly, even if we can't carry out the final battle, and we can't figure out the strength of the sword cultivators, the sword catacombs ambush can still cut off the path of the sword cultivators, so that they can't smoothly enter the territory of the 3 cultivation countries in large numbers. Thirdly, this is an ambush, a hidden hand. If it can be used, then it will be of great use. If it can't be used, then it won't be a waste. Actually, I still have some doubts. Sun finished reading the Jade Slip and said, "This great battle of Spirit Howl is indeed powerful, but the array is extremely unstable. The Sword Tomb is a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is extremely rich in the gold attribute, so it is not suitable to set up this array. Moreover, we don't have the array diagram for this array. We have to ask the Shui region sage for it from the Sky Patrol City. Why is there a need to set up the Great Battle of Spirit Howl array?" Qianemo said, "That Great Battle of Spirit Howl array requires a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The array is set up in Jingquan Mountain because it is supported by the spiritual stone mine. But what about the Sword Tomb? I'm afraid it won't work, right? With sufficient sword chi and enough gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth, I'm afraid it will be even more effective for sword cultivators." What does Daoist Qian mean? Hung Ming knew that Qian Mo must have thought it through carefully, so he asked in a low voice. "I don't know how to set up arrays." Qian Mo smiled and said, "However, I don't lack people who are proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Let's listen to their opinions." After Qian Mo finished speaking, everyone looked at Xian Tian Sect's Xiong Huazong. Xian Tian Sect was known for their arrays, and Xiong Huasong was the Golden Core cultivator who was most proficient in arrays in the conference hall. Actually, when Daoist Hung Ming mentioned the Great Battle of Spirit Howl array, I was already thinking about it. Xiong Huasong didn't hide anything and said, "Only Tu Hong, that kind of crazy and ambitious person, would dare to use the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators as bait to activate the array. If we want to set up an array in the Sword Catacomb, we definitely can't use the Great Battle of Spirit Howl array. However, if we want to make use of the Sword Chi and the Sword Essence of Spirit Howl, the Sword Cultivator's Sword Array is the most suitable. Although the gold attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Sword Catacomb is abundant, I really can't think of a suitable array in such a short period of time." Xiong Huasong's tone was very pertinent, and everyone liked what he said. If he suddenly said a very useful array in such a short period of time, they might not believe him. After all, this was an era where arrays were lost. By the way, since Tu Hong can think of the array in the Sword Catacomb, will the sword cultivators also think of the sword array as Daoist Xiong said? The experienced and prudent De Sun asked again. "We can't rule out this possibility." Hung Ming didn't care, however. "As far as I know, the possibility is not high. After all, they have already crossed the Sword Catacomb, so it's meaningless to set up an array there. Hee, unless we push them back to the Sword Catacomb." Wang Yi smiled and said, "However, looking at how they want to attack the Sky Patrol City, I'm afraid they won't think of it. A few years ago, I already asked the city guards of the Sky Patrol City to pay attention to the Sword Catacomb when they patrolled the area around it." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect said with certainty, "There are no traces of high-level sword cultivators there." "Oh, Daoist Lu, you're really far-sighted when it comes to strategizing." Hung Ming was stunned and said, "So you've already paid attention to the Sword Catacomb in the early years?" "Yes, back then, the sword cultivators didn't go too far from the Sword Catacomb. I was afraid that something might happen, so I made the Sky Patrol City check it out." Lu Xinwu smiled proudly and said, "However, the Sword Catacomb is too dangerous, and there are too many sword cultivators along the way. The Sky Patrol City can't check it out often, so there's some news from time to time. It's nothing too important." "That's great." Hung Ming clapped his hands and said, "It seems that the sword cultivators have neglected the Sword Catacomb. This is really a good opportunity for us to plan." Li Jijia of the Changbai sect said coldly, "Everything you said is just an armchair strategist. If we don't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb, the array won't be effective. If we only block the sword cultivators from entering and exiting the Sword Catacomb, won't the array be destroyed if it's discovered by the sword cultivators?" "Daoist Li, how do you know that we can't push the sword cultivators back to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb?" Qian Mo said indifferently, "Even if we use the array to kill the sword cultivators in the Sword Catacomb, we can still kill many sword cultivators. We can also attack the sword cultivators' morale and boost our cultivators' morale." "Indeed." Gao Wei, who had been silent all this time, said, "Doesn't Qin Jian often set up ambushes? Doesn't he often kill the cultivators of our Dao sect? Now we'll set up a huge ambush in the Sword Catacomb and slap the sword cultivators' faces." Everyone knew that Xuanyan School had suffered a lot because of Qin Jian and hated the sword cultivators' ambushes. Gao Wei's words were to wipe away the humiliation of the cultivators. I feel that this is a little rash. Cheng Ming of the Immortal Ascension sect said, in Tu Hong's plan, the most important thing is to speculate about the sword cultivator's dependence on the sword catacomb. But in fact, the sword catacomb is far less important than what the Jade Slip said. The sword cultivators entering and exiting the Hung country may not be completely through the sword catacomb. There are still many paths to choose from. If it's as Tu Hong thinks, we don't have to be so passive. We only need to set up a stronghold in front of the sword catacomb and move the Sky Patrol City to the sword catacomb. One man can hold back 10,000 men and kill every sword cultivator that comes. How can they invade the 3 cultivation countries? Why do we need to set up an array in the Sky Patrol City? Fellow Taoist Cheng's words are reasonable. However, this matter is a little urgent and does not allow us to discuss it in detail. I think this plan is feasible. Hung Li raised his hand and said, who else agrees? Qian Mo raised his hand without hesitation. Hung Li wanted to remind him that the Imperial Thunder sect was not a sect on duty, but after thinking about it, he kept quiet. De Sun hesitated and raised his hand. Xiong Huasong also raised his hand. In the end, other than Li Jijie of the Changbai sect, all the other Golden Core cultivators agreed. Even Cheng Ming agreed after a slight hesitation. Chapter 2497. Fellow cultivator Li. Hung Ju smiled and said, although Changbai sect doesn't agree to set up the formation, you still have to obey the arrangement of the disciples. I understand. Li Jijie snorted and said, you don't send the useful disciples to fight against the sword cultivators, but learn from the treacherous Tu Hong. Can you be successful? Hung Ju ignored him and said to Xiong Huasong, I'll leave it to fellow cultivator Xiong. What do you think? Good. After I've thought it through, I'll discuss it with all of you. Xiong Huasong did not decline and said. Also, Qian Mo was happy and said, this should be kept a secret. There are many sword cultivator spies in Sky Patrol City. We can't rule out the possibility of some cultivators leaking information about our sect for some benefits. I think that other than all of you, even Sky Patrol City, don't let them know about this. When he said the last sentence, Qian Mo gritted his teeth fiercely. Yes, although he admired Tu Hong, but Tu Hong had also caused him a lot of trouble. When the palace master of Dui Lei Palace heard the news outside Sky Patrol City, she did not get off the thunderboat and did not even meet Qian Mo. Although she did not scold or reprimand Qian Mo, how could Qian Mo not know about Dui Jie's anger? Fortunately, Qian Leizi did not come to Sky Patrol City. Otherwise, Qian Mo would not know what to do. The reason why he recommended Tu Hong's strategy was to explain his relationship with Tu Hong, to explain what he had done and how he had become a laughingstock. On the other hand, he wanted to make more contributions so that his future would not be clouded by the shadow of the previous incident. That's right. De Sun narrowed his eyes and said, Sky Patrol City is full of evil. Who knows how many sword cultivator spies there are? The city master's mansion has long been the focus of the sword cultivators. Who knows who could leak information to the sword cultivators? It's better to be careful. Actually, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Fellow cultivator De Sun, what's so hard to say? Li Jijie said coldly. Isn't it because you suspect that our arrangement was leaked to the sword cultivators? Otherwise, why would we lose again and again in this battle? Why are we always at a disadvantage? Fellow cultivator Li, be careful with your words. Hung Ju hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sky Patrol City is part of our sect. They would never do such a thing. However, we can't guarantee that others will not do it. We'd better not inform them. Well, according to the dispatch of the conference hall's hall, it seems that the last batch of our sect's disciples will come to Sky Patrol City. Cheng Ming from the Immortal Ascension sect suggested, why don't we let them go to the Sword Tomb and let Dao friend Xiong train them in setting up the array? Sun I, De Sun's do does I De Sun, S, Teet TS2. We Sun De Sun Sun Sun. Teet, S T Sun, SS, SSS to arrange, S begin, T yes I understand. Xiong Huasong bowed and said. After everyone finished their discussion, they lifted the restriction again. Qian Mo said, that's all I know about Li Qingshu. His death outside the Sky Patrol City is a threat to us. We'll have to wait for fellow Taoist Peng and I to investigate before we come to a conclusion. Well, in that case, we'll have to trouble fellow cultivator Qian. Hung Ju said. following which Qianmo and Peng Dai left. The assembly hall was originally filled with whispers due to the activation of the restriction. However, at this moment, the entire assembly hall fell into a dead silence. Qianmo's parting words had truly touched their hearts. Yes, Tu Hong was dead. He was assassinated in the sky. In front of Shui Yu's. Everyone felt that it was funny. A nascent soul realm cultivator's face was shredded. If it was in their own sect, this would never happen. But now, Li Chengxiu had been killed without anyone noticing. And it happened outside Sky Patrol City. Generally, Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall would not leave the city. Why did Li Chengxiu leave the city? What was so important that he had to leave the city? Li Chengxiu was the same as Tu Hong, a middle Golden Core Realm cultivator. However, he was not of the same age as Tu Hong. Tu Hong was only at the middle Golden Core Realm, but Li Chengxiu was already at the late Golden Core Realm. Moreover, Li Chengxiu had a life-saving talisman given by Fairy Hong Xia. If one was not at the sword transformation realm, it would be impossible to kill him. Even if he met an illusory swordsman, if he was careful, escaping would not be a problem. However, Li Chengxiu was still killed. An inexplicable sadness filled the conference hall. This was something that had not happened since the beginning of the war. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Hung Ju's heart thumped. Earlier, everyone was still in high spirits, as if victory was within their grasp. Who would have thought that a single piece of news from Fairy Hong Xia would turn the atmosphere of the meeting hall into this? Even with Tu Hong's good plan, it would not work. Alas, we are just cultivators. We are not talented enough to command a war. Normally, people would think that since their cultivation was high, their aptitude would be high, and they would be able to command a war easily. It was just like how ordinary people would have more experience when they were older. However, it was a huge mistake to think this way. Experience was high, but it was not always right. These Golden Core Realm cultivators might have good aptitudes, but they could only be used for cultivation. As for commanding a war, it was really impossible. In fact, the reason why these Golden Core Realm cultivators were sent out first in every war was to see if there were any geniuses who could command the war. These geniuses? Of course, they had to be nurtured. Even if their cultivation could not be raised, they had to be nurtured within the sect so that they could be used in the Taoist Devil War in the future. In fact, in the previous war, there were many times when one or a few geniuses would appear and lead the sect to victory. How could it be the same as this time? Until now, there had not been a single Golden Core Realm cultivator who had displayed his talent. From the beginning to the end, it was a mess of command. There was no priority or long-term planning. The strategy of luring the enemy was also proposed by Tu Hong out of desperation. Although it was not a brilliant move, it could be taken as their own by these Golden Core Realm cultivators. As for why Shui Yuzhenren was so embarrassed and angry, it was because of his face. On the other hand, he had spent a lot of effort to nurture Tu Hong. He had taken a fancy to Tu Hong's fighting talent and thought that Tu Hong could help his Sky Patrol City gain a foothold in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if Tu Hong had some ulterior motives, even if Tu Hong had ruthlessly abandoned tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City disciples, he had endured it. However, the result of enduring it was that he was assassinated by Xiao Hua. How could Shui Yuzhenren not be furious? Fellow Taoists, Hung Ming said in a low voice, although fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu has died, this was an accident. It was definitely not an ambush by sword cultivators, and it will definitely not affect the outcome of this battle. As long as we follow our previous plan and Tu Hong's current plan, we will attack in an orderly manner, and our Dao sect will definitely win this battle. Yes, fellow Taoist Hung Ming is right. Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongjue clapped his hands and said, everything is ready except for the east wind. As long as we win this war, everything will be fine. Yes, we have a good idea. However, Fairy Hong Xia's words have given us a reminder. Taiching sect's De Sun frowned and said, even if Li Chengxiu was not killed by sword cultivators, it must have been done by several illusory swordsmen. This time, we have gathered many Golden Core disciples in our sect and put in a lot of effort. If we don't go to the front line and only rely on those early-stage Golden Core disciples to fight, if they end up like Li Chengxiu, won't our efforts be in vain? Haha. Fellow Taoist De Sun, you worry too much. Hung Ming clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the last battle. We have killed all the swordsmen hiding in the Spirit Stone Vein and other places. Then, the illusory swordsmen under their command will definitely show up. In Tu Hong's jade slip. Oh, even if he doesn't have his jade slip, of course, we have to settle the karma. Of course, we have to meet the opponents we have fought for several years. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain when we return to the mountain in triumph, right? Yes, that's right. The group of golden core cultivators rubbed their palms together, as if they were about to enter the battlefield. Also, fellow Taoist Hung Ming, we have to send out an order from the conference hall to inform the Sky Patrol City that they will also send out disciples and golden core cultivators to assist us in the battle. Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect reminded them. Fellow Taoist Lu, that's a good idea. Hung Ming nodded and said, I will send out a token to the Sky Patrol City now. When there is news from all the disciples, we will enter the battle. Hee, I think the sword cultivators will definitely not expect this. Lu Xinwu narrowed his eyes. We have sent out so many disciples, just to test the waters. After the test, the storm will come. That's right. Kill the sword cultivators with the force of a storm. Hung Ming's face was filled with excitement. Let's get ready immediately. Let all the disciples start moving. This is the chance to determine the outcome of the battle. Yes, all the golden core cultivators stood up and shouted in unison. The death of Li Chengxiu alone had caused the Golden Dan cultivators in the meeting hall to feel a sense of crisis. However, the culprit had actually escaped into a pitch-black cave. He took out a piece of bright flower stone and placed it on top of the cave, illuminating the entire cave. The cave was about 100 feet in size and was rather dry. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine consciousness and was extremely satisfied. He took out a futon and threw it on the ground, then sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, he took out Tu Hong's storage bag. After searching for a moment, he took out a jade slip. He did not have time to look at the other things and kept them in the storage bag. After looking at it for a moment, Xiaohua frowned. It seemed like there was a problem that was hard to solve. However, when he raised his head and looked at the cave, the corners of his mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. Chapter 2498. Immediately after, Xiaohua grabbed Tu Hong's Mitsubishi magic treasure with his left hand and struck it with a spell. The magic treasure trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately after, 3 rays of light shot out from the 3 sides of the magic treasure, as if Xiaohua's spell was wrong. Humph! Xiaohua snorted coldly. His right hand covered the magic treasure, and the universe in the sleeve technique firmly suppressed the magic treasure. The light on the Mitsubishi magic treasure overflowed and flickered abnormally, but it couldn't emit the slightest bit of light. Quick! Xiaohua's left hand continuously struck the magic treasure. Every time a spell struck the magic treasure, there would be the sound of a golden drum beating. Xiaohua actually used the Sunset Islands method of refining jade tablets to refine this magic treasure. When the Mitsubishi magic treasure completely calmed down, the 3-colored brilliance was as stable as congealed fat. Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the magic treasure. Gugugugu, as soon as the blood entered the magic treasure, it immediately seeped in. The entire magic treasure seemed to be boiling, and the 3-colored brilliance alternated with each other. A golden dot suddenly appeared inside the magic treasure, and then gradually expanded until it submerged the entire Mitsubishi magic treasure. Strangely, the golden dot had just dyed the entire magic treasure when it immediately flashed again. After a few breaths of time, the golden dot disappeared, and the 3-colored brilliance began to alternate again. However, at this time, the 3 colors were so dazzling and vivid that they couldn't jump out of the magic treasure. Xiaohua let out a breath and flicked his hand. The magic treasure jumped into the air and slightly rotated. The entire cave was reflected in the 3-colored brilliance. Little Yellow, come out! Xiaohua's mind entered the space and called Little Yellow out. What's the matter, mother? Little Yellow cheerfully flew out. It first looked at the magic treasure in the air, then flew around a few times. It didn't find anything, so it asked curiously. Hee, you stay here. I'm afraid something delicious will appear in a while. Xiaohua smiled and instructed. Immediately, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the ice sea mirror. A few rather unfamiliar spells were cast on the ice sea mirror, but the mirror was also overflowing with brilliance, radiating in all directions. Xiaohua's expression was grave and stern. His hands continued to form spells. With the influx of magic power, the ice sea mirror began to vibrate. On the surface of the mirror like ripples, the brilliance gradually rippled and a vortex slowly formed. The center of the whirlpool was a gray color that alternated between black and white. As the whirlpool gradually expanded, it sucked in all the light. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the light disappeared. The entire mirror also disappeared, leaving behind only a deep whirlpool. That whirlpool was dark gray in color, and it seemed like it was going to suck in all the light from the bright flower stones. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the Mitsubishi magic treasure in the air flashed with brilliance and flew into the air above the whirlpool. Woo! A suction force was generated from the whirlpool and landed on the magic treasure. When the magic treasure's brilliance landed in the whirlpool, the magic treasure also slowly descended. Mitsubishi's magic treasure was originally rotating slowly, but as it fell, it gradually sped up. When the rotation was the same as the vortexes, Xiaohua shouted, "Go!" The spell that he had been preparing in his hand was struck, but a thunderclap was produced in midair. Xiaohua poured all the magic power in his body into the magic treasure. One! A loud sound was heard. The magic treasure's brilliance suddenly converged, and its whole body turned gray. The center of the mirror vortex was in contact with the magic treasure. With a gotcha sound, the vortex wrapped the magic treasure and then began to condense. Haha! At this moment, a burst of wild laughter came from the bottom of the vortex. It was the laughter of Tu Hong's scheme succeeding. Immediately, a faint shadow rushed out of the vortex and rushed toward Mitsubishi's magic treasure. Ah! What's going on? When the faint shadow pounced on the magic treasure emitted a faint golden light and blocked the shadow outside. The shadow screamed in panic. Not only that, when Goldie saw the shadow, its eyes immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. With a sweep of its big tail, it flew in front of the shadow. With a humph sound, it spat out a silver light from its nose and firmly covered the shadow. Within the silver light, Tu Hong's faint figure appeared. It was the trace of his primordial spirit that was hidden in the ice sea mirror. Fellow Taoist, spare my life, spare my life. Facing Goldie's silver light, Tu Hong panicked from the bottom of his heart and anxiously begged with a soft voice. Humph, how can this young master spare your life? Xiaohua sneered. First, you planned to kill this young master, then you wanted to kill Dui Qiming's soul. Now you want to tamper with the magic treasure's refining method to seize this young master's body. With so many schemes, how can this young master spare you? This young master has his reasons. Hearing Xiaohua mention Dui Qiming, Tu Hong hurriedly shouted, Yu Meng died for I can't ignore her life and death. You shut up. Xiaohua sneered. It's fine if you want to save Yu Meng. You should use the right path and walk the right path. This young master might be able to help you or even let you go. However, your heart is evil. You use saving Yu Meng as an excuse to do evil things. Yu Meng's life is a life, but Dui Qiming's life is not a life? How can this be? Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be repaid with evil. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Now that you've met this young master, it's the right time to settle the karma. There's no point in saying more. Do you think I'm evil just because you say I'm evil? Do you think I'm good just because you say I'm good? What qualifications do you have to judge this old man? Tu Hong shouted angrily. Although Tu Hong's voice was somewhat hysterical, it was still shrill and weak in Xiaohua's ears. Ha, you're right. If this young master says you're evil, then you are evil. Xiaohua laughed and ordered Goldie, swallow him. Yes, mother. Goldie agreed. A silver light flashed from its nose, and Tu Hong's primordial spirit was sucked into it and disappeared. Burp, Goldie burped and laughed. Mother, if there's such a good thing, you must call me boy more often. Hee, don't worry. There are many evil people in this world. It's enough for you to eat. Xiaohua laughed and kept Goldie into his space. At this time, the ice sea mirror had already swallowed Mitsubishi's artifact and returned to its original state. It was an oval mirror with tricolored runes faintly flowing on it. There were even golden threads mixed in. It was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror that Xiaohua had seen before. See, this. Xiaohua was obviously caught off guard. He took out Tu Hong's jade slip again in disbelief. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, he shook his head and said, apart from the refining method that Tu Hong changed, there are no other changes to this jade slip. Isn't this the icy mirror? How did it become the Kunlun mirror? Or maybe this thing is the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua thought and waved his hand. The icy mirror fell into his hand. At this time, all of Xiaohua's magic power was used to refine the icy mirror. There was only a small amount left. Xiaohua urged his magic power and slightly shook the icy mirror. A green light flashed and several huge logs flashed out of the light, smashing into the stone wall opposite him. A hole several feet in size appeared in a flash. Ha ha ha, this is a true artifact. This young master just urged his magic power. Xiaohua laughed heartily. Then he swayed slightly and shot out a series of blue lights that froze the big hole in the ground. The last yellow brilliance was even more powerful. It directly penetrated the frozen big hole by several feet. The rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost comparable to Xiaohua's wishful staff. When Tu Hong took this artifact, he could only use the core of the Kunlun mirror. I couldn't see its power. A part of the Kunlun mirror was used as the icy mirror to transform into an illusion of ice and snow to protect Yu Meng's corpse. Now that the two parts are combined into one, others shouldn't be able to see any clues. Xiaohua's hand caressed the Kunlun mirror very lovingly. He muttered in his heart. After all, he didn't have a suitable artifact now. When he fought with others, he would be at a disadvantage. After refining the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua opened his mouth and still wanted to fuse it into his body. Unfortunately, his body was of the phoenix bloodline and had been tempered by the primal chaos qi. No artifact could be fused into his body like ordinary cultivators. Therefore, he could only send it into the Buddha fire. There were still many things in Tu Hong's storage bag. Xiaohua only roughly looked at them before. However, he didn't have the mood to carefully look at them now. Not only did he not know the origin of these things, but Tu Hong's rumors had not stopped for a day. All of these things could be the source of Xiaohua's exposure. He wouldn't be anxious to be fooled. Damn it, Li Qingxiu, you are a golden core cultivator of the discussion hall. How could there be few things in your storage bag? It's a pity that your self-destruction was too ruthless. Other than the incomplete jade strips, everything else turned into nothingness. And there was a golden alms bowl left behind. That pipa or whatever was left behind. Nothing was left behind. Xiaohua recalled Li Qingxiu's self-destruction and felt pity in his heart. Fortunately, Marshal Kuen's storage bag is still intact. Otherwise, this young master's efforts would have been in vain. Then, Xiaohua took out Marshal Kuen's storage bag. When he immersed his divine sense into it to take a look, he almost jumped up from the ground. How is this possible? This guy, there are materials in his storage bag that can repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token? Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face. Almost without hesitation, he took out all the jade strips in Li Qingxiu's storage bag. When he hurriedly finished looking through them, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Damn it, these materials are indeed needed to repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token. However, the most important materials are missing. I'm afraid that this guy randomly collected them? Thinking about it, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the other materials that were placed together with those materials. He seemed to be deep in thought. Thunderroll stone? Isn't this the material that Li Zongbao mentioned to refine some lightning pool? This guy actually has so many thunderroll stones. Moreover, his jade strips even have the secret method to refine a lightning boat. This is the secret of my Imperial Thunder sect. How could he possibly bring these things to Sky Patrol City? Moreover, his storage bag only has the materials to refine the Grand Universe Shifting Token, but doesn't have the secret method to refine or repair it. It's very obvious that he doesn't know how to refine the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Then why did he collect so many materials? Chapter 2499. Other than Daoist Jingyu, I'm afraid I can't think of any other reason. Marshal Kuen has a fire attribute physique, so he must be a weapon refiner in my Imperial Thunder sect. That Daoist Jingyu is also a weapon refiner, so the two of them might be related. Also, I've never met this Marshal Kuen before, so why would he set up some 6-ding mountain ceiling magic formation here to plot against me? Also, he knows so much about me. If he didn't take orders from Daoist Jingyu, what other reason could there be? Right, how did this guy know that I have the strength of a golden core? I'm afraid it was Ming Mao or Dui Ling who revealed it. Alas, this woman. How could she keep a secret? Xiaohua sighed, but then he was shocked again. Also Kuen Fian. That's right, Kuen Fian is a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace. During my second Foundation establishment experience, she suddenly attacked and wanted to kill me. Looking at the situation, she seemed to have no choice. Although she was extremely unwilling to attack, she still had to attack. Could it be Marshal Kuan? Forget it, Marshal Kuan is already dead, and Kuan Fian is also dead. Who knows if it's them? Xiaohua sneered. Looks like I was right to hide my cultivation. Just now, I saw from the jade slip that this forbidden law record is an extremely evil magic treasure. It requires 2 cultivators to enter this magic treasure at the same time, and it specifically tests the 2 people's magic power. As long as the magic power is strong, the other party will die in the strangulation of this forbidden law record. Unless the 2 people's magic power is extremely similar, then both of them can survive. Otherwise, only one person can come out from inside. Presumably, Marshal Kuan found out from Ming Mao or Dui Ling that I have the strength of a golden core early stage and felt that he couldn't win with just magic power. So he set his sights on a competition of magic power. What a pity if we compare magic power, I can compare to a golden core late stage. How can you be my opponent? Alas, looks like no matter when, I can't expose my bottom line to others. No matter when, I have to keep a life-saving method. Hee, but this Marshal Kuan is really cute. Xiaohua immediately revealed a smile. Usually, it's the cultivators of other sects who send good things to me, but this time, it's my own sect's cultivators who send it to me. Oh, that's not right, Marshal Kuan, this guy. His intentions were unforgivable. Why did he bring my thunder-controlling sect's thunderboat refining method from the Sky Thunder Peak? I'm afraid he wants to make an exchange with Reverend Jing Si. Not to mention whether or not he wants to exchange the secret refining method of the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Even if it's anything else, he's harming the interests of my Imperial Thunder sect. Killing him was the right thing to do. It's all for nothing. As Xiaohua thought about it, he looked at the jade strip for refining the thunderboat, and this thunderboat is really something. It's not something that can be understood in a day or 2. Moreover, repairing the thunderboat is not something that can be done in a short period of time. There are only a few days left before the battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range. Let's refine as many fire talismans as possible. Although Li Chengxiu's invisibility talisman and Xiaohua's fire talisman were both jade talismans, their advantages and disadvantages could be clearly seen. Xiaohua's jade talisman was not just a little bit inferior. The fire talisman's talisman was much worse than the invisibility talisman's talisman. However, from the performance of the fire talisman, it was indeed not bad. It could actually block the talisman of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if the opponent was a golden core cultivator, this large number of fire talismans could definitely make the opponent suffer. Therefore, Xiaohua still hoped to refine a few more. However, just as he put away the jade talisman, his gaze fell on a strange message talisman. This message talisman was somewhat similar to a flying sword. There was a faint flowing light on it. Oh, this seems to be a sword cultivator's flying sword message. Could it be? Marshal Kuan is a sword cultivator? No, this is the Chongbai sect's message talisman. Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. This guy is colluding with Chongbai sect's Reverend Jing Si. There must be that guy's message talisman in it. That old man Jing Si is a big enemy of mine. He killed Marshal Kuan for me. Xiaohua scratched his chin and thought again. I don't know when Jing Si will come to Sky Patrol City. If I can condense my core, I will have some ability to protect myself. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the many jade slips that he had thrown into the storage bag and checked them one by one. Not long after, Xiaohua frowned slightly. When his divine sense came out of the jade slips in his hand, his brows relaxed and the corners of his mouth actually revealed a trace of a smile. Marshal Kuan, my brother yours truly, Guan and I. Haha, this must be the message talisman sent to Marshal Kuan by the early golden core cultivator, who robbed the Zhongling mountain village of qi refining materials. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly. The two of them agreed on a place but didn't say a time. However, since Marshal Kuan left the city at this time, it should be soon. According to the jade slips, Huguan and I has the key materials to repair the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Marshal Kuan probably wants to exchange the refining method of the Thunderboat with him, right? Damn it, it seems that I must go. Not only can I kill that old man Jing Si's disciple, but I can also obtain the refining materials. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hee, it's more than killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Huguan and I has always been ruthless. He even managed to get so many materials from a small Zhongling mountain village. How can there be few things in his storage bag? Io, this young master's method isn't too vicious and merciless, right? Ruthless, I'm a ruthless and terrifying phoenix. Xiaohua secretly snorted. He kept the jade slips and began to refine the fire talisman. When the time was almost up, Xiaohua collected all the items and flew out of the cave. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the Seven Extremes mountain range. The Seven Extremes ridge was like 7 huge barriers, standing tall in the snowy highlands. The high foothills stretched across the sky, making people feel as if they had reached the end of the snowy highlands. Beyond the end, there was no wind, no snow, no cold. Yes, there was no paradise beyond the Seven Extremes ridge. It was still snowy and bone-piercing cold. However, there were spirit stone veins in the Seven Extremes ridge that cultivators coveted. Although the Seven Extremes ridge was a small-scale spirit stone mine, it had yet to be fully exploited. After the sword cultivators launched their attack that day, they were overjoyed. Not only did they send over a large number of sword-nurturing disciples to mine, they also asked the sword cultivator Failing Sword Manor and the blacksmith cultivator Bronze Bell sect to send over more people to guard the place. In addition, the other sword sects also sent over disciples to support them. At this time, in the cave residence where the cultivators of Sky Patrol City were resting, Ruasi and Yunbai of Failing Sword Manor, as well as more than 10 disciples from other sects, were sitting on jade chairs. The sword light on each person's body was faintly discernible, and the faint sound of the sword was incessant. It seemed that they were practicing some kind of sword array. As the sword light on everyone's body became more and more obscure, the sound of the sword also became more and more uniform. In the end, there was a clang like the sound of a golden drum. A huge flying sword suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd and rushed into the rock wall above the cave residence. With a loud boom, a black hole of several feet in size was blasted out by the huge sword. Ruasi, who was sitting on it, was a strong female cultivator of grade 1 illusory sword. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, quite masculine. She laughed and stood up, saying, "Sword friends, you've worked hard. Our sword array is so powerful with just a little cooperation. It's more than enough to protect this small spirit stone vein. When you go back to your respective sects, you still have to practice this sword array well." Senior Ruasi, a sword cultivator of grade 6 illusory sword, stood up and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for teaching us. This sword array is the secret of Failing Sword Manor. Now for the battle of our sword realm. Senior taught us without reservation. We have benefited a lot. Whether it's Failing Sword Manor, Lujian sect, Failing Feather sect, or Yinyang Sword sect, they are all members of our sword realm. The most important thing is to kill the Dao cultivators and control all the spirit stone veins in the hands of us sword cultivators." Ruasi waved her hand casually and said with a smile, "You just have to remember these words and practice the sword array well. As long as you kill more sword cultivators, I will be gratified." This sword formation was passed down long ago when Senior seized the spirit stone mine while bathed in blood. Over the years, we disciples of various sects and even disciples of different sects have diligently practiced it. We've long been familiar with it. Another sword cultivator of grade 5 illusory sword stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "It's just that our Seven Extremes ridge has exceeded the vision of the Dao sect cultivators. I'm afraid they won't pay attention to this place. Otherwise, our flying swords will definitely kill more cultivators." Qin Jinyo's words are wrong. The sword cultivator of grade 6 illusory sword shook his head and said, "It's not that our Seven Extremes ridge is too far, and it's also not that our spirit stone vein is too small. It's just that our sword cultivators' warriors are too outstanding in this battle. They've beaten the cultivators to the point that they've retreated. They've gained the upper hand in every aspect. That bullshit meeting hall is badly battered and exhausted. They're simply unable to reach my Seven Extremes ridge." What Yuan Jinyu said is right. It's all because this little brother knows too little. The sword cultivator of grade 5 illusory sword bowed humbly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a brilliant sword light flashed. It's a pity that other than killing a few Foundation establishment cultivators 50 kilometers south of the Seven Extremes ridge a few months ago, my flying sword hasn't seen any blood. Soon, a similarly tanned and skinny female cultivator of grade 1 illusory sword beside Ruasi chuckled and said, "You guys take turns every 10 days. We'll be able to send you out soon." You'll be able to kill cultivators easily. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yun Bai. The sword cultivator with the surname Chen bowed and said, I hope that every sword cultivator on duty will be able to kill more. At this moment, without waiting for the sword cultivator with the surname Chen to finish his words, an intense sword light suddenly flashed from a corner far away in the cave. Oh! Everyone was slightly stunned and looked towards that corner. Haha! Yunbai laughed when she saw this. Look, just now when we were talking about killing cultivators, there are cultivators passing by our 7 Extremes Ridge. Let's see who you're waiting for to go out and make a fortune. Chapter 2500. With that, Yunbai waved her hand and a crimson sword energy fell into her hand. It was a small sword about an inch long. Go, Yunbai shouted. The small sword flew into the air and exploded with a pung sound, revealing a square sword shape. Inside the sword shape was a vast expanse of whiteness. After everyone looked at it for a moment, more than a dozen swordsmen of both sexes appeared from the white expanse. These flying swords were actually set up by sword cultivators. The situation from 100 miles away could be transmitted to this place through the other flying swords. Oh, so it's another group of sword cultivators here to support? Yunbai couldn't help but reveal a trace of bewilderment when she saw this. That's over 10 swordsmen at the 6th grade of the sword. Why were they suddenly sent here? They might not be reinforcements. Ruasi shook her head. Maybe they have another mission and are just passing by the 7 extreme mountains and are resting here. Okay, I understand. Yunbai nodded and waved her hand. The square sword shape gradually closed and turned into a crimson flying sword that landed in a corner of the cave. Ruasi pointed with her hand and ordered, Sword Cultivator Chun, take a few disciples to greet them. Yes, this disciple understands. Sword Cultivator Chun bowed and flew out of the cave with a few 6th-grade swordsmen. After a while, Swordsman Chun and the dozen or so bright swordsmen came into the cave. The first one was a swordsman with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He led everyone forward and bowed. Junior Li Chun of the Void Heaven Sword School greets Senior Ruasi, Senior Yun Bai, and the other sword friends. Oh, so it's sword cultivators from the Void Heaven Sword School. Please rise. Ruasi was slightly surprised to hear that these dozen swordsmen were actually disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School. The Void Heaven Sword School was in the limelight in this battle. Qin Jian's reputation was even more resounding than Lu Ruochang's. If it wasn't for the illusory sword school's swordsmen, ordinary swordsmen would have thought that the Void Heaven Sword School was hosting this battle. Therefore, the disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School were very popular wherever they went. Moreover, wherever they went, that place would be the center of attention. I wouldn't dare. Li Chun was very respectful and stood up with a smile. May I know if all of you are just passing by, or do you plan to stay in the 7 Extremes Ridge for a long time? Yunbai asked with interest. Good lesson, Senior White Nose. We juniors are here on the orders of our masters. Li Chun clapped his hands, took out a sword slip, and respectfully handed it over. At this point in the war, our sword region's goal of occupying the spirit stone veins has already been seen through by the cultivators. They stubbornly defend their own spirit stone veins, and on the other hand, have begun to send cultivators to attack the spirit stone veins that we sword cultivators occupy. The disciples who were stationed at the side have all been mobilized. Send reinforcements to the various spirit stone mines. Oh, I see. Ruasi took the sword slip and looked at it for a moment before nodding slightly. Since the sword friends of the Void Heaven Sword School have come to reinforce us, my 7 Extremes mountain range should be safe. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior. Li Chun respectfully said, We are willing to follow Senior's orders and kill cultivators in the 7 Extremes mountain range. Good, Ruasi clapped her hands and looked at the 11 swordsmen behind Li Chun. Her gaze fell on a petite woman with delicate facial features, and she said with a smile, with Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's fame. If they hear that Senior Martial Brother Qin Jian's martial niece is here, they will definitely be scared witless and won't dare to come. Ha ha ha, the swordsmen all laughed. Only the woman Ruasi was looking at had a slight frown on her face without a trace of a smile. Ruasi raised her eyebrows and looked at the woman with a smile. This sword friend, aren't you the illustrious Guyu? The woman was indeed Guyu. When she heard Ruasi call her name, she was puzzled. She stepped forward and bowed. Junior is indeed Guyu. Greetings, Senior Ruasi. Hee, invisible sword Guyu. Although your cultivation is at the 5th stage of the bright sword stage. Oh, you're already at the 6th stage of the bright sword stage? Congratulations, Ruasi said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Junior's cultivation is still too far from seniors. Guyu slightly frowned and hurriedly acted humble. Li Chun, who was beside her, smiled, but there was a trace of pity in her smile. Guyu, you don't need to be humble. Although your cultivation is only at the bright sword stage, your reputation is not inferior to senior martial brother Qin Jian's. Ruasi said with a smile, since you joined the war, I don't know how many Dao sect cultivators you've killed. The number of people who died under your invisible sword is probably no less than senior martial brother Qin's subordinates, right? I wouldn't dare. How could Junior compare to martial uncle Qin? Guyu replied without arrogance. Guyu, your future is limitless. Yunbai also said with a smile. I hope you can make a great contribution in the 7 Extremes Mountains and kill even more Dao sect cultivators. Junior's invisible sword has been lost. Now that I've come to the 7 Extremes Mountains with my senior martial brothers, I can only watch. I can no longer kill. Guyu raised her head and said very calmly. Ah? Your flying sword. Yunbai was stunned. Your invisible sword was lost? But, as she spoke, a buzzing sword hum resounded around Yunbai. The swordsmen nearby all involuntarily let out sword hum. Guyu's body was also trembling, and a faint sword hum could be heard from his body. However, Guyu's expression did not change as she smiled and said, although this invisible sword is in Junior's body, but she is no longer Junior's. Oh, why is that? Even Ruasi was stunned at this moment as she asked curiously. Senior, please no. Li Chun hurriedly bowed and said, Junior martial sister has comprehended something in the sword Dao. This is what she thought, and now it has truly integrated into her sword intent. Therefore, she can't fight. Oh, I see. Ruasi looked pensive as she looked at Guyu, and then at Li Chun before nodding slightly. Actually Junior martial sister is in seclusion. Li Chun added, however, since martial uncle Qin has personally given the order, it's not good for us to decline. This time, Junior martial sister is here, and I'm afraid she can't contribute. Please forgive us. All right, Ruasi nodded slightly and casually agreed. However, she was an illusory swordsman. Just now, she only needed to probe a little to see Guyu's situation. How is she in seclusion? How is she fusing her sword? There must be some other reason. However, since the Void Heaven Sword School's disciple did not say anything, she would not pursue it. That's not right. Ruasi nodded, but Yunbai said, in this sword's opinion, although Guyu has just entered the 6th grade of the Bright Sword School, her sword foundation is solid, and she even has some comprehension. Hearing this, Li Chun frowned. He had already said it so clearly, who knew that Yunbai would still pursue it. However, Yunbai was an illusory swordsman after all, so he could only awkwardly look at Guyu. Although Yunbai's name was Yunbai, her skin was absolutely not white. In fact, it was extremely dark, not to mention her appearance. Usually, when Ruasi saw her, it was fine since they were all about the same. As for the other female swordsmen in the 7 Extremes mountain range, although they were beautiful and fair, their cultivation and reputation were low. At best, they were only at the 5th grade of the Bright Sword School. Moreover, they were all respectful to her. Although she was somewhat unhappy, she was also satisfied in her heart. Today, seeing Guyu, not to mention Guyu's snow-white skin, not to mention Guyu's pair of big eyes, not to mention Guyu's curvaceous figure, just Guyu's neither haughty nor humble, icy and intelligent temperament was enough to draw out a little bit of jealousy in her heart. Not to mention, the reputation of shapeless sword Guyu was very well known among cultivators. Even Li Zongbao knew of it, so how could Yunbai not know? A mere 6th grade bright swordsman was actually more famous than her, an illusory swordsman. This was naturally not something that Yunbai could tolerate. Therefore, when she saw Guyu explaining indifferently to Li Chun, Yunbai mercilessly asked. Guyu saw Li Chun's concerned and helpless gaze and only nodded slightly. She bowed towards Yunbai and Ruasi and said, I won't hide it from the 2 seniors. Although this junior was in seclusion, I have already come out. First, I comprehended the sword intent, and now, I have already communicated with the sword spirit. As for why this junior is only here as a spectator, That is because this junior has already sworn that I will not take the initiative to kill a Dao sect cultivator, and will never use the invisible sword to kill any cultivator. Oh, why is that? Not only was Yunbai surprised, even Ruosi was surprised. She blinked her eyes and looked at Guyu before looking at Li Chun. Cough, cough, it's like this. Li Chun opened her mouth and said, My junior sister met the terrifying phoenix during an ambush. Ah, you actually met him? Yunbai almost cried out in surprise. You are actually still alive? Guyu smiled bitterly. Yes, this junior is not only alive, but living well. The terrifying phoenix is vicious and merciless. How could he let you go? Ruosi looked at the surrounding swordsmen, who also had some fear on their faces, and said softly, That fellow not only killed Ling Yunwu and the other 12 swordsmen of the Soaring Wind Sword sect, he also killed Zhong Haoshuan and the other 6 swordsmen of the Bright Sword sect. Even Yu Ming of the Quilted Mountain sect was scared out of his wits. This junior did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix at that time. A trace of fear flashed across Guyu's face as she said without hiding anything. At that time, he did not reveal his phoenix dharma body. Furthermore, this junior only thought that he had died in the spirit stone mine of the Quanjin Mountain. I simply did not expect him to be the terrifying phoenix. However, he did not seem to be as ruthless and bloodthirsty as what Senior and the others said. Guyu bit her lips and said softly, How is that possible? Yunbai sneered. This sword heard that this fellow looked like a Foundation establishment cultivator on the surface. However, he could even kill Ling Yunwu, who was at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. How could he be a Foundation establishment cultivator? At the very least, he should be a late-stage golden core cultivator. Even a late-stage golden core cultivator, like him, would not let go of sword nurturing and bright sword cultivators. He killed many of them in the Gale Snow Field. How could he let such a fiend off? Yunbai's words made it seem like it was normal for Guyu to die. Chapter 2501. Guyu squints her eyes, and a trace of indiscernible expression flashed across her crescent-like eyes. She continues, That day Junior used formless sword to plot against terrifying Phoenix. After being discovered by him, he used a magic artifact to chop Junior's right arm off. Oh! When everyone heard this, they looked at Guyu's undamaged right arm and were all shocked. Sigh, Guyu sighs. Junior was completely disheartened and knew that I had met my nemesis and was bound to fall. But just as Junior screamed and revealed myself, that guy actually gave Junior the formless sword and broken arm. He even took advantage of Junior being caught off guard and fed Junior an indescribable elixir into Junior's mouth. Hee, terrifying Phoenix. Does he know you? Yunbai laughs coldly. Guyu shakes her head. Of course Junior doesn't know him. Even after escaping, I carefully thought about his appearance and the news from Gale's snowfield. Only then did I know that he was terrifying Phoenix. Then why did he let you go? Why did he give you an elixir? If not for his elixir, you might not be able to keep your right arm, right? Yunbai asks. Guyu is silent, but her eyes are unyielding. Hee, Guyu, if your right arm is broken, even this sword will feel pity for you. Not to mention a male cultivator like terrifying Phoenix. Yunbai bluntly calls out her name. Junior was in a mess at that time, and only thought of escaping. I didn't think much about it. Guyu replies, but according to Junior's thinking, terrifying Phoenix might not have thought so. Then what did he think? Even Ruosi is somewhat curious and continues to ask. I only feel that the horrifying Phoenix is not a cruel and merciless person. In fact, she is a kind person. If she was not forced into a desperate situation, she would definitely be merciful. She would not disregard human life. Guyu speaks frankly with assurance. Even in the battle between Dao cultivators, he does not often kill people. What Senior said about those few situations, which one of them is not terrifying Phoenix fighting against my sword cultivator alone? When has Senior ever seen terrifying Phoenix working with others to kill my sword cultivator? This. Yunbai is somewhat tongue-tied. After Junior escaped with my life, I have thought deeply about it. The fault lies not with the terrifying Phoenix, nor with Ling Yunwu and the other seniors. The fault lies with the war between the Dao sect and the swordsmen. Guyu's big eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor as she said, We swordsmen control the sword domain and are already free and unfettered. So why should we conspire against the Cultivation 3 kingdoms? Even if we don't have spirit stones, we can still exchange things with the 3 kingdoms. There was no need to make such a big fuss and sacrifice the lives of thousands of swordsmen. If it wasn't for the Sword Dao War, the horrifying phoenix wouldn't exist, and Ling Yunwu and the others wouldn't have died. Humph, what do you know? Ruosi sneered. The Great War of the Sword Dao is far from something that a mere sword user like you can understand. That's right, this junior naturally doesn't know. Guyu sighed with emotion. Junior only knows that the flying sword is based on Zhongchong, with rather break than bend as sword intent, with a heart full of hot blood to cultivate the spirit sword in the heart. But now, in the war, you try to cheat and deceive each other. You kill me, I kill you. The spirit sword in my heart has long been blinded by hatred. It has long lost its spirituality. What's the difference between this and the Dao Sect's flying sword? Moreover, the formless sword in this junior's hand requires a pure heart and a clear state of mind. Only then can it succeed. After this junior participated in the Great War, I always schemed to kill cultivators. My heart has already fallen, and dust has long accumulated in it. How can it still be traceless? How can it still be formless? I'm afraid that the horrifying phoenix saw through this junior's whereabouts because of this. After this junior escaped, in addition to rejoicing, I gained enlightenment and found the true essence of the formless sword. This was how I broke through to the 6th grade of the bright sword in a short period of time. Seeing that Yunbai wanted to say something, Gu didn't give her the chance to speak and continued. Now, this junior's formless sword is in my heart and not in my hand. The formless sword in my body has been seen through by others and can no longer be used to kill people. This is your understanding? Yunbai sneered. You were just let off by others and you're grateful to them? You no longer raise the flying sword in your hand? Then this sword can tell you that you're very wrong. This is only a small matter. For this small matter, you've forgotten the righteousness of the great war of Dao cultivators and the righteousness of my sword realm's survival. Even if your formless sword advances, you will never succeed and will never become an illusory sword. This is because you've forgotten that a sword is a sword. It is the weapon we swordsmen use to sacrifice ourselves, the weapon we use to take the lives of cultivators. As she spoke, Yunbai opened her mouth and a string of lotus flowers flew out. It streaked across the air, and an extremely sharp sword chi landed on Guyu's head. That sword chi was unhindered and had already shaved off most of Guyu's black hair. Facing such a flying sword, can you stay true to your heart? Can you allow yourself to be slaughtered? Senior, Guyu was fearless and calmly said, facing this threat, this junior naturally won't wait for death. However, this junior has already said that this junior's sword is in my heart and not in my hand. Ridiculous. I didn't expect the Void Heaven Sword School to have senior martial brother Qin Jian, who killed Tu Hong, to have someone like you. Yunbai was about to scold her again, but Ruosi waved her hand and stopped her. No need. Since little friend from the Void Heaven Sword School came to support us, they naturally don't have to fight. It's fine as long as they have the intention. Besides, my 7 Extremes mountain range has more than 30,000 swordsmen. So what if we lose one? Hearing Ruosi's decision, although Yunbai was unwilling, she could only shut her mouth. Even now, this female illusory sword school swordsman still didn't understand why she suddenly made things difficult for this beautiful swordsman who was only at the 6th grade. Hearing this, Li Chun let out a long sigh and helplessly looked at Guyu. He had heard Guyu say the same thing back then. He was even more surprised than Yunbai and the others. Although Guyu's words revealed a thorough understanding of sword essence, and Guyu really relied on this understanding to advance. However, this was a battle between Dao cultivators. Who cared about what kind of understanding you had? You only needed to contribute to the sword domain and kill as many cultivators as possible. Not only did you not kill cultivators, but you also pointed out the inappropriateness of the sword Dao battle. Wasn't this clearly against the sword domain? Fortunately, Qin Jian's reputation had always been extremely resounding, especially when it was said that Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. Although Qin Jian denied it in the sword domain, those who didn't know the truth still put this credit on Qin Jian's head. Although formless sword Guyu's reputation was resounding, there were many who were on the same level as her. She was far from being as arrogant as Yunbai said. Guyu's change had only happened recently. If she didn't say it herself, how could others know? Even if he knew, just like Ruosi, he would still give in because of Qin Jian. Many thanks, Senior Ruosi. Guyu bowed very graciously. Seeing Guyu being so obedient, Yunbai couldn't help but feel awkward. Inside the cave, the other drawing sword swordsmen were also a little surprised. They unconsciously looked at each other, not only because of Guyu's words, but also because of Yunbai's actions. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the place where the message was sent. A sword light suddenly flew out. Could it be that there are other sword friends coming to support? Ruasi obviously wanted to change the topic. She smiled and pointed with her finger. The sword light flew into the air. Just as the scarlet brilliance was about to explode, a few more buzzing sounds were heard. Not good. Ruasi's expression changed. She grabbed with one hand, and several scarlet brilliance flew into the air. Open! He heard Ruasi's soft reprimand, and several sword lights completely exploded. Several square mirrors were scattered in the air of the cave residents. See, so many cultivators? When Ruasi saw the dense crowd of cultivators flying over from afar, covering the sky and covering the earth, there were even more than 10 huge flying magic tools. Ruasi's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with horror. Sister, Yunbai was even more puzzled. When was my 7 extremes ridge valued so highly? Looking at the incoming cultivators, there should be more than 10,000, right? More than that, Ruasi bit her lips and said coldly, to be able to activate 7 messenger flying swords, how could there be less than 20,000? These cultivators seemed to be Huanhua sect disciples? Li Chun was a little hesitant, as if he couldn't make up his mind. That's right, they are Huanhua sect disciples. Yunbai sneered. Among the Dao sect cultivators, only Shi Country's Huanhua sect likes to show off. They have flying artifacts wherever they go. Even when they go out to attack, they dress up as if they are getting married. Haha. The group of swordsmen who drew their swords couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Li Chun also laughed involuntarily. It seemed that this was the first time he heard such a description of Huanhua sect disciples, and he vaguely understood Yunbai's previous reproach to Guyu. Just as everyone was carefully inspecting, dozens of lights shot out from the Huanhua sect disciples. It was the late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who were scouting ahead. The swordsmen only felt a violent tremor in front of their eyes. The mirror suddenly turned black, and all the images disappeared. Then, with a few crisp sounds, the mirror cracked inch by inch, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fell into the air. Obviously, the Huanhua sect disciples discovered the messenger flying swords and destroyed them. Huanhua sect actually launched a large-scale attack. This is really not good. Ruasi looked at the shattered fireflies in the air. Although her tone was very grim, the expression on her face didn't change much. These Dao sect bastards are really tired of living. Yunbai sneered. They want to attack my 7 extremes ridge with just 20,000 disciples? Let's not talk about anything else. On that day, my sword cultivator invested nearly 40,000 disciples in Golden Spring Mountain. Seniors, please understand. Right now, Huanhua sect is already 300 li away. Should we meet the enemy now? Li Chun bowed and said, we Void Heaven Sword School disciples are willing to be the first line of defense. It's fine for now. Yunbai laughed. It's just 20,000 disciples. This sword won't let them return. Wang, another wave of sword humming sound was heard. It came from the place where the message was sent, and a sword light suddenly flew out again. Chapter 2502. Not good. At this time, Ruasi was really a little shocked. However, before she could reach out her hand, there was a series of strong roars, and several scarlet lights rushed into the sky. Ruasi did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly grabbed with her hand, and those scarlet sword lights also exploded, and several images of 4 directions appeared again. However, after a series of explosions, the sword lights that had just appeared on the surface of the mirror were immediately shattered into fluorescent light. These flying swords were actually discovered by the cultivators first, and before the sword cultivators could see any clues, they were immediately destroyed. Which sect is this? Ruasi was shocked. Fortunately, after the sword lights were annihilated, the last small mirror surface that was only 1 foot square appeared. It seemed to be from the distant horizon, with the same imposing manner as the Huanhua sect's disciples. The tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples also urged their magic tools to fly over. Terrifying Phoenix, when Ruasi saw the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' attire, what Guyu said just now unconsciously appeared in her mind. She then looked at the other drawing sword sect's disciples, and a trace of panic could not help but flash across their faces. This Guyu really came at the wrong time. Ruasi could not help but sigh, but she still looked at Yunbai with some reproach. If Yunbai did not force her, Guyu would not have said such demoralizing words, right? Guyu seemed to have sensed everyone's fear. She hesitated and whispered, Junior, doesn't think that terrifying Phoenix would be here. He has a proud personality and will definitely not attack together with other cultivators. That's right. Yunbai also came to a realization. She hurriedly patted the jade chair and shouted, think about that terrifying Phoenix's origin. How could he be interested in our 7 Extremes mountain range? Yunbai also tried her best to redeem her mistake just now. That's right. The group of drawing sword sect's swordsmen's eyes lit up, and they also came to a realization. They had never heard of an expert like terrifying Phoenix appearing together with other cultivators. Pa! With an explosive sound, a thumb-sized lightning flashed on the mirror surface, and the mirror surface finally exploded. Senior sister. Yunbai stood up and said, this Imperial Thunder Sect's group of cultivators seems to have 10 to 20,000. This adds up to nearly 40,000 cultivators. It's the same as our 7 Extremes mountain ranges swordsmen. Looks like the Dao sect has done their homework well. Yes. Ruasi nodded slightly. She waved her hand and said, Junior sister Yunbai, now that the Imperial Thunder sect and the Cleansing Flower sect are attacking, you and I will definitely have to face the enemy separately. Which sect's cultivators will you kill? Washing Flower sect. Yunbai cried out without any hesitation. Very good. Ruasi stood up as well. She clapped her hands and a similarly crimson flying sword appeared. With a wave of her hand, the flying sword rushed into the air. With a series of sword cries, it turned into several flying swords and rushed out of the cave. This sword has already informed the disciples who are guarding 100 miles away to retreat. For the time being, we will not go and face them head-on. Wait for my reinforcements to arrive, then we will fight them to the death. Chun Feng. The swordsman surnamed Chun hurriedly stood up. Senior, please give me your orders. Go and inform sword friend Ji Yi of the Bronze Bell sect. Tell him in detail what happened here. Ask him to come out of seclusion immediately and assume command. Chun Feng bowed hastily and left hastily. Yes, this junior understands. Oh, Senior Ji of the Bronze Bell sect is here as well? Hearing this, Li Chun's face was obviously filled with joy. Ruasi nodded slightly and said with a smile, he is the swordsman with the highest cultivation in our 7 Extremes ridge. This sword and junior sister Yunbai are merely watching over the house for him. Very good. Li Chun beamed and said, since Senior Ji is here, those several tens of thousands of Dao sect cultivators are nothing to be afraid of. Yunbai nodded. Exactly. Li Chun asked, Senior, please give your orders. Which senior shall we follow to fight the enemy? Ruasi did not even need to think. She waved her hand and said, all of you follow this sword to kill the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes. Guyu and the rest also stood up and answered with a bow. Then, Ruasi methodically divided the group of swordsmen into 2 groups, and each of them went out with their own men. The Imperial Thunder sect did not come to the 7 Extremes ridge alone. Together with the Imperial Thunder sect, there were also disciples from the Mozong Mountain and Yongyi sect. There were even disciples from a few small sects in the country of Shi. However, the Imperial Thunder sect only sent out an early gold core stage cultivator. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples made up the majority. At this moment, the group flying in front was a group of disciples from the Canlay Palace. The leader was a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. In his hand, he held a strange-looking magic treasure. The 2 ends were sharp, but the middle was flat. There was some flickering brilliance within it. This cultivator activated the magic treasure in his hand. The brilliance within the magic treasure flickered repeatedly. Suddenly, a slanted corner above the flat surface shook violently. That disciple did not hesitate and activated his magic power. The magic treasure shook a few times, and a few thumb-sized lightning bolts shot out toward the wilderness in the distance. A rumbling sound was heard. It really hit the extremely thick layer of snow in the wilderness. After a moment, when there was no more movement, that disciple continued to activate the magic treasure. At this moment, the flat surface in the middle of the magic treasure returned to its original tranquility. It was like a layer of water, and there were no ripples at all. All of you wait here. That disciple ordered and returned with the magic treasure in his hand. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciples were arranged in a neat formation. Basically, each Thunder Palace was a large group. Within each large group, there were several dozens of small groups. On the two sides of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were Mozong Mountain and Yong Yi Sect's disciples. They were all waiting in formation according to the customs of the two sects. The other scattered sects were sandwiched between the three sects' disciples. Although there were few people, their morale was high and they were all valiant and high-spirited. Above the heads of these disciples, there were another dozen or so peak late foundation establishment cultivators clustered around an early gold core old man. These dozen or so people were also flying at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry at all. The leading late foundation establishment stage disciple flew into the air and bowed, reporting to Marshal Uncle Ken. This disciple has already used the clear and turbid technique to check the surrounding 30 miles. There are no more traces of flying swords or sword formations. The Gold Core Stage Cultivator was naturally the leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He was also the commander of the attack on the Seven Extremes Ridge, Kanshung from the Kanlei Palace. After listening to the report of the Foundation Establishment Stage Disciple, Kanshung nodded slightly. Good. Then he released his divine sense and sneered. The flying swords and sword formations within 30 miles are gone. However, there are still many swordsmen lying in ambush outside 30 miles. These swordsmen are probably preparing to launch a sneak attack on us. Go Bufeng, send 300 disciples and bring me the heads of these swordsmen. Yes, this disciple understands. The eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple called Yufeng flashed with a trace of excitement. His figure flew down quickly and pointed in the air for a moment. Another 300 Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples followed him and flew forward. Senior Ken is really amazing. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples had just been sent out. A somewhat gray-haired but still charming late foundation establishment stage female cultivator said with a smile, "The divine sense of an ordinary gold core stage senior can only reach 10 miles. At most, it's 20 miles. I didn't expect that senior's divine sense has actually reached 30 miles. If senior is pregnant, wouldn't it directly exceed 1,000 miles?" Kanshung's face flashed with a trace of pride. However, he still waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Jing overestimates this old man. This old man only had some fortuitous encounters when I was young. My divine sense is quite long and has some advantages compared to ordinary fellow Taoists. However, divine sense of 1,000 miles is the magical ability of a function separation stage senior. Even if this old man is a nascent soul stage, it's impossible for me to do that." Senior Ken is too humble. Another female cultivator spoke. This female cultivator looked slightly younger than Mozong Mountain's Jing Tingting. Her hair was very black. She was Lingzhu from the Yongyi sect. Senior has a high starting point, and your future achievements will be even higher. If not for Senior's profound cultivation, how could you be sent here? The Seven Extremes Ridge is the original spirit stone mine of Sentry City. They didn't let their disciples come and instead let Senior lead the team. Isn't it because they are afraid that they can't take down the Seven Extremes Ridge? Kanshung was about to say something when he suddenly raised his head again and frowned. It seemed that his divine sense had detected something. Lingzhu, Jing Tingting, and other late foundation establishment stage cultivators all released their divine senses. Unfortunately, their divine senses were only 10 miles. How could they see anything? Forget it. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, Kanshung sneered and said, "The sword cultivator actually issued a summoning order for the ambushing sword cultivators to return to the Seven Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid that Dui Yufeng and the rest will return empty-handed." Haha, sword cultivators also have dog noses. A late foundation establishment stage cultivator said with a smile, "They know that we came prepared today and saw Senior Kan's power. They were so scared that they wet their pants." Kanshung knew that this was an act of flattery, but he still felt good when he heard it. He looked at the leader of the small sect and nodded slightly. Sure enough, after a long while, Dui Yufeng returned with the 300 disciples. He reported in a very dejected manner, "Marshal Uncle Kan, this disciple is unworthy. Before we could even get close, we saw the appearance of a messenger flying sword. Those sword cultivators didn't even look at us before they all flew away." "It's okay," Kanshung said with a smile. "No matter how they hide, it's only a distance of 200 miles. In the end, they will meet us. You lead these 300 disciples and lead the way. Keep a distance of 10 miles from the main group. If you encounter any sword cultivators, kill them immediately." "Roger," Dui Yufeng shouted loudly and whistled in midair. Then, his figure made a beautiful turn and flew forward. Haha, this child. He really has no respect for his elders. Kensheng said with a smile. Isn't this because Senior Ken is amiable and approachable? Lingzhu said with a smile. If you had a straight face and looked like you didn't want strangers to come close, not to mention senior brother Dui, we would also feel like we were sitting on pins and needles. Ha ha ha, Kensheng laughed and waved his hand. This is my nature. I don't like to put on airs as an elder. Even if I did, I would feel uncomfortable. Haha, then it's our fortune, Jing Tingting replied with a smile. Chapter 2503. Don't worry. I'm not a greedy person either. As long as we find out the strength of the Seven Extremes mountain range, of course, the final goal is to take down the Seven Extremes mountain range. All of you have contributed greatly, and this old man will not take even half of the battle credits. Kensheng smiled and said, We're under Senior Ken's lead, so the credit will naturally go to Senior. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they bowed and answered. Wait for me. Kensheng was very satisfied. He looked at the horizon and asked, How's the situation with the Huanhua sect? I'll let Senior know. Lingzhu hurriedly replied, An hour ago they sent a message. Just like us, they're only near the edge of the Seven Extremes mountain range and haven't encountered any sword cultivators. I'll send a message over as well. Tell them about this place. Kensheng instructed. Also, order the disciples to increase their speed by 10% and prepare for battle. Yes, we understand. Everyone's face turned cold. They knew that their previous ease had come to an end. As the distance increased, the battle was inevitable. When the group of Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators returned to their group, only a few Imperial Thunder sect disciples were left beside Kensheng. The entire group of cultivators indeed increased their speed. Kensheng squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with confidence as his gaze fell on the mountain range that looked like a screen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A continuous sword cry that could even shake the earth and mountains was emitted from the Seven Extremes mountain range. Immediately after, a hurricane swept out and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered and poured into the Seven Extremes ridge. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the Seven Extremes ridge, the hurricane became even bigger. Immediately, countless moo sounds were heard in the air and shook the surroundings. A hurricane blew across the vast sky, and the robes of the 20,000 Dao sect cultivators were blown up. The accumulated snow on the snow region plateau was also swept up into the air. In the blink of an eye, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the towering mountain range in the distance. Similarly, 20,000 swordsmen flew into the air from the Seven Extremes ridge in an orderly formation. The black mass of swordsmen blocked the setting sun and covered half of the sky. In addition to the intense flickering of the sword light, that oppressive aura was able to cause the sweat of the cultivators to stand even though they were dozens of miles away. They're just a group of people who want to show off. Kensheng was shocked, but he still sneered disdainfully. Call Yufeng turn. Kensheng instructed. Slow down and arrange the formation. I want to see if the treasures of my Imperial Thunder sect or the flying swords of the sword cultivators are more powerful. Yes. The disciple beside him hurriedly sent out a message talisman upon receiving the order. Dui Yufeng and the others were originally hesitant, but at this moment, they received the order and returned. Charge, Kensheng waved his hand slightly and urged his transcendence energy to shout. When Kensheng's order fell into the ears of the 20,000 cultivators, it was like thunder. Everyone urged their transcendence energy at the same time. The magic tools and treasures in their hands were all taken out. Similarly, there were 10,000 flashes of lightning. Streams of heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered and similarly formed a hurricane, especially the rolling thunder and flickering lightning. The momentum was so great that it was not inferior to the sword cultivators' sword formation. The group of cultivators and swordsmen were all on alert. Each of them urged their bodies. Seeing that the two sides were getting closer and closer, they could clearly see the two sides. When they heard the sword cultivators' orders, the 100 or so swordsmen who were riding on their flying swords at the very front urged their sword energy. The 100 or so sword flashes rushed out of the crowd and formed a huge flying sword in the sky. The sword flashes swayed as they rushed towards the cultivators. The cultivators' treasures could not be compared to the swordsmen's flying swords. They could not reach far. When they saw the flying swords attacking, the 100 or so cultivators also exerted their power at the same time. They shouted in unison, and the magic tools in the sky flashed as they rushed out. Boom, a huge sound rang out. The flying swords collided with the group of magic tools. A series of explosions rang out, and the air waves rushed into the sky. The accumulated snow on the nearby snow region was blown away. At this time, the vegetation and gravel were also blown into the air. Not only that, the entire ground shook slightly from the impact of the air waves. Hiss, sword cultivators indeed have some skills. The 100 or so flying swords rushed into the magic tools and collided with each other. Most of the flying swords were blocked by the magic tools. However, there were still about 10% of the flying swords that broke through the magic tool's defense and approached the cultivators. Qinsheng could not help but sigh in his heart. However, the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were not mediocre. Immediately, another 100 or so disciples immediately activated their magic tools. One by one, the magic tools flashing with lightning and fire rushed out. Not only did they force the flying swords back, but they also counterattacked the swordsmen. This back-and-forth test was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Ripples were born from the place where the stone fell and quickly spread to the entire lake. The waves of battle also dragged all the cultivators and swordsmen into it. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. There was the sound of thunder and the flash of swords. When the first scream came from the mouth of a cultivator or a swordsman, it was immediately followed by an endless stream of screams. Every scream was the harvest of a life. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, hundreds of cultivators and swordsmen had already fallen from the two armies. At this time, the cruelty of the battle was different from that of Quan Jinshan. That was because Quan Jinshan and Tu Hong had a premeditated plan to lure the swordsman into a trap. Other than a simple defense to not arouse the swordsman's suspicion, he did not send most of the Sky Patrol City's disciples into the battle at all. Today, all the swordsmen were mobilized. All the cultivators did not hold back. They used their flying swords to fight against the magic tools without the slightest mercy. In Li Chun's hand was a thin sword that was like spring water. The jade-green sword light seemed to be able to subdue almost everything. His figure broke free from a flickering lightning net. With a slight wave of his hand, the jade-green light flashed out and pierced into the eyes of a tall, dark, and thin cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect several dozen feet away. There was a flash of brilliance in front of the cultivator's eyes. The defensive yellow talisman was immediately corroded by the spring water, creating a flaw smaller than a needle's eye. However, it was this flaw that allowed the sword light to penetrate and rush into the cultivator's right eye at lightning speed. Ah! With a scream, the cultivator naturally used his right hand to cover his right eye. However, he only had time to cover his right eye before the green light pierced through the back of his head. The cultivator did not shout another word, and his figure fell into the dust. Humph! Li Chun snorted coldly. His figure suddenly sank, and his two hands stretched out. Above the cultivator that he had just killed, there were two other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. They had just joined forces to kill a swordsman. Just as they were about to take the swordsman's storage pouch, his two sword lights pierced towards them from below. Attack! These two disciples were also Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators. When Li Chun's flying sword approached, the two of them had already sensed it. They turned around almost at the same time. One was a palm-sized butterfly, and the other was a lightning dart that was like a spear. Both of them flashed with lightning and struck Li Chun's flying sword. Sizzle! There was a burst of thunder. Li Chun's flying sword was surrounded by lightning. Moreover, the lightning spread along the direction of the flying sword and rushed towards Li Chun. The two of them sneered and simultaneously urged their magic tools to attack Li Chun. Go! Li Chun's figure abruptly made a turn, and a thin stream of water emerged from beneath his feet, carrying his figure as it rapidly rushed underground. Where do you think you're going? The two Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples shouted. At the same time, they urged their flying techniques to chase after him. However, when the two of them rushed out for about 4 zhong, the disciple who used the lightning dart suddenly became alert. The lightning dart in his hand suddenly flew to the side and directly pierced towards a swordsman who was fighting with a Mozong Mountain disciple about 2 zhong to the left. Pooh! The swordsman was simply caught off guard. The sword light around his body flashed rapidly and was unable to block the lightning dart. The lightning dart pierced through his body. Looking at the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, he used force in his hand and threw the swordsman's corpse to the ground. Then he suddenly rushed into the air. Almost at the same time, the other disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who was chasing after Li Chun suddenly paused. The defensive brilliance at his waist flashed rapidly, and then his entire body was cut in half. This disciple didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. Looking at the sky, an extremely dim sword light flashed. It was like a thin thread of sword light had shrunk into the hand of a Void Heaven Sword School's disciple. It was the other disciple, Spring Equinox. However, at this moment, a tremendous force erupted from Spring Breeze's body. Spring Equinox had just retracted his sword radiance and had yet to stabilize his body. The force of the impact sent Spring Equinox flying. Spring Equinox wasn't the only one affected. Even the swordsmen and cultivators within 100 feet radius were sent flying in all directions by the force of the impact. Spring Equinox scanned with his divine sense and knew that a cultivator had detonated a magic treasure to take down the opponent with him. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator was extremely agile and had already dodged. Only his flying sword was slightly damaged, but Spring Equinox and the others were affected. Spring Equinox calmed down a little and was about to use his divine sense to scan elsewhere when he suddenly felt a chill from his back. He was so shocked that he didn't have time to use his divine sense. The sword light around him shone brightly, and he was about to rush up. His right hand shook behind him, and the flying sword that was as thin as a thread also rushed out. However, he was still too late. Seeing that he had just flown 3 feet away, before his speed reached its limit, a fist-sized blue lightning ball streaked across the sky and sank into his back like a meteor. Although the sword light of Spring Equinox's protection was surging with all its might, extending and contracting like the quills of a hedgehog, the lightning ball still easily penetrated it. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning exploded inside Spring Equinox's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. How could Spring Equinox still have a chance to live? Several 100 feet away, an Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple holding a ring-shaped magic treasure was dumbfounded as he watched all of this. He was controlling the magic treasure to send out a ball of lightning to attack a nearby swordsman. Who would have thought that after the swordsman barely dodged, the swordsman would quickly attack him? He was in a panic and didn't have time to control the ball of lightning with his divine sense. As a result, Spring Equinox was killed. Chapter 2504. However, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's good luck had come to an end. Just as he was dumbstruck looking at his battle achievement, his opponent waved her hand, and a black earth pillar smashed horizontally towards his chest. This disciple came to his senses and hurriedly activated his magic treasure. A small lightning ball was born and rushed to the front of the earth pillar. With a loud boom, the earth pillar was blasted into pieces. But just as the smoke and dust were flying and the earth was scattering, an incomparably black sword light as thin as a hair rushed from the earth pillar to the front of this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple's magic power was obviously exhausted. His divine sense was careless and was penetrated by the sword light. The brilliance protecting his body flickered slightly and was annihilated. Following the sword light entering his chest, that disciple only let out a light groan and died. Strings of blood splattered and one life after another was reaped by the sickle. Seeing such a situation, Ruasi looked at Guyu beside her and asked in a deep voice, "Guyu, Spring Equinox has already fallen. Many swordsmen have also fallen. You still don't plan to take action?" Guyu's expression did not change as she shook her head slightly. This junior will not take action. In this junior's eyes, these lives are all innocent. They should not have fallen here. They should have roared in the 9 heavens and galloped freely between this heaven and earth. But for this so-called Tao Cultivator Great War, their originally free lives have no choice but to be tied up here. Sai, perhaps you are right. Ruasi looked at her disciples falling one by one and felt helpless in her heart. She could only sigh and said, "It's a pity that this sword cannot transcend like you. Since this sword is stationed in 7 Extremes mountain range, then I must ensure that I complete the orders of the Sword Region Master." Saying that, Ruasi raised her head and took a deep breath. Sword light shot out from her body, and her originally dark skin seemed to be plated with a layer of silver light at this moment. Guyu knew that Ruasi was about to take action, and hurriedly flew back several feet. She stood quietly and watched coldly. It was as if this war had nothing to do with her. Buzz buzz. The sword light on Ruasi's body blossomed and continued to elongate. As the sword light flashed, the sound of the sword humming also reverberated. When the sword light was only 20 feet long, Ruasi's entire body charged into the air. She drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air and charged towards Kanshung, who was several li away. The sword light was like lightning, streaking across the sky. Not only did the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rapidly gather, it even pierced through the air. A rumbling sound came from the sword light along with Ruasi's flight. As Ruasi's figure approached, a cloud-like sword light appeared from Ruasi's body. Ruasi's sword intent was actually a pure and flawless white cloud. Kanshung had long been paying attention to Ruasi's actions. When he saw that her actions had caused such a huge commotion, he muttered in his heart. However, what else could he do now? Kanshung opened his hand, and a 3-foot-long purple golden hammer flew out from his body. The head of the purple golden hammer was 1 foot long, and the runes on it were very deep. Electric light flowed between the runes, and the flickering purple light couldn't help but rush out of the purple golden hammer. It rushed into the air and issued a crackling sound. The 2-feet-long hammer handle slightly rotated, and the world's spiritual energy was sucked in like a whale. Rise! Kanshung's white hair suddenly scattered in all directions as a powerful aura surged out. He lifted the purple golden hammer in his right hand and similarly flew up, charging towards Ruasi with a speed that was not inferior to hers. Following Kanshung's flight, a hammer shadow with lightning lingering around it slowly formed in front of the purple golden hammer. When the two collided, it was already 1 foot long. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was definitely an earth-shattering movement. The purple golden hammer finally collided with the white cloud sword. The first round of collision between the two golden core realm swordsmen and cultivators created a huge sound wave in the air. Amidst the sound wave, the 1-foot-long white cloud was struck by 70%. The purple golden hammer shadow of the same size was also shaved off by more than 80%. Looking at Kanshung and Ruasi, the two's figures were even faster than when they flew over. They retreated like bullets, and were only able to stabilize themselves after being knocked back 1,000 feet. The dozens of cultivators and swordsmen below them were also affected and lost their balance, falling into the air. Those who were lucky barely managed to stabilize themselves. Those who were unlucky had long been killed by the nearby enemies. Not only that, the white cloud was like a strand of black hair. Every strand of cloud was a ray of sword light. After rushing into the purple golden hammer, it immediately revealed a ferocious appearance and danced rapidly like a jellyfish with countless tentacles. The purple golden hammer wasn't any weaker than the white cloud sword. The purple golden hammer was originally a shadow made of lightning, but now it suddenly exploded. The lightning pierced into the white clouds like flying swords. Wherever the lightning went, the sword lights disappeared like they were melting water. Ruasi's eyes narrowed, and she took in a breath of cold air. The sword essence around her body circulated rapidly, and the white cloud sword turned into a white ribbon, spiraling towards Kanshung. After the first round of probing, Kanshung had some confidence in his heart. Ruasi's attack was definitely not for show. He was indeed slightly inferior. However, Ruasi was using the white cloud sword. The sword light was like silk and was extremely good for defense. But in a real fight, it did not seem to be compatible with a swordsman's one-hit kill. In this aspect, Kanshung's purple golden hammer had a slight advantage. In addition, the lightning of the purple gold hammer seemed to be the nemesis of the white cloud sword. Just one bolt of lightning was enough to annihilate several sword beams. In terms of magical treasures, Kanshung had the upper hand again. As the battle continued, Kanshung had the confidence to win. Seeing the white cloud sword coming towards him, Kanshung's face showed disdain. He thought to himself, female swordsmen are no different from female cultivators. They both do superficial things. Although this ribbon is beautiful, what's the use? As he thought, he waved his purple golden hammer. Attack! Lightning flashed on the purple golden hammer. It split into several parts and hit the white cloud sword. In an instant, the ribbon was broken into several pieces. However, at the same time that the white cloud sword was broken into several pieces, Ruasi's sword art moved again. With a buzzing sound, the several pieces of the ribbon suddenly exploded, forming hundreds of flying swords that pierced towards Kanshung. The sound of the flying swords piercing through the air was extremely sharp. Even a golden core cultivator as strong as Kanshung's expression changed. At this moment, He finally understood the power of the White Cloud sword. Separate, Qin did not dare to be negligent. With a wave of his purple golden hammer, he activated his transcendence energy. The purple golden hammer shone brightly, and a huge shadow of the purple golden hammer emerged, enveloping Qin within. The hundreds of sword lights pierced into the shadow, but were all blocked by the lightning within the shadow. Ha ha ha, Qin laughed. Sword cultivators, our only SOO. Seeing this, Ruoxi's eyes unconsciously narrowed. She seemed to have made a decision. After all, the thunder-controlling sect's lightning elemental spells had always been the most feared by sword cultivators. Qin's purple golden hammer was even more powerful. Her white cloud sword was indeed no match for it. However, things still went beyond Qin's expectations. Although the hundreds of sword lights were blocked by the purple golden hammer's defense, they did not dissipate like before. Instead, after colliding with the lightning, they were reflected back. Following Ruoxi's sword art, the sword lights repeatedly collided and pierced out. It was like a ball of sword light enveloping Qin's body. At the same time, this sword light also consumed the lightning. In a few breaths, the lightning shadow of the purple golden hammer began to dim. Could it be? This woman wants to compete with me in transcendence energy? Qin was slightly surprised. He understood very well why sword cultivators had an advantage in a fight with cultivators. It was because their attack power was strong. And cultivators could fight sword cultivators because their transcendence energy was generally stronger than sword cultivators. Ruoxi was competing with Qin in transcendence energy. He was afraid that she was using her weakness against his strength. It was absolutely impossible for Ruoxi to do such a thing. However, in the next moment, the sword lights became more and more dazzling. It lingered in the surrounding space for hundreds of feet. Not only was it impossible to look at, but the whistling spiritual energy of heaven and earth could cut anything in the space into pieces. This made Qin even more surprised. However, Qin also withdrew his original intention. He mobilized his gold core, and his transcendence energy methodically poured into the purple golden hammer. While stabilizing the defense, he would casually strike from time to time. And this seemingly casual strike would always create a gap of a few feet in the white cloud swords within hundreds of feet. The originally smooth sword lights were sluggish again. Just when Qin and Ruoxi's battle seemed to have entered a stalemate, a cold divine sense swept over from the Seven Extremes ridge. That divine sense seemed to have no emotions, and it was as bone-chilling as a snow region. When it swept over Qin, it actually made Qin tremble slightly. At the same time, his transcendence energy was also slightly stagnant. Third-grade illusory sword? Qin was shocked. He immediately understood Ruoxi's intention. She only needed to defend the formation and delay him. Once the third-grade illusory swordsman arrived, how could he still have a way to survive? However, things were out of Qin's expectations. That cold divine sense only swept over him and hovered slightly. Then it swept over the entire battlefield and left in disdain. Qin was stunned, but his heart was also beating fast. With such a fierce person overseeing the Seven Extremes ridge, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Left and right is to find out the actual situation. Qin's mind changed again. There is no need to pester her. Wait until this female swordsman is seriously injured. Please don't take her life. Just when Qin was tender like water, but the knot in his heart could not be dispelled. Suddenly, another powerful divine sense swept over from behind him. Gold Core late-stage teacher? Qin sensed that divine sense, and it came from behind him. That familiar divine sense really made him want to cry tears of joy. However, what made Qin not know whether to laugh or cry was that this divine sense also swept over a group of people, and even the entire battlefield. It swept over the other side of the Seven Extremes ridge. It was as disdainful as the swordsman. Although this divine sense was disdainful, No, all the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples on the battlefield, Missouri Songshan's and Tongyi Sect's disciples were greatly shocked. They knew that it was not only them who were fighting here, but also their Gold Core teacher. Chapter 2505. A late-stage Golden Elixir Realm Cultivator, in a situation where the two armies were evenly matched, definitely had the power to turn the tide of the battle. Qin was relieved, but Ruoxi's expression changed greatly. Seeing that Qin was a little distracted and the smile on his face, Ruoxi's eyes narrowed and the sword light around her body once again flourished. That dazzling sword light forced Qin to involuntarily close his eyes. When Qin's divine sense swept out, he turned pale with fright. How is this possible? You're only a first-grade illusory sword realm cultivator. How can you transform into a sword? Indeed, Ruoxi's figure had already vanished. A cluster of dense white clouds congealed into a flying sword appeared where Ruoxi was previously standing. The sword splendor that was previously surging around Qin's body was now emitting a shrill cry. All the sword's splendor frantically converged. The flying swords of several nearby swordsmen were also uncontrollably sucked over. Not good. When Qin saw that Ruoxi actually had the secret of transforming into a sword, he was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, his figure abruptly rose. Taking advantage of the fact that Ruoxi's sword light had converged, he waved the purple golden hammer. Balls of lightning were activated as if they were not spiritual stones and smashed towards Ruoxi. He took advantage of the situation and wanted to escape towards the Seven Extremes Ridge. However, he was still a little late. The flying sword condensed from white clouds rapidly swelled and then rapidly shrank. When it had condensed to the size of an ordinary flying sword, it suddenly expanded. A white rainbow, like the sun, rushed towards the balls of lightning that Qin had conjured. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises enveloped the battlefield of tens of thousands of people. That white rainbow passed through all the balls of lightning at an incredible speed in the blink of an eye and directly pierced towards Qin's back. Fight, Qin's heart shrank. He immediately knew that the time to decide the outcome of the battle had arrived. His golden elixir rapidly rotated, and all the vital energy rushed towards his meridians. His transcendence energy then poured into the purple golden hammer. Dang! Like the sound of a golden drum, the white rainbow struck the purple golden hammer, creating a 3-inch deep crack. Moreover, the white rainbow's momentum didn't decrease, but its direction was changed by the purple golden hammer. With a peub sound, the golden light around Qin's body suddenly brightened, and then it was extinguished. That white rainbow actually went under his armpit and passed through. See, Qin's natal magic treasure was damaged. His primordial spirit violently fluctuating. The white rainbow even broke through his golden elixir's defense and severely injured his body. As blood spurted out, his body staggered as his body's injured. Let's go! Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. He watched as the white streak of light passed through his body and several other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples before slowly coming to a stop. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Enduring the pain, he activated his flying technique and fled to the other side of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect, Emosang Mountain, and Tongyi Sect's disciples had already died. When they saw this, they also retreated while fighting, moving towards the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge. Moreover, that incomparably sharp white rainbow slowly stopped in midair. The sword's light gradually converged, revealing Ruoxi's red face. Ruoxi had forcefully activated her secret technique to transform into a sword, causing great damage to her body. Unfortunately, Qin's purple gold hammer was too powerful, and that lightning net was too arrogant. Ruoxi's attack, which she was originally very confident in, did not succeed and could only heavily injure Qin. Looking at Qin stumbling and flying into the distance, Ruoxi waved her hand and sneered, "Chase." Yes, the swordsmen who were originally chasing the cultivator also had high morale. Many 6th-grade sword leaders responded loudly and commanded the 10,000 swordsmen to chase after the cultivator. On the other side of the Seven Extremes Ridge, the battle situation was different. The Washing Flower Sect's leader was a graceful female cultivator who had a technique to retain her beauty. Her name was Bright Moon. This Bright Moon Maiden's cultivation was at the peak of the early gold core stage. The magic treasure in her hand was also called Bright Moon. This bright moon emitted a pure white brilliance under the influence of the Bright Moon Lady's magic power. It lit up the sky within 1,000 feet. The brilliance was extremely cold, and it was compatible with the cold wind of the snowy highlands. Its power was multiplied. The white flying sword was a white lotus, similarly emitting a pure white sword's light. The battle between Bright Moon Maiden and Bright Moon Maiden was much more interesting than the battle between Qin and Ruoxi. However, the outcome of the battle was different. Just before the seven extremes ridge's cold divine sense swept over, Bright Moon Maiden's white lotus sword transformed into a white lotus. The lotus petals spiraled towards Bright Moon Maiden. The sword's light on the lotus petals was like lightning. Not only did it emit a dazzling brilliance, it even pierced the air with a zzzb sound. Moreover, each lotus petal seemed to be faintly connected. As they flew, they moved with each other. Not only was the flight path more difficult to distinguish, even the flying speed gradually increased, far surpassing that of ordinary flying swords. The two had already fought for a long time. Bright Moon Maiden saw the power of the white lotus sword and knew that Yunbai had already used her full strength. Thus, she took a deep breath and bit the tip of her tongue. With a piu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto Bright Moon Maiden. Woo, with a sound like a lone wolf howling on a snowy night, Bright Moon Maiden suddenly turned into an oval shape and rapidly expanded above her head. Go, Bright Night Maiden immediately formed hand seals. The gold core in her body spun faster. True essence poured into her meridians. The magic power was like a tide rushing into Bright Moon Maiden. As the magic power poured into Bright Moon Maiden, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also crazily poured in. Go! When Bright Moon Maiden formed hand seals, she pointed her finger and Bright Moon Maiden flew out from her head. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, it shot towards the white lotus sword. Bright Moon Maiden flashed around Bright Moon Maiden. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed an extremely cold brilliance around Bright Moon Maiden. Kachacha as Bright Moon flew, the ice shards in the air shattered and fell. In the blink of an eye, Bright Moon Maiden was already close to white lotus petals. Although it was still a foot away, the lotus petals suddenly condensed. As the lotus petals condensed, there was a wong sound of metal and stone. This sound was the sorrowful cry of the condensed sword light. It was trying its best to break free from the extreme coldness of the sword domain. But immediately after, with a series of kacha-kacha sounds, Bright Moon Maiden cut all the lotus petals apart. All the sword light was also split in half. Pung, with a loud sound, the magic weapon Full Moon finally hit the bottom of the lotus petal. On the body of the white lotus sword, the heart of the white lotus sword also suddenly produced a lotus-like sword light, heavily colliding with the full moon. The brilliance of the full moon was completely restrained, and the shock wave sent the magic weapon flying. Bright Moon Maiden's face was also flushed red. Clearly, her primordial spirit was somewhat damaged. Looking at White Lotus Sword, it was even worse. The magic treasure, Bright Moon, had not only destroyed Bai Lian's sword form, revealing the flying sword, but it had also sent the flying sword flying diagonally. Several deep cracks had appeared on the pure white sword's body. Pooh! White Lotus Sword was damaged and Yunbai was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. Sword cultivators are only so. Bright Moon Maiden's eyebrows were raised, and she coldly spat out these words. Her handsome face was even more disdainful, and the redness on her face was even more beautiful in contrast to her pure white face. Yunbai originally wanted to leave a few sword scars on Bright Moon Maiden's face, but now she was even more embarrassed and angry. She gritted her teeth. Although she was seriously injured, she still forcibly controlled White Lotus Sword. The White Lotus Sword streaked across the air several tens of feet away, and very abruptly pierced towards the beautiful female cultivator in the distance in a fiery red robe. Wasn't that female cultivator Fairy Hongxia? Fairy Hongxia was originally fighting with a 4th-grade swordsman with a magic treasure in hand. That magic treasure had already wrapped around the swordsman's arm. Just as she was about to kill him, Yunbai's White Lotus Sword suddenly rushed over, frightening Fairy Hongxia so much that she hurriedly retreated. She couldn't even protect her magic treasure. With a sieve sound, the White Lotus Sword slashed across Fairy Hongxia's arm. It easily pierced through a flaw in her defense, and a deep bloody scar was left on Fairy Hongxia's arm. Blood immediately gushed out, dyeing Fairy Hongxia's pure white skin red, and even her fiery red Taoist robe was dyed red. Not only that, the White Lotus Sword did not stop after injuring Fairy Hongxia. It rushed to the front of the swordsman whose arm was bound by the magic treasure, and suddenly spun, cutting Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure into several pieces. Fairy Hongxia's figure stopped in midair. She reached out her hand and swallowed a pill. Then her almond-shaped eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She slapped her forehead, and with a phoenix cry, more than 10 feet in size flew out of her body. Oh! Seeing Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body appear, Yunbai was slightly taken aback. But soon after, she pointed her finger, and the white lotus sword turned into a stream of light and rushed into the air. Its target was Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body. The ice phoenix let out another long cry, and the sound shook the surroundings. At the same time, it flapped its two wings, and its entire body retreated slightly. The huge phoenix head retracted with all its might, and then suddenly stretched out again. A deep blue brilliance was spat out from the ice phoenix's mouth, and like water from the nine heavens, it blocked the white lotus sword. The white lotus sword was hit by the deep blue brilliance, and the sword light immediately shrunk. It tried its best to fly forward, but as if it was stuck in a quagmire, it could not move forward at all. Xiantian primordial water? Yunbai was shocked at first. Clearly, she was very surprised that a female cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would have Xiantian primordial water. But later, when the Xiantian primordial water seemed to be endless, her face was not only shocked, but shocked and frightened. Because not only did the Xiantian primordial water trap her white lotus sword, it also quickly sealed her surroundings, as if it wanted to trap her. Oh no, I shouldn't have vented my anger on this female cultivator. Yunbai was filled with regret. She knew clearly that if she had not offended Fairy Hong Xia, how could she have made her use her ice phoenix celestial body to challenge her, an illusory swordsman? And now, not to mention that she was heavily injured, even the white lotus sword was trapped by the Xiantian primordial water. Yunbai might not be able to fight against Fairy Hong Xia. Escape! Yunbai immediately had this thought. Then, she tried her best to activate her sword energy. The white lotus sword shone brightly and rushed into the Xiantian primordial water, wanting to fly back to Yunbai's hand. Chapter 2506. At this moment, the cold spiritual will swept past where Kansheng was. It swept past Fairy Hong Xia and the others and immediately locked onto Fairy Hong Xia. Oh no! Fairy Hong Xia sensed the strong spiritual will and was shocked. Her ice phoenix celestial body flapped its wings and flew up in an attempt to escape. Immediately after, the second spiritual will, which was equally strong, swept past where Kansheng was. Similarly, when the spiritual will swept past Fairy Hong Xia and her arm, which had just stopped bleeding, it immediately stopped. A kind of extreme anger was born from the divine sense. Darling Shao? Sensing the familiar spiritual will and the anger in it, Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Why did he come back to Seven Extremes Ridge? However, Xiao Hua's spiritual will had already been concealed. If not for Fairy Hong Xia's close observation, she would not have been able to detect it so easily. Just as Fairy Hong Xia was deep in thought, a blue figure rapidly flew over from the direction of the Seven Extremes mountain range. Before the figure could get close, a powerful aura gradually spread throughout the entire battlefield. It was like the gentle breeze before the arrival of a tsunami. Fairy Hong Xia was shocked when she saw Yunbai suddenly attacking Fairy Hong Xia. However, her primordial spirit was also damaged and she could not save her in time. She had just activated her magic treasure Bright Moon and saw Fairy Hong Xia escape danger. Although she suffered a flesh wound, it was still better than dying. She heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Fairy Hong Xia released her ice phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Ordinary cultivators only needed to release their celestial body, and their other powers would be restricted. They could not even use other spells. Fairy Hong Xia releasing her celestial body against the illusory swordsman was indeed unwise. Of course, each person's Dharma body was different, and their supernatural powers were different as well. Some could increase their powers, while others had special supernatural powers. However, it was rare to see someone like Fairy Hong Xia, who could control a magical treasure directly. When Fairy Hong Xia's ice phoenix celestial body spat out innate primordial water, not only trapping Yunbai's white lotus sword, but also trapping Yunbai, Fairy Hong Xia's lips curled into a smile as she thought to herself, as expected of a fairy, therefore, her magic treasure, Bright Moon, slowed down for a moment. She wanted to give Fairy Hong Xia the credit for killing the illusory swordswoman. While she was hesitating, the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense swept over, and his figure appeared. Attack! Lady Mingyu did not dare to be careless. She knew that as long as the blue-robed swordsman came to the battlefield, her side would definitely have no chance of winning. Moreover, Yunbai would definitely be able to escape from danger. Which fellow Taoist spirit sense is this? Similarly, when Lady Bright Moon shot out her magic weapon, Bright Moon, she also sensed Xiaohua's divine sense, and was slightly surprised. However, even with Xiaohua's appearance, the best opportunity to kill Yunbai would be missed. She endured the damage to her origin spirit and circulated her true origin with all her might. The magic treasure once again took the shape of an oval and flew towards Yunbai. Scoundrel, how dare you? The blue-robed swordsman's divine sense did not leave the vicinity of Fairy Hongxia. When he saw Lady Bright Moon using her magic treasure, he could not help but be enraged. His divine sense left Fairy Hongxia and scanned the magic treasure, Bright Moon. Instantly, a strange feeling came from Lady Bright Moon's divine sense. It was as though she had lost her connection with the magic treasure. How is this possible? Lady Bright Moon turned pale with fright. This magic treasure, Bright Moon, was her natal magic treasure. If the blue-robed swordsman fought with her on the spot and used his divine sense to sever the connection between her origin spirit and the magic treasure, she could understand. But at this moment, the blue-robed swordsman was still extremely far away. However, how could a strand of divine sense have such a divine sense? Even if he is a nascent soul master, it is impossible for him to have such a method, right? Lady Bright Moon's heart could not help but jump. Hongxia, hurry up and kill that guy. Lady Bright Moon tried her best to use her divine sense to fight with the blue-robed swordsman's divine sense in an attempt to regain control of the magic treasure. At the same time, she hurriedly ordered Fairy Hongxia. Yes, this disciple understands. Fairy Hongxia's face was also flushed red. It wasn't that she hadn't used her Ice Phoenix Dharma body, but she had tried to refine the tidal bead into her Ice Phoenix Dharma body after listening to Xiaohua's advice. Her Ice Phoenix physique was clearly stimulated by the evil tremor bloodline and was completely different from Xiaohua's. Furthermore, it did not have any origin spirit fused into it. It was already pretty good that she was able to control the tidal bead to release the connate primordial water in such a short period of time. If she really wanted to use the connate primordial water to kill Yunbai, it would be a little too difficult. Seeing Fairy Hongxia activate her Ice Phoenix physique and clumsily control the tidal bead to channel the connate primordial water towards Yunbai, Bright Moon sighed in her heart. She is too clever for her own good. If she had directly used her divine sense to control the magic treasure, wouldn't she have killed this ugly sword cultivator long ago? Yunbai, who was within the connate primordial water, was surrounded by sword light. She did not dare to release her divine sense too far, and was doing her best to resist the connate primordial water. Although the sword light was gradually being corroded by the connate primordial water, she was already overjoyed that she was not killed. Seeing the blue-robed swordsman's figure gradually becoming clearer, that extremely strange orange face was filled with anger. Even those reddish-yellow eyes that were different from ordinary people were about to spit fire. Fairy Hongxia was also very anxious. With a Jia sound, her Ice Phoenix physique cried out again, and its two phoenix claws moved rapidly, as if it was really forming a seal. Instantly, the connate primordial water that had completely submerged Yunbai suddenly produced a several zhang tall wave and slammed down on Yunbai's head. Rumble, rumble. The sword light protecting Yunbai was instantly reduced by more than half. Yunbai's face turned pale again. This was because Fairy Hongxia had already figured out that as long as she used the connate primordial water again, not only would the sword light around her be completely corroded by the connate primordial water, but her body would also be corroded by the connate primordial water until not even a single bone would be left. Senior Brother Ji, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Yunbai could no longer care about the dignity of an illusory swordsman, and could not help but cry out for help. Mingyu tried her best to control the moon, but was unable to do anything. Furthermore, as the blue-robed swordsman flew closer, Mingyu's magic treasure Mingyu was getting more and more out of control. Mingyu was so anxious that she almost wanted to urge Fairy Hongxia again, but she also understood that this matter could not be resolved by her urging. If she urged Fairy Hongxia again, it would be a burden to her. Rather than that, she might as well keep her mouth shut. Indeed, Fairy Hongxia waved her phoenix claws again, and a faint ripple of magic power was emitted. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy flocked together, and the connate primordial water was raised by her again. How dare you? At this moment, the blue-robed swordsman's cold snort could be heard. Mingyu's heart trembled, let alone Fairy Hongxia. Her body trembled, and the waves that she had raised retreated. Quick! Mingyu's heart shrank, and she could not help but remind, stay true to your heart, do not be disturbed by external sounds. Although that was what she said, it was still extremely difficult to do it. Fairy Hongxia gritted her teeth, closed her eyes again, and the ice phoenix celestial body waved its claws again. Humph! The blue-robed swordsman's cold snort seemed to be much closer. Mingyu was shocked, and she raised her head to look. Ah! She could not help but cry out. She saw that the blue-robed swordsman had turned into a rainbow, and that blue rainbow swept across the sky and shot towards her. This swordsman is at least a grade 3 illusory sword. Seeing that the swordsman could turn into a rainbow, Mingyu could not help but groan and said anxiously, Hongxia, quickly release that bitch, we will retreat now. Saying that, Mingyu leaped up, and without even caring about her magic treasure, she scanned the entire battlefield with her divine sense, and was about to give the order to retreat. Seeing that an illusory swordsman was about to die in her hands, Fairy Hongxia could not help but bite her lips. She knew very well that if Yunbai had not been severely injured in the fight with Mingyu, she would not have had this opportunity, and there would not be such an excellent opportunity in this battle. Thinking about her own master and what she wanted to do in this battle, this was an excellent excuse. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from behind Fairy Hongxia and the others. This thunderous sound came from afar, and it pierced through the 9 heavens, as if a god's anger had descended upon the 7 extremes ridge. Xiaolang is here. Fairy Hongxia's heart relaxed, and the ice phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and its claws moved gracefully. The Xiantian primordial water that could not be controlled previously was now as smooth as the feathers of the ice phoenix celestial body. Following Fairy Hongxia's will, a huge wave of several feet high was set off, and it smashed towards Yunbai. Bitch, this sword will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Yunbai really lived up to her name. Seeing that the blue-robed swordsman was already in front of her, but the wave had already been set off, Yunbai's face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she spat out a few vicious words. While the wave of water smashed down, and the countless tiny whirlpools within the Xiantian primordial water instantly corroded Yunbai's sword light, and the half-foot-long white sword light disappeared, revealing Yunbai's body. Tremble, within the rainbow, the blue-robed swordsman let out a furious roar. An extremely strong sealing force came from a mile away, completely suppressing the area within 100 feet of Fairy Hongxia. The ferocious Xiantian primordial water was completely frozen by this restrictive force. Even Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body could not move at all. The most dangerous thing was that the Xiantian primordial water that was smashing towards Yunbai was less than half a foot away from her head. Yunbai's eyes were filled with extreme despair. As this powerful restrictive force came through the air, Fairy Hongxia's magic treasure, Bright Moon, immediately loosened. She hurriedly controlled Bright Moon to turn around, but she knew that her magic power was not enough to break this restrictive force. She could only look at Fairy Hongxia with pity, and with a slap of her hand, a crimson message talisman appeared in her hand at this moment. A cold laugh rumbled like thunder. How majestic, how murderous, how powerful. Immediately, dark clouds rolled above Fairy Hongxia's head, and hundreds of thick heavenly lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Ka-cha-cha, the heavenly lightning bolts struck down, and hit the restrictive force that had completely restrained Fairy Hongxia and the Xiantian primordial water. Chapter 2507. Boom! With a huge tremor, the restrictive force was almost completely shattered by the heavenly thunder. Countless tiny threads of lightning flickered around Fairy Hongxia. Ah! As the restrictive force was shattered, the innate primordial water annihilated Yunbai in a flash. Yunbai only had time to scream, and her eyes were dazed, as if her divine sense had been lost in the innate primordial water. Furthermore, the flesh and blood on her body quickly dissipated, and the exposed white bones were also quickly annihilated by the blue waves. Hiss, seeing this, Mingyu could not help but gasp. She had long heard of the ferocious reputation of the innate primordial water. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its name, and was even worse. Then, Mingyu quietly put away the message talisman in her hand. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A few miles away, there was still the rumbling of thunder, but in the sky, there was a small figure stepping on the sound of thunder, calmly rushing over. This is which senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect? Mingyu's eyes lit up. She knew that this cultivator from afar was using the thunder escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. The pure thunder control technique just now could only be used by the Imperial Thunder sect's late Golden Core stage disciples, or even nascent Soul stage disciples. Looking at the blue-robed swordsman, who had flown half a mile to the battlefield and saw that his restrictive technique had been destroyed by Xiao Hua's heavenly thunder and Yun Bai had died, his figure also stopped in midair, coldly looking at the source of the sound of thunder. When Xiao Hua came closer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mingyu's eyes. She saw that Xiao Hua was only the height of an ordinary person and was a little fat. The Imperial Thunder sect's robe was bulging, and he looked very uncomfortable. Looking at his appearance, he was abnormally ordinary. If he was thrown into EG, no one would be able to recognize him. However, Mingyu did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went forward and saluted. Mingyu of the Huanhua sect greets senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Go and command the battle. Leave this guy to me." Seeing that Xiao Hua did not mention his name, Mingyu was even more disappointed. She could only whisper, "Yes, Mingyu understands." At this moment, Fairy Hongxia had already broken free from the remaining shackles. She barely managed to grab the storage pouch that had not been corroded by the Xiantian primordial water and retracted the Ice Phoenix celestial body into her body. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion emerged from within her body. "I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. "What my dear Xiao can do, I may not be able to do." However, when she turned her head to look at Xiao Hua, she was stunned again. Xiao Hua. That's right. How could the current Xiao Hua be her lover? However, when Fairy Hongxia saw Xiao Hua's unintentional glance at her, she came to a realization. This is Sister's sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. Back then, Big Sister could only barely change her appearance, but Xiao Lang could actually transform into such a person. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed his appearance, the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Thinking of this, Fairy Hongxia smiled sweetly. She reached out her hand again and took out an ordinary water-type magic treasure from her storage pouch. She raised it into the air and flew into another battle. However, Fairy Hongxia's action of killing Yun Bai was too shocking. The swordsmen and cultivators around her had all seen it. Which swordsman would still fight with her? After killing a few swordsmen who could not escape, Fairy Hongxia took a deep breath and stood upright in midair. Bright Moon's opponent, Yun Bai, had been killed by Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia couldn't use an ordinary swordsman to fight. She pointed her finger, and the transcendent artifact, Bright Moon, turned into a round disc and flew into the sky, covering her. She transmitted her voice softly. "Hongxia, come over here." "Yes, Martial Aunt Mingyu." Fairy Hongxia smiled at her martial aunt, who had always taken care of her, and obediently flew into the light of Mingyu. "With this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect, we have nothing to worry about in this battle." Mingyu whispered to Mingyu as she looked at Xiao Hua, who had come over with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of magic power around him. Although Mingyu said so, the one who was worried about Xiao Hua was Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia still looked on worriedly. She looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly in the sky a few hundred feet away. In front of him, half a mile away, the blue-robed swordsman was also looking at Xiao Hua coldly. This blue-robed swordsman was completely different from Xiao Hua. Not only was his figure much taller, even his sturdiness was not something that Xiao Hua could compare to. What was special was that the swordsman's face and head were squarish. Even his sturdy body was squarish. Furthermore, where Xiao Hua stood, the cold wind blew, causing Xiao Hua's Taoist robe to flutter. Although the golden light around Xiao Hua's body was slightly overflowing, it was still slightly weaker than the blue-robed swordsman. This was because within one zhang of the blue-robed swordsman, there was no sound of wind. Not even a corner of his blue robe was blown. It was as if it was a silent space. The two experts stood high in the sky. Even Mingyu was a few hundred feet away from them, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and swordsmen. They all stayed far away, giving them a few hundred feet of space. They were afraid that the battle between the two would affect them. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips and muttered in her heart. After all, Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. How could he face a third-grade illusory swordsman? Right at this moment, there was a small commotion in the distance. "Oh?" Mingyu frowned and used her divine sense to scan the area. She saw that the injured Qinsheng was fleeing here, and the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was fighting and retreating. She was stunned. Strange. The Imperial Thunder Sect's senior brother did not go to help the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Why did he come to the battlefield of my Rinsing Flower Sect? This question, not to mention the 100,000 people in the Seven Extremes Ridge, even if all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City were included, only the person beside Mingyu could answer it? Fairy Hongxia's heart was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Mingyu originally wanted to provide support to Qinsheng. However, she saw that although Qinsheng was seriously injured, there was no illusory swordsman chasing after him. Furthermore, the retreat of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the other two sects' disciples was orderly. It was not the kind of situation where an army would collapse like a mountain. Mingyu then sent out a few message talismans and ordered all the Huanhua sect's disciples to prepare to provide support. She then stood in midair with Fairy Hongxia and watched the fight between Xiaohua and the blue-robed swordsman. After all, as long as Xiaohua won, this battle would be more than half won. If Xiaohua lost, they could only escape. It was a pity that the two main characters of the battle were standing quietly in the air. Now, it had been the time to drink a cup of tea, and they had no intention of fighting. Yes, how could they fight? How could Xiaohua fight with the blue-robed swordsman? No one knew what the blue-robed swordsman was thinking. Anyway, Xiaohua was very embarrassed at this moment. Although he had sacrificially refined the Kunlun mirror, that thing was too Hong's. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the field. If they were not careful, they would definitely reveal it. Could the Imperial Thunder Sect escape the investigation of the Shui region's spiritual master? Even if Xiaohua did not return to Sky Patrol City, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, right? Wishful staff. That was the thing that Xiaohua would be famous for in the future. Now that he had changed his appearance, it was even more impossible to take it out. In short, after thinking for a long time, Xiaohua really wanted to cry but had no tears. Forget it, I'll just stand here. Maybe I can scare this guy away. Xiaohua had the demeanor of a loud voice. However, the blue-robed swordsman was also shy. Obviously, the restrictive power of his hand was extremely powerful, but when it came close, it stopped. His red and yellow eyes stared at Xiaohua, but he did not make a move at all. This extremely strange scene did not change in the slightest until Qinsheng staggered and flew to Mingyu's side. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core disciple standing in the air, Qinsheng's eyes stared straight. "Fellow Taoist Qin," Mingyu inquired in a low voice, "which senior brother of your sect is this?" Qinsheng's eyes stared straight at Xiaohua's side. With a voice that even he himself felt embarrassed, he replied, This Qin does not know. This Qin does not seem to know this senior brother. Isn't he the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in this great battle?" Mingyu asked curiously, looking at his Taoist robe. "It seems so." Qinsheng smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary early-stage Golden Core disciple, this Qin might not recognize him. But this senior brother, just now he seemed to have used the lightning evasion technique to control lightning. His cultivation, is at least late-stage Golden Core, right? How could this Qin not recognize this kind of nascent soul senior brother in one step? However, this senior brother's cultivation, I'm afraid it's even higher than senior brother Qian Mo. How could he come to the Seven Extremes mountain range? If he's just passing by, then why is he wearing the Taoist robe of a participating disciple? Moreover, this Qin was in a very dangerous situation just now. If not for risking my life, I almost died. How could senior brother come here? Qinsheng had a stomach full of puzzlement, but this did not delay him from quickly taking a healing pill. With Mingyu by his side, with this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who was even more powerful than Qian Mo, he would not worry about Ruoxi's damaged sword origin. When Qinsheng was taking the pill, Mingyu explained the situation just now in a low voice. Qinsheng was so shocked that the jade bottle almost fell. What? Directly controlling heavenly lightning? Damn it, this should be a nascent soul cultivator's divine ability, right? Which senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? Qinsheng's brain juice was being racked. It's that powerful? Mingyu was also slightly stunned. She did not expect the difficulty of controlling heavenly lightning to be so high. And that's right. Qinsheng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, our Imperial Thunder sect's secret technique, can only be used after reaching the nascent soul realm to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and control heavenly lightning. That's not right. Mingyu said curiously. This concubine has personally seen Imperial Thunder sect's disciples using magic treasures, such as flying swords, to guide heavenly lightning down. TCH, how can that be compared? Qinsheng curled his lips and said in a low voice, "That's because there's a lightning-attracting array inside the magic treasure." What's even more lazy is that the magic treasure contains lightning and can borrow a bit of heavenly lightning's power to use. Fellow Taoist Mingyu, didn't you see this senior brother of mine? He doesn't have any magic treasures or the like in his hands, but he's guiding lightning with his bare hands. This is a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect that is not passed on. There are only a few people in the sect who can do it. Hee. While speaking, Ruosi also flew over. Behind her in the distance was formless sword Guyu. Ruosi also looked at Xiao Hua and the blue-robed swordsman in astonishment. She then scanned the entire battlefield, but did not see any trace of Yun Bai. When she found a sword cultivator to ask, her face revealed a miserable expression. At the same time, her furious gaze also fell on Mingyu. Chapter 2508. However, it was clear that the only sword cultivators were the blue-robed swordsman and Ruosi. As for the cultivators, there were 2 from the Imperial Thunder sect and 1 from the Huanhua sect. Ruosi was definitely not a match for Mingyu and Qinsheng. Ruosi was very clear about the blue-robed swordsman's calmness. When she flew to the left and whispered a few words, the blue-robed swordsman didn't even frown, as if he didn't hear her. However, when Ruosi retreated, the blue-robed swordsman asked in a deep voice, "I'm Ji Yi of the Copperbell sect. Who are you from the Imperial Thunder sect?" "I." "Nameless." Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so calm and still wanted to ask for his name. He hesitated slightly before answering. "Nameless. Good name." Ji didn't care whether Xiao Hua concealed his name or not. He nodded. This Ji can fight with an expert from the Imperial Thunder sect. This trip to the 7 Extremes Mountains was not in vain. "Please," Xiao Hua's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand. "All right, since Brother Nameless won't fight, then, this Ji won't be polite." Ji cupped his fists, and his body emitted a faint earthen yellow brilliance. His figure gradually accelerated as he flew towards Xiao Hua. "Oh!" Xiao Hua's magic power surged as he waved his hand. When he was about to take out a demonic tool, he saw the brilliance around Ji Ye's body and couldn't help but be stunned. This brilliance seems very familiar. Why is it similar to the cloud-suppressing seal? Copperbell sect? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Ji Ye's self-introduction, and his eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. This young master knows. This Ji Yi is a tool cultivator. Ha, I understand. No wonder he didn't make the first move. It turns out, he doesn't have a magic weapon. He himself is a magic weapon. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the 2 of them confronted each other for so long. However, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't encountered many weapon cultivators in this battle, and the highest realm he had encountered was only at the drawing sword realm. However, this Ji actually had a cultivation of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, and he had refined a magic treasure into his body. Xiao Hua really lacked this kind of experience in direct combat with magic treasures. Looking at Ji Ye's body, the earthen yellow brilliance became increasingly brilliant, and a kind of valiant force involuntarily diffused throughout the entire battlefield. As for Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of this, he felt that the true essence in his body had already been obstructed, making it difficult for him to circulate it smoothly. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. The sound of thunder also came from his body. Rumble! Tiny threads of thunder surged out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly rushed out. It was as if he was stepping on rolling thunder. Imperial Thunder Shock. Imperial Lightning Shock. It was Imperial Thunder Shock. It's not Imperial Lightning Travel. Qinsheng was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Previously, he was already shocked by Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, but when he heard the loud sound of Xiao Hua's Imperial Lightning Travel technique, he cried out involuntarily, "I have finally seen Imperial Lightning Travel in my lifetime." Fellow Taoist Can, Mingyu was rather astonished to see Qinsheng lose his composure. She said in a low voice, "This, is Imperial Thunder Shock very difficult to cultivate?" It's more than difficult. Qin Sheng blurted out, but after he finished speaking, he regretted it and said in a low voice, "This is a secret of my Imperial Thunder sect. Forgive me for not being able to say it out loud." Nonsense. Master Qian Lazy had only cultivated to the edge of the second layer of the lightning eclipse. He hadn't even stepped into Imperial Thunder Shock. This Golden Core senior brother was already at the third stage of the lightning eclipse. Do you think Qin Sheng could casually reveal this? Wang, Ji had already turned into a shooting star. The earthen yellow brilliance was exceptionally dazzling. The strength of the confinement force surrounding him was fluctuating. As he flew, all of the magic tools and magic treasures within 100 zhong of him, including flying swords, were vibrating. They were all not under the control of cultivators and swordsmen's divine senses. They slightly trembled in midair and emitted frightening cries. At this moment, Mingyu also understood. As an equipment cultivator, it was normal for Ji Yi to be able to use his divine sense to isolate her connection with her magic treasure Mingyu. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure was also blurry. He was like a bolt of lightning. Even the might of wind and thunder surrounding his body was not the least bit inferior to Ji Ye's. "Senior brother Nameless, what are you doing?" Seeing Xiaohua also clenching his fists and rushing over, Qin Sheng was dumbstruck. A Golden Core cultivator was actually competing in physical strength with an equipment cultivator. Wasn't this just stupid? Both of them were using all of their strength. The distance of a few li was closed in an instant. Even Ji Yi was bewildered. He didn't know why Xiaohua still hadn't taken out his magic treasure at this time. His other hidden hand could only fall through in vain. But at this moment, Ji Yi suddenly felt a needle-like feeling in his Naiwen Palace. Oh? Ji Yi laughed involuntarily. He clearly understood that this was definitely a divine ability that Xiaohua used with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he was currently an equipment cultivator. He simply didn't fear this kind of secret technique. Indeed, Xiaohua really couldn't think of any method. He flew to the center and used the soul-piercing technique. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's Naiwen Palace was like a lump of stubborn stone? His divine sense was instead pierced. Fight! Ji Ye's scarlet-yellow eyes didn't even blink. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards the charging Xiaohua's body. Senior martial brother, Qin Sheng couldn't help but clench his fists. He clearly understood that if this fist smashed onto the body, not to mention a mid or late gold core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since Qin Sheng was so anxious, there was no need to mention Fairy Hongxia's worry. She really didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't take out his magic treasure. Could it be that he gave me his magic treasure and didn't have it himself? This kind of lover. Good, today this old man wants to see if your equipment cultivator's body is stronger, or if my Imperial Thunder Sect's body cultivator is stronger. Xiaohua's arrogant voice rose from afar. It really made everyone's eyes pop out. Xiaohua actually also clenched his fist and smashed it towards Ji Ye's fist. Rumble. It was practically a world-shaking tremor. Waves of air soared into the sky from between the two people. Within several hundred zhong, all the magic tools, magic treasures, and flying swords lost control. They were sent flying by Ji Ye's uncontrollable confinement power and the countless tiny lightning bolts that rose from Xiaohua's body. The swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting turned pale with fright. This kind of power had already surpassed a fight between Golden Core cultivators. They couldn't help but connect to their magic treasures and immediately flew up again, leaving the several hundred zhong space for the two people who made them feel inconceivable. The cultivators and swordsmen who were fighting might not have seen clearly, but the cultivators and swordsmen who were secretly watching the fight were dumbstruck. They saw the two people colliding with each other with their bare hands. That Ji Ye's face was expressionless as he stood majestically. Even his blue robe didn't move in the slightest. But what about Xiaohua? As if he was struck by a heavy blow, he was thrown into the air. However, Xiaohua, who was accompanied by this flash of lightning, flew up 5 zhong and immediately laughed wildly. A string of afterimages flashed and rushed towards Ji Yi again. No matter if it was a cultivator or a swordsman, they were all very clear that Ji Yi was a high-level equipment cultivator of the illusory sword. It was a magic treasure. How could a cultivator compare? Not only did Xiaohua receive Ji Ye's all-out attack, he even counterattacked vigorously after being repelled. This cultivator, good heavens, could he still be called a cultivator? The following battle situation was even more puzzling to the crowd. They saw Xiaohua brandish his fist towards Ji Yi, and a rare trace of astonishment flashed through Ji Ye's eyes. He also brandished his fist to block. The two people actually fought in the air with their fists and feet. Although Ji Ye's fists and feet contained a strong confining power, and Xiaohua's fists and feet flashed with lightning, and when their fists and feet hit a hard rock, the rock would certainly be turned into powder. However, each of their moves was clear, completely similar to the martial arts of the secular world. Among the several tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, there were definitely people who had seen fists and feet. When they saw that the two seniors were actually martial artists, they became even more puzzled. After all, martial arts were the work of the secular world's people. After fighting for no less than half a cup of tea's time, the two people were actually evenly matched. Xiaohua's Big Dipper God fist and ethereal steps were not inferior to Ji Ye's fists and feet in the slightest. Especially Xiaohua's physical body. Even if it was inferior to Ji Ye's, the difference was limited. Moreover, within the space of several tens of zhang around the two people, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably chaotic. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was stirred up by the two people's every move was actually greater than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when two magic treasures were fighting. Xiaohua, a golden core disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, had really overturned the limits of cultivators today. Looking at Ji Ye again, his originally almost emotionless red and yellow eyes now had a bit of fanaticism. It seemed that he hadn't been this happy for a very, very long time, and hadn't fought with such a wild style. "Eat my fist," Ji Ye shouted loudly. He clenched his fist, and a power that could shatter a huge rock with a single punch, accompanied by an extremely valiant confining power, rushed towards Xiaohua. "Ha ha ha, how could this old man be afraid of you?" Xiaohua clasped his hands together, and lightning lingered on his fists. The lightning tore apart the confining power and rushed towards Ji Ye's fist. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. The air condensed, and then a wave of air gushed out. As the wave of air rolled, fine traces that were hard to see with the naked eye actually flashed in the air. However, these fine traces were too small, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately healed. This impact was still a bit too strong, and Xiaohua couldn't be as steady as Ji Ye. His body twisted and turned, cleverly dispersing the force, and even using this force to counterattack Ji Ye. This was also what Ji Ye couldn't understand after much thought. Nameless, Ji Ye blinked his eyes and said, "This old man didn't expect that a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect like you would also be proficient in the martial arts." Likewise, Xiaohua casually replied. However, the martial arts of today's martial arts are already nothing in this old man's hands. Ji Ye continued, "It's rare for this old man to meet an opponent like you. If I don't use my best skills, then this old man has underestimated you. I'll also let you down." And Xiaohua still disagreed. However, if this old man uses his life cultivation method, even this old man won't be able to control it. Oh, Xiaohua's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing Ji Ye's words, he was actually treating him as a hypocritical opponent. "Do as you wish." Xiaohua looked up and down at Ji Ye and said, "Right now, you and I are enemies. If you don't use your divine ability, this old man will take your life." "Good. Haha, well said. Since you and I are enemies, this old man won't say anything." Ji Ye's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he laughed loudly. "To be able to fight an opponent like you, this old man will have no regrets even if I die." Chapter 2509. As he spoke, the earthen yellow light around Ji Ye's body suddenly shone brightly. A powerful suction force appeared from his body. Strong tornadoes were created, and all the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundred meters of him was drawn towards him. Xiaohua stood steadily within the tornadoes. Purple lightning coiled around his body. He looked at Ji Ye's transformation without fear. The light became brighter, piercing Xiaohua's eyes to the point of squinting. However, he could still clearly see that the light was gradually expanding. Runes appeared on Ji Ye's forehead, face, and bare arms. Those runes flowed within the light, as if there were countless tadpoles swimming within Ji Ye's skin. Bzz bzz bzz. Xiaohua was familiar with the sound of vibrations coming from Ji Ye's body. Along with the vibrations, Ji Ye's head, shoulders, and arms gradually disappeared. They gradually turned into a solid earthen yellow color. When the surging heaven and earth spiritual energy gradually calmed down, a 3-meter-long ancient bronze seal appeared in the air. Above the seal, there were many jade talismans hanging from it, and a lifelike dragon head was resting on top of the seal. The dragon's body coiled around the seal, and the runes that had been flowing on Ji Ye's skin appeared with the sound of the dragon's body. An enormous power of a magic treasure flowed out from the runes, and under the dragon's body, there was actually a wave of runes, overturning sea seal. Even though Xiaohua had never seen the overturning sea seal before, he could not help but shout at this moment. Wasn't this the overturning sea seal that he Feng Yuan spoke of? It turned out that this overturning sea seal was indeed from Changbai sect, but it did not end up in the hands of ordinary Dao cultivators. It ended up in Huan country, and even more so in the hands of a weapon cultivator. No wonder Ji Yi could suppress the innate true water. Xiaohua had a flash of understanding. It was as if someone was controlling the ocean-overturning seal. The ocean-overturning seal slowly rose up, and a sealing force that was several times stronger than before suddenly appeared. The space within 1,000 feet was filled with this sealing force, and even the air couldn't flow. Oh my, this is a true magic treasure. Xiaohua sighed inwardly, his hands swiping in the air. Amidst the dense dark clouds in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down along with Xiaohua's lightning-attracting art. It struck the ocean-overturning seal, the seal of the ocean-overturning seal. Terrifying Phoenix. Previously, Guyu had never seen Xiaohua use the lightning-attracting technique, so she was unable to distinguish it. At this time, seeing this hand seal, her complexion changed greatly. It's just that Xiaohua's previous cultivation and previous appearance were very different from the current one. Although Guyu's heart was greatly shocked, she still couldn't be sure. Actually, there was no lack of sword cultivators who had such thoughts, because the name of the terrifying phoenix was just too famous. Just like Qin Jian's reputation among cultivators. Of course, all sword cultivators knew that the phoenix dharma body, lightning attraction technique, and foundation establishment cultivation were the marks of the terrifying phoenix. At this time, Xiaohua only had the lightning attraction technique, so they could only think of Xiaohua as the terrifying phoenix's teacher. Roar! The ocean-overturning seal emitted an earthen-yellow brilliance that was almost 10 feet long. It rushed straight into the sky, blocking in front of the heavenly lightning. Even if the heavenly lightning completely scattered this brilliance, when it landed on the ocean-overturning seal, the damage was minimal. Haha, sure enough, it's delightful. Xiaohua laughed heartily. His hands rubbed together again, and streaks of lightning poured down like a waterfall. See, not to mention Mingyu and Ruoxi, even Qinsheng was also dumbstruck. Although he came from the Imperial Thunder Sect's Canlei Palace, when had he ever seen such heavenly lightning? When had he ever seen heavenly lightning falling like rain? That surging heavenly lightning, the powerful force, the flash that seemed to be able to scatter all living things, it really made people tremble with fear. The three of them had no doubt that if they were under the heavenly lightning, even if they could use magic treasures and flying swords to block it for a moment, they would still be smashed into pieces by the heavenly lightning. However, this was only their feeling. The ocean-overturning seal was different. They saw the ocean-overturning seal radiate brilliance in all directions. The dragon head that was entrenched on the seal slightly raised, and streaks of ripple-like illusory images rushed into the sky one after another, blocking the heavenly lightning 10 feet away. The most inconceivable thing was that the ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew up, and an illusory image flew out, bringing all the ripple-like illusory images with it. The real body instantly rushed in front of Xiaohua and crashed into him. Seeing that the true essence in his body was imprisoned by the ocean-overturning seal, and it was very difficult for it to flow, Xiaohua's arms shook, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 huge devil hammers. These devil hammers were obviously smaller than the 2 devil hammers he got from the Thunder Sect. But now, it was already good to have something useful. Cha-cha-cha, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body. At the same time, he did his best to resist the imprisonment power, and at the same time, the 2 hammers fiercely smashed out. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiaohua's body flipped over like a bullet. The power of the 2 hammers could not compare to the ocean-overturning seal, and Xiaohua was sent flying back. The ocean-overturning seal did not stop, and once again flew out, following Xiaohua. It was much more agile than Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal. Boom! Seeing the ocean-overturning seal coming over, Xiaohua stabilized his body, and at the same time, waved the 2 hammers again, and continuously hit the ocean-overturning seal. Alas! Rather than saying that he hit the ocean-overturning seal, it was better to say that he was sent flying by the imprisonment power of the ocean-overturning seal. Although the devil hammers were powerful, Xiaohua was not a devil realm devil after all. He could only borrow the weight of the devil tool, and could not use the devil tool. Every time he hit the ocean-overturning seal, 50 to 60% of the power was blocked by the brilliance of the ocean-overturning seal. The power that could truly damage the ocean-overturning seal was really very little. Nameless, are you looking down on this old man? Suddenly, a muffled and somewhat cold voice came from Xiaohua's ears. It was actually Ji Ye's sound transmission. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looking at the ocean-overturning seal that had stopped attacking and was slightly rotating in midair, he also sent a sound transmission. This old man has already used his full strength. How can you say that this old man is looking down on you? You are a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect. If this old man was in his human form, it would be fine if you used your fists and legs barehanded. But why is it that when this old man transformed into a tool and fought with you, you are still barehanded? If you don't look down on this old man, then what is it? Isn't this old man's devil hammers a devil tool? Xiaohua laughed. Could it be that your Imperial Thunder sect is so poor that you don't even have a single magic treasure? Jia's voice became increasingly cold. Old man, you are a bit strange. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, if this old man took out a magic treasure, would you still be alive? You don't take the opportunity to kill this old man, and actually want this old man to take out a magic treasure? This Ji would rather fight to the death with you than be tolerated by you. Ji was somewhat angry. Hearing Ji's words, Xiaohua's heart moved. He thought to himself, this tool cultivator has a rather straightforward temperament. If there wasn't a Dao cultivator battle, I should be able to make friends with him. If you still don't take out your magic treasure, this Ji will ignore you. Ji sneered. There are tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples here, but there isn't anyone who can resist this Ji, right? All right, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and sent a sound transmission. This old man does have some methods, but it isn't convenient for me to use them in front of everyone. If you want to experience them, we will leave this place. All right. Ji agreed without hesitation. The ocean-overturning seal suddenly flew high into the sky, flying into the distance. You all will continue as before. Ignore I. Xiaohua coldly said to Qin Sheng and the others. If anyone dares to chase after me, this old man will take their life. Immediately after, Xiaohua's body surged with thunder as he chased after the ocean-overturning seal. Continue as before. Qin Sheng and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Continue the fierce battle as before? Before Xiaohua and Ji arrived, tens of thousands of people had already died on the two battlefields. The ground was littered with broken limbs and blood. When the two experts appeared, although they were just confronting each other in the beginning, their intimidating aura had already affected the situation of the battle. Everyone's attacks were already somewhat sluggish. Of course, there were thousands of people who died in the process. When the two experts fought beautifully, how could the tens of thousands of people still have the mood to fight? Although they didn't clearly separate from each other, they only focused on protecting themselves and focused on the fight between the experts. At this moment, the two experts left and went to play on their own, leaving the tens of thousands of people as before, who would still have the mood to fight? Whether it was sword cultivators or Dao cultivators, their morale was completely gone. Forget it. Mingyu activated her magic treasure, Mingyu, and said to Ruosi, you and I will withdraw our disciples and wait for the outcome of the two seniors. If senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect wins, all of you will withdraw from the Seven Extremes Ridge. All right, if senior brother Ji wins, all of you will also withdraw from the Sky Patrol City. Ruosi gritted her teeth and replied. After saying that, Mingyu glanced at Qin Sheng. The three of them sent out their communication talismans at the same time. Following a sharp whistling sound, all the Dao cultivators and sword cultivators flew slowly and separated in an orderly manner. Don't touch the corpses of both sides' disciples for the time being. Wait until the outcome of the battle is determined. Qin Sheng shouted again. All right, Ruosi understood that this order was obviously beneficial to her. Without hesitation, she passed down the order. Fairy Hong Xia returned to her team. Guyu also flew to the left side of the beginning of spring. Everyone was eagerly waiting, looking at the direction where Xiaohua and Ji Yi disappeared. As for Xiaohua, while chasing Ji Yi, he released his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that both sides had stopped fighting, it was exactly as he expected. Only then did he change his direction and urged Imperial Thunder Travel to rush forward. After flying straight for more than 100 miles, it was an extremely flat land. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the rainbow in the sky was exceptionally dazzling. Buzz, the strong roar stopped in midair. The seal of Overturn the Sea stirred up the suction force again. Hurricanes swept up the snow and rushed into the air, raising the snow and dust within 100 feet of the surrounding. Can you show your true strength now? Jia's voice came. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness swept through the nearby 100 miles. There was no trace of people at all. Feeling relieved, he clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. Is it still a demonic tool? Ji was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry. Xiaohua sneered. This young master has a lot of methods. You will be satisfied. Chapter 25:10. Good. Then this old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Ji said. Huh, what does that mean? Xiaohua felt a little strange. Isn't this too discouraging? Moreover, the same words were said twice. Buzz. The seal of Turning the Sea roared again, and the power of imprisonment that filled the space with a huge force smashed towards Xiaohua. Come, come, come. Xiaohua held the staff in his hand, and his heart was set. The lightning around his body flashed out, and now it reached a few feet. He was really like a god. Boom, the staff waved, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was disturbed by the seal of Turning the Sea became even more chaotic. After the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea was scattered by the lightning, the staff effortlessly annihilated the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea again. Countless cracks appeared and disappeared in the space, setting off a wave of air that soared to the sky. This time, Xiaohua's figure was sent flying again, but he was in a much better condition. The heavenly staff technique had already eliminated this bit of weakness. As a result, the wishful steel staff and the seal of Turning the Sea clashed for hundreds of rounds. As the seal of Turning the Sea flew, and as Xiaohua flashed and moved, they really fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The seal of Turning the Sea was so hard, and the power of imprisonment and the weight of the seal of Turning the Sea were so great. It was different from the last time when Xiaohua fought with Feng Buping. Xiaohua was actually a little numb at this time. Grandma, this guy is a magic weapon after all. This young master really can't compete with him at this time. Xiaohua shook his sore thumb and secretly thought. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his hand and the staff returned to the space. This young master doesn't need to use his weakness to overcome the enemy's strength. This young master has a way. While speaking, Xiaohua took out the sword pouch. Go! As Xiaohua pinched the sword, the 7 flying swords rushed out and surrounded the seal of Turning the Sea. The power of the 7 stars array suppressed the seal of Turning the Sea. You are not nameless. You are the terrifying phoenix. Jia's voice came out, full of horror. Not bad. Xiaohua's body faintly circulated with magic power. His body gradually expanded, and his appearance returned to its original state. This young master is the terrifying phoenix. Good. That's why I've never heard of such a powerful cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Ji applauded, his voice was still cold. However, this Ji still doesn't know your name. Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice. Alright, this Ji understands. Even if I have to sacrifice my body, I will have no regrets in this battle. As Ji spoke, the light around his body became even brighter, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from his head. Seal. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly activated the 7 stars sword formation. The 7 illusory swords caught the formation and surged towards the overturning sea seal. Wung, 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 the seal of Turning the Sea slowly rotated, resisting the power of the formation with difficulty. Damn it! Although the flying swords of the illusory sword swordsmen are powerful, they are not controlled by 7 illusory sword swordsmen. But this young master is controlling them through the sword pouch, so their power is too weak. Thinking back to that day, they were able to seal this young master, but when they were trying to seal that bastardly Chengxiu, they were actually shattered by his nascent soul hand. And now, they can't even fight against the seal of Turning the Sea. Io, the hand of a nascent soul. That's right, this young master also has a refined talisman, right? Although it is not the hand of a nascent soul, If this young master uses it, it might not be inferior to a nascent soul hand. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly remembered the half-talisman he obtained when he killed Qian Yuhua in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He had never used that thing before, but now he could take it out and use it. While thinking, Xiaohua controlled the Seven Stars Great Formation. He took out the damaged talisman and temporarily placed it in his bosom. Sure enough, it was as Xiaohua thought. Although the Seven Stars Great Formation was powerful, it was beyond his ability to control it through the sword pouch. In particular, the seal of turning the sea that Ji had transformed into was extremely heavy, and its power was also extremely great. Every time it moved within the formation, it would be able to restrain the 7 flying swords and slightly disrupt the formation. This did not mean that the current Ji was much stronger than the Xiaohua of that day. It was just that Ji's seal of turning the sea was a magic treasure, and its quality was much better than the 7 flying swords. Resisting the flying swords was Ji's specialty. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He tried his best to control the sword pouch, directing the 7 flying swords to continuously perfect the 7 stars great formation, making it even smoother than before. However, all of a sudden, a cold divine sense penetrated the 7 stars great formation and covered the sword pouch. Immediately, Xiaohua felt that the connection between him and the sword pouch had a resistance, and as the divine sense increased, the resistance became even greater. It was as if a flowing river was mixed with mud and sand, and this mud and sand was gradually accumulating, like a dam. I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized, Ji transformed into a magic treasure, so he has an additional ability. He can actually affect other magic treasures through magic treasures. He doesn't even need to transform into a magic treasure to affect the connection between others and his own magic treasure. This guy didn't make a move just now because he wanted to let this young master take out my magic treasure, so that he could win by surprise. Fortunately, this young master also had a taboo at that time, and did not dare to take out any magic treasure. If you use this move now, how will it be effective? Thinking, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he waved his hand as if he was forming a seal. The clear water bottle was already in the Buddha's relic's hand. Release. The Buddha's relic moved slightly, and the innate true water rushed out, instantly turning into a vast ocean that surrounded the seal of turning the sea and the 7 stars great formation. You also have innate true water? Jiya's shocked voice came from the seal of turning the sea. In this innate true water, he did not dare to release his divine sense too far, so he quickly withdrew it. Seal of turning the sea. This young master wants to see how you can turn the sea. Saying this, Xiaohua laughed, and the Buddha's relic urged the innate true water to surge towards the seal of turning the sea. The seal of overturning the sea was indeed powerful. Wherever the brilliance went, the torrential true water would be suppressed, appearing calm and tranquil. However, in this 7 stars great array, the brilliance of the seal of overturning the sea was restricted and suppressed very severely. It could not suppress the true water for too long. However, Xiaohua's true water was really endless. Each wave was higher than the previous one. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the scattered light of the seal of overturning the sea was corroded by half. In particular, the seal of turning the sea was suppressed by the 7 stars great formation, and the distance it could fly was limited. It could not attack Xiaohua, and could only be suppressed by the innate true water, without any power to fight back. Needless to say, everyone knew that if the seal of turning the sea did not have any special methods, it would be defeated sooner or later. Sigh, it seemed to be an old sigh, and Jiya's voice was filled with endless emotion. As expected of the terrifying phoenix, do you still have a lot of methods? Your Dharma body, this old man also hopes to see it. Old man, as long as you can force this Xiao to that extent, this Xiao will definitely fulfill your wish. Xiaohua also had some respect for this tool cultivator. Hearing Xiaohua actually call him old man, Ji sighed again and said, "This old man has been in this world for nearly 1,000 years. What?" Xiaohua was shocked and said anxiously, "Old man, what did you say? You are 1,000 years old?" "Oh, yes, this old man is about 930 years old." Ji was also surprised. "What's so strange about this? Although little friend Xiao looks like a teenager, I'm afraid you are at least 600 years old, right?" Little friend Xiao, do you think this old man is too old? With your 600 years old cultivation, You can fight this old man to a draw. You can be proud. This. Xiao Hua was embarrassed. He understood in his heart that the cultivation he displayed was at the late stage of gold core. If it was the cultivation speed of an ordinary cultivator, 600 years old would be considered normal. Sigh, I can't let little friend Xiao be proud. This old man is slow-witted. On one side, Ji Yi was resisting the innate true water and the 7 stars great array. On the other hand, he was actually speaking frankly with Xiao Hua, and even called him little friend. This really made Xiao Hua somewhat puzzled. You also know, this old man's background is similar to yours. I entered the Tao through martial arts, but this old man's aptitude is not good. I couldn't practice the Tao, so I could only escape to the sword domain, and was accepted as a disciple by the bronze Bell sect. Actually, in this old man's heart, I'm afraid I'm the same as you. I don't put any tool cultivators in my eyes. I even think it's an unorthodox technique. No, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao has never thought about it. There are 3,000 Daos in the world. Who knows which one is the straight path? Tool cultivators, bird cultivators, sword cultivators, and Dao cultivators each have their own Daos. While speaking, Xiao Hua's control of the innate true water also slackened a lot, but he was still careful, afraid that Ji Yi would do something strange. Little friend Xiao has such thoughts. You're really magnanimous. In the future you'll definitely become a great person. Ji Yi praised. I don't dare. Although this old man has entered the door of tool cultivators, my progress is still slow. I've failed to fuse with magic tools. Ji Yi said again, just when this old man's heart was disheartened, I met a soul cultivator training in the sword domain. This soul cultivator's cultivation was profound, and like little friend Xiao, she was magnanimous. She didn't look down on this old man because I'm a tool cultivator. This old man is ashamed. Seeing her that day was like seeing a celestial being. In order to accompany her to a secret place, I disregarded the sect's rules. Hee old man, who hasn't been young before. Even if you make a mistake, the heavens will forgive you. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the Buddhist seal controlling the innate true water decreased by a bit. Yes, thinking about those 3 days, it was only 3 days. It made this old man think back 1,000 years. Ji Yi also said with a smile, this old man clearly remembers that her name was Ziyan. An elegant, gentle name, just like the purple jasmine flower in the sword tomb, with an earth-shattering splendor, but restrained divine splendor, not arrogant at all. Ziyan? Zi? Xiao Hua was stunned. Why are they both surnamed Zi? Could it be that Zi Yi is a soul cultivator? However, before Xiao Hua could think more, Ji Yi said again, unfortunately, it's already been 1,000 years. I don't know if she's still alive in this world. Chapter 25:11. Old Master Ji. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I don't know much about soul cultivation techniques, but if the cultivators of my Dao sect can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, their lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Besides, you've lived for nearly 1,000 years. How can he not have a reason? That's true, but how many people actually have such an opportunity? Ji Ye's voice rang out from within the seal of the ocean. The reason why I was able to live for so long was because of this seal of the ocean. My primordial spirit gradually fused with the seal of the ocean, and my body fused with it. Naturally, my lifespan was extended. If I had cultivated a Taoist art, I probably would have been reduced to a pile of bones long ago. Speaking of the sea overturning seal, it was also Ziyan's fortuitous encounter. In front of the secret plane, Ziyan encountered a Tai by sect cultivator. The two of them fought, and the Tai by sect cultivator was the one with the sea overturning seal. However, Ziyan was slightly inferior to that cultivator and had almost died in that cultivator's hands. When this old man saw this, my blood boiled, and I didn't care about anything else. I rushed forward and used my body to shield Ziyan. I only wanted to die for her. Good. Xiao Hua couldn't help but cry out, giving a thumbs up and praising. Unfortunately, this old man was wrong. Jia's voice rang out. What was this old man's cultivation at that time? How could he possibly block the sea overturning seal for Ziyan? Everything was just Ziyan's plan to lure the enemy. This old man is just imagining things. Old master, your block is not bad. You finally have an opportunity. Hearing Ji Yi mention the seal of turning the sea, how could Xiao Hua not know that there was something fishy about it? He smiled and said, that is indeed the case. Ji Yi didn't deny it. If it wasn't for this old master blocking that attack and sustaining heavy injuries, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Not only will this seal not fall into this old man's hands, this old man will also not be able to obtain a secret technique of soul cultivation. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. In fact, it's a secret technique that fuses the primordial spirit with the magical equipment. Ji didn't hide anything and said, "That day, when Ziyan taught me the seal of overturning the sea and the secret technique, she clearly said that my aptitude was too poor and my primordial spirit was too weak. I couldn't cultivate at all, not even as an artifact cultivator. If you force yourself to cultivate, in the end, your primordial spirit will definitely dissipate into the magic treasure, and your body will become the body." "Ah? Old man you are." Xiaohua suddenly understood and hurriedly stopped the activation of the Xiantian True Water. After telling Ji Yi about this, Xiaohua's killing intent also decreased a lot. Little friend Xiao is indeed a kind person. Ji Yi smiled and said, however, it's all too late. Earlier, this old man was a bit hesitant. After all, this old man has already fused with the seal of ocean overturning for 1,000 years. The seal of ocean overturning's coldness is constantly attacking this old man's primordial spirit. If this old man were to fight with you, I'm afraid that my primordial spirit would have already reached the end of dissipation. The old man has always said, even if I die, I have no regrets. That's what he means, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right, to be able to fight a magnanimous cultivator like little friend Xiao, it is indeed this old man's wish. Ji continued, this old man fused his body into an artifact to fight against the heavens, to fight against humans, right? If I can't fight, why did I make that choice 1,000 years ago? Since this old man has chosen this path, I will definitely walk it to the end without any hesitation. Yes, this little one understands. Xiaohua was filled with deep veneration towards Ji Yi. This little one will definitely fulfill the old man's wish. I'm afraid that in another hour, this old man's primordial spirit will dissipate. Before this old man died, I had some regrets. After saying so much, I only hope that someone in this world can understand some of this old man's thoughts. Even if I'm an artifact cultivator, a beast cultivator, even if I'm an unorthodox cultivator in the eyes of Yudao cultivators, behind everyone's back is a sad story. Behind everyone's back is the blood and sweat of struggle. All right, Xiaohua slightly bit his lips and replied in a low voice, this little one is actually also a loose cultivator. I also have some feelings towards this. Haha, forget it. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, and every day, I've been fighting against the erosion of this magic weapon. Now is the time to end it. Come, it's useless to say more. Let this old man see your magic power. If you can withstand this old man's final attack, this old man will give you a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal of Turn the Ocean flashed with an intense brilliance. A rumbling sound that seemed to be able to overturn mountains and seas could be heard. Then, a force that was several times stronger than before was generated, resisting the 7 stars array's confinement force. Rise! Xiaohua did not hesitate and hurriedly used the Buddhist seal, activating the innate true water. On one hand, he corroded and suppressed the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, and on the other hand, he tried his best to stabilize the 7 stars great array. Seeing that the waves were several times stronger than before, Xiaohua waved his hand, holding the wishful staff in his hand, and entered the 7 stars great array, smashing towards the seal of Turning the Sea. Xiaohua understood that the best way now was to use all his means to fight against the seal of Turning the Sea and send Ji Yi on his way. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaohua waved the wishful staff casually, and every time it touched the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, it made a roaring sound. Although the seal of Turning the Sea trembled slightly each time, it always stood tall and strong, like a cornerstone. Tisk, tisk, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. This kind of magic treasure can truly display the power of a magic treasure. It's a pity that I can't try this secret technique. Even if I get this seal of Turning the Sea, I'm afraid it won't have such power. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua became alert again. Previously, Ji Yi withdrew his divine sense because he was afraid of being corroded by the innate true water. But now, he sent it out again, through the 7 stars great array and the innate true water to cover the sword pouch. He wanted to use the sword pouch to destroy the 7 stars great array. Hee. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled into a smile as he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the toad. His soul thread swayed, and with a loud dang, the ice-cold divine sense abruptly withdrew as if it was bitten by a venomous snake. Xiaohua seized the opportunity to pursue and strike the bell twice more. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the divine sense retracted, but the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea became even more brilliant. In fact, as the sealing power of the seal of turning the sea increased, the 7 stars' great array faintly showed signs of losing control. Suddenly there was a loud rumble. The innate true water was knocked dozens of meters away by the seal of turning the sea. The entire 7 stars' great array also lost control in an instant. The seal of turning the sea gained its freedom and circled in the air for a bit before flying off into the distance. Not good. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea was about to leave and that Ji Ye's voice didn't come, Xiaohua immediately understood. Ji Ye's primordial spirit had most likely disappeared. Although he said there was still some time, it was only because of his powerful attack and the use of the soul armament that it collapsed a step earlier. And that last attack just now should be Ji Ye's final move. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua flew up and slapped his hand, taking out the giant hand talisman. Under the urging of his magic power, the magic power around Xiaohua's body was instantly sucked into the talisman. With a loud rumble, a giant hand of several meters in size appeared in the air. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 meters of the area also swarmed over and fused into the giant hand. You can stay here. Xiaohua formed a hand seal. The giant hand scooped up in the air, and a powerful force firmly covered the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea that originally flew dozens of meters away was like an eagle spreading its wings. Although it let out a buzzing sound, it still couldn't move even half a foot. Immediately, Xiaohua urged the giant hand. That giant hand slowly closed, wanting to grab the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea suddenly shrank and rushed towards the giant hand. With a loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea actually smashed into the giant hand. Not good, Xiaohua said to himself. The giant hand talisman was originally damaged. How could it withstand the full power of the seal of turning the sea? However, Xiaohua didn't panic. He urged the innate true water to quickly wrap around the giant hand. The 7 stars' great formation also rushed outside the innate true water. With another loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea indeed broke free from the giant hand's control. Following that, the giant hand turned into another talisman and floated down, while the seal of turning the sea itself rushed into the innate true water. Haha, this young master wants to see where you can run. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea that had fallen into the innate true water no longer had its previous radiance, and that the space it opened was getting smaller and smaller, Xiaohua laughed loudly. But then, a kind of sadness emerged in his heart. Ji was like a spring flower in autumn. In order to pursue the peak of cultivation, he burned his life away at the last moment of the battle. He seemed to be untimely, but it also seemed to be a matter of course. Admittedly, he got what he wanted, but Ji wasn't the first to have this kind of pursuit, and he definitely wouldn't be the last. Perhaps there would never be the last. The path of cultivation was long and endless. Who didn't seek it in loneliness? This kind of opponent was worthy of respect and was hard to meet, but at the same time, he could also be kept in his heart. Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. He waved his hands, and countless thick heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the seal of turning the sea. It was as if only this kind of sacred heavenly lightning could represent Xiaohua's respect for Ji Yi. Sure enough, following the baptism of the heavenly lightning, the seal of turning the sea's radiance became smaller and smaller. Even the fine lines and talismans on it could be seen clearly. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua stared at the seal of turning the sea and said in a low voice, "Although you are arrogant and think that this kid's cultivation is only at the late gold core stage, you are still wrong. You are only at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the illusory sword realm. With your cultivation, although you can make the seal of turning the sea display its power, and even challenge the limit of the seal of turning the sea in the end, the seal of turning the sea that you have turned into is still not this kid's match. Of course, now that you have turned into a tool, this seal of turning the sea will be this kid's magic treasure in the future. This kid will definitely make this seal of turning the sea proud and truly suppress the 4 seas." Immediately after, Xiaohua put away the true water. The Buddha's Saraira chanted incantations, wanting to transcend Ji Yi. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's soul wasn't here at all? This seems to be similar to the situation with the 12 flying swords. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. At the same time that he put away the Buddha's Saraira, he called out Goldie. He let Goldie watch at the side. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the radiance on the seal of turning the sea completely disappeared. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to fly into the great array and release his divine sense. He spat a mouthful of essence blood on the seal of turning the sea and began to refine it according to the method of refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Following Xiaohua's refining, the seal of turning the sea began to flicker. The dragon body that was coiling around the seal also began to move. Chapter 25:12. After the yellow light flickered and flickered several times, a strand of divine sense rushed into Xiaohua's mind from the seal of turning sea. Oh! Xiaohua was startled. He was about to activate God guidance, but he sensed that this was a weak remnant thought. He hurriedly wrapped it with his divine sense, and the information inside was projected into Xiaohua's mind. This is the surprise old Master Ji was talking about? After a while, Xiaohua frowned, and his expression was indescribable. Return, Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the seal of turning sea slowly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized seal and falling into his hand. Looking at this intact magic treasure, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. This seemed to be the first intact magic treasure he had obtained. Unfortunately, today's movement was too big. Tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators witnessed it. Won't this young master's heroic appearance spread throughout Sky Patrol City in the future? This seal of turning sea can't be used. Xiaohua thought smugly. Then, Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed, Loss. Old Master Ji, where's your storage pouch? Why didn't I see it? Ji turned into a tool, and all his things disappeared. Where did his storage pouch go? Could it be that he didn't bring it when he came out? Thinking about it, Xiaohua really couldn't be sure whether he saw Ji Ye's storage pouch or not. Forget it. Presumably, the old man knew that he didn't have much time left, so he left everything to his disciples and grand-disciples. Xiaohua put away the seal of turning sea, the sword pouch and 7 flying swords, and jumped into the sky, flying towards the 7 Extremes Ridge. When he arrived at the battlefield, Xiaohua still turned into Wu Ming, and the cultivators all cheered when they saw Xiaohua return. And Ruosi looked like a funeral. Kansheng was naturally the first to come up, and he bowed. Kansheng of Canlei Palace greets Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming. May I know which disciple's master is Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming? Xiaohua looked at him and waved his hand. Don't ask who I am, I'm just passing by. You wouldn't know who my disciple is even if I told you. Yes, this disciple knows. Kansheng didn't dare to say more. Many thanks to Senior Brother Nameless for saving my life. Mingyu's eyes glowed as she bowed. When did I save your life? Xiaohua blinked his eyes, not understanding. It seems that I saved my own wife, right? However, Xiaohua still waved his hand. No need. This old man is just passing by. You can continue. Dare I ask, Senior? Ruosi didn't dare to step forward. She bowed and asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Ji Yi. This old man has returned. Where do you think Ji Yi went? Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, he said, although some people have gone, they still live in this world. Just like some people who didn't go, they might not live in this world. Ruosi was confused, but she understood Ji Ye's fate. Thinking about Ji Yi and Yun Bai, she couldn't help but feel sad. Senior Martial Brother, we've already come to an agreement. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I hope that Senior Brother can make the decision. Should we let the sword cultivators of the 7 Extremes Ridge leave? Kansheng cupped his hands and asked. Let's do as you've already agreed. Xiaohua waved his hand. He knew that if he didn't agree, there would definitely be tens of thousands of lives buried here. Thinking about Ji Yi, perhaps not every sword cultivator was so warlike, murderous, and ferocious. Many thanks, Senior. Ruosi's heart sank, then she hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Forget it. You kill me, I kill you. When will it end? Xiaohua waved his hand and flew into the sky. He flicked his sleeves and said, oh right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue. Senior, suddenly, Guyu jumped out from beside Li Chun and shouted. Oh! Xiaohua was startled. From now on, Junior will withdraw from the war and won't stain anyone's blood. Guyu shouted. It can't be. If someone wants to kill you, you won't fight back? Xiao Hua naturally recognized Guyu. Seeing that she was talking to him so seriously, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course Junior can't not fight back. Guyu's face was somewhat red. All right, you can do whatever you want. Just pretend this old man didn't come here. Xiao Hua said, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. When he saw the faintly discernible laughter in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, he was startled. Damn it. Like I said, I can't hide it from my wife. I had better hurry up and leave. After being disturbed by Guyu, this girl, I really can't explain it clearly. Senior brother, where are you going? Qinsheng hurriedly shouted. Nonsense. Naturally I'm going to the place I want to go. Xiao Hua didn't answer at all. He only muttered in his stomach. Lightning flashed around his body again, and he rushed out with lightning. Seeing this senior brother of his with incomparable magical power leave with lightning majestically, Qinsheng still scratched his head. Which senior brother of Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? How come I don't have any impression of him? Fairy Hongxia was actually like Xiao Hua thought. She looked up and down at Guyu, who was standing in the sky far away, somewhat pensive. Xiao Hua came. The battle situation of 7 Extremes Ridge changed. Xiao Hua left. The victory of 7 Extremes Ridge was also set. Imperial Thunder Sect and Huanhua Sect originally came to spy on the strength of the sword cultivators in 7 Extremes Ridge. They didn't expect to take down 7 Extremes Ridge in one fell swoop. It was imaginable that they were wild with joy. However, it wasn't known whether this battle had the same purpose as the meeting in Sky Patrol City. Of course, this was not something Xiao Hua could know. This guy was now flying in the direction of Flowing Ice Valley. At the same time, he took out his severely damaged cloud-suppressing seal and thought about how to integrate the seal of turning the sea into the cloud-suppressing seal. If he didn't make use of such a powerful magic weapon, wouldn't it be too wasteful? However, if he hid this thing in the cloud-suppressing seal, although the idea was a novel one, this novel idea was too small. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Xiao Hua was somewhat annoyed. Just treat it as a wasted trip today. Sigh. And this thunder-controlling seal, can't you lower your voice a little? Why is your voice so loud? People can hear it from afar. How could Qinsheng of Imperial Thunder Palace not tell that it was thunder-controlling seal? I don't know how he would report it to Qian Mo. Damn it! That black and ugly sword cultivator didn't die in vain. If she didn't sneak attack my wife, how could this young master use thunder-controlling seal? Luckily she was corroded to death by the innate true water. If she didn't die, this young master will let her taste the feeling of being struck by lightning. In short, Xiao Hua's heart was depressed. Although he saved Fairy Hongxia, there was a possibility that he would be exposed. Thunder-controlling seal, that was a lightning escape technique that even Qian Lazy couldn't cultivate. How could a Golden Core disciple cultivate it? If Qian Lazy found out, no. Even if Qian Mo found out, he would definitely search the entire Sky Patrol City for him. In this world, there was no wall that didn't have a crack. Once someone found out, even if the secret of the space wouldn't be discovered, what about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect? It was really hard to say. Also, how did that little girl Guyu recognize this young master? Xiao Hua was puzzled again. Could it be that this young master is the only one in the thunder-controlling sect who can control the heavenly lightning? This young master's phoenix celestial body is already gone. Even if you beat me to death, this young master will not admit it. But if a cultivator wants to know the truth, do they need to beat you to death? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua almost cried. This is really a loss. Senior Ji, where is your storage pouch? Why didn't you reveal it in my spirit sense? Li Zongbao is still the most loyal. Xiao Hua unconsciously made a decision. From now on, this young master will definitely not enter Sky Patrol City. This young master wants to see which nascent soul cultivator dares to find trouble with this young master. Flowing Ice Valley and 7 Extremes Ridge were not in the same direction. Even if Xiao Hua used thunder-controlling seal, the rolling thunder resounded through the sky, but it still took him more than 10 days to reach the vicinity. In these 10 days, Xiao Hua did not do anything else. He was in a dilemma. He felt that the deeper he went into the war, the greater the possibility of him being exposed. It felt like he was in a quagmire. Flowing Ice Valley was an area of 1,000 miles, much larger than 7 Extremes Ridge. In this area, there was a surging river. The source was naturally a few extremely tall snow mountains in the Huan Kingdom. First, the snow on the snow mountains melted slightly under the sun. These few drops slowly flowed, turning into a dozen drops. Gradually, these dozen drops gathered again, turning into hundreds of drops, thousands of drops, and finally into a trickle. These trickles flowed down from different snow mountains, and under the uncanny workmanship of the heavenly way, they gathered together again, turning into a small stream. The small stream flowed out from the snow region of the Huan Kingdom, gradually reaching the border between the Huan Kingdom and the Shi Kingdom. During this period, other streams converged and finally formed a river that was dozens of feet long. This river meandered through the rugged valley. Ice fragments flowed down from the valley and the cold in the valley. Large amounts of ice flowed in the river, and thus Flowing Ice Valley became famous. The river in Flowing Ice Valley still flowed into Shi and even into Lian. As for whether it flowed into Gui He or not, Xiaohua did not know. However, when he saw the turbulent river in the valley, he could not help but sigh at the magnificence of the heavenly Tao. The snowy plateau is extremely cold. All the flowing water has turned into ice. Even if it can flow, it is still under the ice. Here, the mountain range is at least 1,000 miles. The cold wind cannot directly blow in. Because the temperature in Flowing Ice Valley is higher, the river does not need to be completely frozen. This is why it can become a river of ice. If I did not see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that this extremely cold plateau has such a wondrous scene? Seeing the turbulent river in Flowing Ice Valley, almost comparable to the cold river of Tianmen Mountain, Xiaohua could not help but sigh with emotion. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and scanned the area within 100 miles. He did not see any trace of Li Zongbao's group, so he used the Bright Thunder escape to fly towards the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. He also took out his token to constantly check the situation inside. After flying for another hour, he saw that he had reached the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. The temperature was a bit warmer, and the ice in the river had decreased. Moreover, the river path was even more steep. The river water rumbled, but there was still no trace of Li Zongbao's group. Chapter 25:13. Strange, could it be that the fight is already over? Xiaohua pinched his chin as he pondered. At this moment, a corpse suddenly emerged from the flowing ice in the rushing river. Soon after, it sank to the bottom of the river. The traces of blood left on the river surface gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Since there are corpses following the river, there must be a fight in the upper reaches of the river. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily released his Buddhist sense and flew in the direction of the river. However, he only flew for a moment before giving up. This river was winding and rugged, and it actually circled around the mountain ridge. He couldn't fly around the mountain ridge, right? Rushing high into the sky, Xiaohua hastily flew in the direction of the extreme north. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, on the distant mountain ridge, he saw a dozen or so swordsmen surrounding several middle-stage Foundation establishment Cool Breeze Valley cultivators and attacking them. The Cool Breeze Valley cultivators were already unable to hold on. They were already showing signs of defeat and could only barely hold on under the sword light. There weren't any other cultivators nearby. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they would definitely die in the hands of the sword cultivators. "Don't hurt my Dao sect cultivators," Xiaohua shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, he took out his devil hammer and rushed towards the mountain ridge. Ha! Sure enough, someone is courting death. A bald swordsman looked up and laughed loudly. Just now, I was saying that these cultivators weren't important enough. Now, another middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is sent over. As he spoke, the swordsman pointed his finger. A green wood sword flew out from the fierce battle and stabbed towards Xiaohua's direction. How dare you? At this moment, how could Xiaohua put this swordsman in his eyes? Seeing the green wood-like flying sword rushing towards him, without waiting for the sword light to change, he covered it with his Taoist robe and immediately took the green wood sword in his hand. He completely cut off the connection between the flying sword and the sword cultivator and casually threw it into the space. Ah! The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. He was somewhat unable to react. This didn't conform to the way of the sword. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator take away the flying sword of the swordsman with his bare hands? While he was still in shock, Xiaohua suddenly sped up. He used the same old method, swinging the demonic hammer in his hand and smashing it down on the sword cultivator's forehead. The sword cultivator was shocked. The demonic hammer was coming at him with a suffocating aura. The sharp sound of the wind was extremely ear-piercing. Without hesitation, he spat out his intrinsic dagger. He wanted to block the demonic hammer, but he quickly retreated. It was exactly the same as when Xiao Hua killed a sword cultivator in the past. With a dang sound, the flying sword was cleverly smashed by Xiao Hua on the sword's spine, and was shot down. As deep cracks appeared on the surface of the sword, the swordsman's primordial spirit was severely injured, and he was extremely dispirited. Following that, there was another piu sound as the demonic hammer smashed into the sword cultivator's forehead without exception. Following that, the sword cultivator's corpse fell into the river. Strangely, the corpse didn't float, but sank directly into the river. Hiss! Xiao Hua smoothly killed the swordsman like flowing ice in the river. The swordsmen who were watching the show as usual felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, Xiao Hua clapped his hand again and took out the soul-sucking bell and the toad. With a loud dang sound, among the dozen or so sword cultivators, 4 of them immediately lost consciousness. The other 10 or so swordsmen swayed slightly and frowned. They weren't affected by the soul-sucking bell. Be careful. This cultivator actually has a soul tool. One of the swordsmen, who looked old, hastily shouted. Don't worry. We've been fighting soul cultivators in Shuiyu Mountain for so many years. How could we not know? Another 6th-rank swordsman shouted. He pointed his finger, and an azure sword light rushed out and stabbed at Xiao Hua. Similarly, another 2 6th-rank swordsmen urged on their flying swords and stabbed at Xiao Hua at the same time. Oh? These swordsmen aren't affected by the soul-sucking bell? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but when he heard the swordsman's words, he instantly understood. These 5th and 6th-rank swordsmen must have fought soul cultivators before. They were similar to the swordsman Xiao Hua had met before. Either they had a secret technique, or they had a soul tool to protect them. As the war continues, the sword cultivators we meet are becoming more and more powerful. Xiao Hua was silent. He put the soul-sucking bell into his space, and with a wave of his hand, the universe and the sleeve technique came out one after another. The swift and fierce flying swords of the 3 swordsmen were immediately trapped by a strong sealing force. Before they could urge on their sword energy, Xiao Hua put their flying swords into his storage bag. Hurry up and leave. This cultivator's secret technique is powerful. The old swordsman who had warned Xiao Hua just now had been paying attention to this place. Seeing Xiao Hua easily put away the flying swords of the 3 swordsmen, he was already alarmed. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted loudly. Completely ignoring the several Cool Breeze Valley cultivators, he stepped on his flying sword and rushed over, bringing 2 of the swordsmen with him into the blue sky. The remaining 10 or so swordsmen really did follow orders. Even though one of the swordsmen's flying sword had already pierced the chest of a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator, he still put away his flying sword and flew in the direction of the old swordsman in a group of 3. The 3 of them didn't fly very fast, and each group maintained a certain distance from each other. In fact, the last group even waited for the swordsman whose flying sword Xiao Hua put away in midair. Tisk. If Xiao Hua had chased after them, he would naturally have been able to easily kill them all. However, looking at these swordsmen who were merely 6th-stage swordsmen, Xiao Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inwardly nodded. Not bad, they really do have a fighting style. Cultivators like us can't compare to them. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually didn't chase after them, not only were the anxious swordsmen puzzled, even the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who flew over to express their thanks were also puzzled. After greeting and expressing their thanks, a slightly older Cool Breeze Valley disciple smiled apologetically and said, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, these sword cultivators have killed many of my Cool Breeze Valley's disciples. We hate ourselves for not having the ability to kill enemies. Senior Martial Brother Liu. Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand and said, It's not that little brother doesn't want to kill them. You also saw that little brother only relied on a secret technique. But this thing consumes a lot of transcendence energy, and it's only pleasing to the eye but useless. If they see a flaw, little brother's life won't be guaranteed. In addition, little brother still has to look for senior martial brother Li Zongbao, so I can't waste any more time. Right, where is the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley? Which fellow Taoist is willing to take little brother there? Well, hearing that Xiao Hua wanted someone to take him to the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, these disciples shrunk their necks one by one and no longer made a sound. It seems that these Cool Breeze Valley disciples escaped from the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, right? Xiaohua muttered to himself. Thinking about how the sword cultivators retreated in an orderly manner just now, he was slightly anxious in his heart. The difference was really too big. If it weren't for his powerful transcendence energy, he definitely wouldn't dare to go there. Fellow Taoists, you only need to tell little brother the direction and location. Xiaohua hastily changed his words again. There's a problem with the communication token between little brother and senior martial brother Li Zongbao. All right, junior martial brother Xiao knows. The old disciple hastily smiled apologetically again. It's not that we can't go. Don't say any more. Xiaohua hastily waved his hand. Little brother understands in his heart that there's a choice between life and death. This is my nature. Senior martial brother knows. Just tell me the location. You can either wait again or go straight to the Sky Patrol City. Little brother hasn't seen anyone today. Yes, I understand. The disciple's face was obviously relieved. He hastily told Xiaohua the location, and Xiaohua didn't say anything else. His figure floated up and flew towards the location that the disciple said. As for where these Cool Breeze Valley disciples would go, it wasn't Xiaohua's concern. He kept flying north for more than 40 miles, and he saw a mountain peak standing in the middle of the river like a mainstay. All the flowing ice that rushed to this place was blocked by this mountain peak and shattered. Then the river water was divided into two halves. One half was slightly cool and slightly oval, while the other half was slightly turbid and slightly wavy. Xiaohua flew to the turbid area, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his hands formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure rushed straight into the river water. He plunged straight into the river water for more than 10 feet, and he saw that there were more than 10 holes in the mountain peak. Xiaohua picked one up and rushed into it. Naturally, there was river water in the cave, but the cave was very long. After flying along the cave for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his eyes suddenly opened up. The river water had disappeared, and what appeared in front of Xiaohua was an endless karst cave. Hiss! Xiaohua stood in the air, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The karst cave was filled with the smell of blood, and the ground was covered with corpses. The stone walls, the ground, and everywhere else were covered in dirty blood, however. When Xiaohua released his divine sense and Buddhist sense, he found that they were limited by the special stone walls of this place, and couldn't go very far. AI! This flowing ice valley is so difficult to enter, and it's really a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. The cultivators of my Tao sect were able to enter, and they suffered heavy casualties. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out the yang leaf fan, and flew in after finding a direction. It seemed that the battle in Flowing Ice Valley had come to an end. Although there were some swordsmen and cultivators who survived, Xiaohua didn't care. He passed through one karst cave after another, and flew towards the innermost part of the spirit stone vein. After the time it took to eat a meal, and who knew how many corpses he had seen, Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. At this moment, the token in his hand suddenly moved. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immersed his divine sense in to take a look, and his figure immediately turned left and flew towards a dark karst cave. Sure enough, just as he turned a few corners, he heard a rumbling sound of thunder in front of him, and the faint sound of collision. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he used the Devil Realm's concealment technique and quietly rushed in. He saw that this was an incomparably huge underground karst cave, and this karst cave was connected to one another. It was probably tens of li in size, and there were many stalactites hanging from the stone walls above his head, and they were actually tens of zhang high. Looking at his feet, there were also some large and small stalactites, and they flickered with a strange brilliance. This space was so big, so wide, and he didn't know how deep he was in Flowing Ice Valley. Damn it, if it weren't for those few Cool Breeze Valley disciples, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place in my lifetime. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and he had already seen that there were tens of thousands of cultivators fighting in this underground karst cave, and it wasn't too difficult to find Li Zongbao. Chapter 25:14. Sure enough, Xiaohua flew to the highest point of the cliff. Just as he flew a few miles, he heard a familiar voice shouting, "Don't go! Eat my whip!" Damn it! Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness and immediately recognized Li Zongbao, who was holding the piercing immortal whip in his hand. That dazzling yellow piercing immortal whip streaked across the sky like a golden dragon, and rushed into the flying sword of a drawing swordsman. However, Xiaohua saw that the shadow of the piercing immortal whip was abnormally clear, and there was only one shadow. He knew that Li Zongbao's magic power should be almost exhausted. Just as he expected, Li Zongbao's opponent was a tall and fat middle-aged swordsman. Just his figure alone was 2 times bigger than Li Zongbao. Seeing the piercing immortal whip coming, the fat swordsman's face showed disdain. The sword in his hand changed slightly. The shadow of the sword changed instantly and turned into a huge solid ice, blocking the piercing immortal whip. Poof! The piercing immortal whip rushed into the solid ice, shattering the sword light in the middle. Moreover, as Li Zongbao formed another seal, the piercing immortal whip violently swung, as if it wanted to crush the shadow of the sword. Who would have thought that the solid ice would also let out a sword cry at the same time? All the sword lights were like flowing ice in Flowing Ice Valley, wrapping around the piercing immortal whip in an instant. The sword lights pierced into the shadow of the whip, and the yellow brilliance drilled in. Explode! Li Zongbao's face flashed with a trace of redness. The seal in his hand changed again. The brilliance of the piercing immortal whip brightened, and all the brilliance seemed to leave the body. Following Li Zongbao's shout, it suddenly exploded. With a loud rumbling sound, all the sword lights turned into fireflies and scattered in all directions. The middle-aged swordsman's body shook violently. Obviously, his flying sword was damaged and he was seriously injured. However, he still gritted his teeth and formed another seal with all his might, wanting to take back his flying sword. But at this moment, a huge halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around the swordsman's waist. The swordsman was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and lowered his head. The small life sword in his mouth pierced towards the halo. However, he was still too slow. He saw a sawtooth shape suddenly appear on the circle of light. It spun rapidly and shrank rapidly. Before the swordsman's intrinsic sword could fly out, it immediately sliced the swordsman in half. The sword light on the swordsman's body flickered rapidly before he lost his life. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed over from a corner not far away and grabbed the swordsman's storage pouch. At the same time, the broken flying sword was also put into the storage pouch. Who else could it be but Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao was the one who had deftly turned the light ring into a universe ring. Xiao Mao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at Li Zongbao. Once again, he slipped into the darkness like a cat. At the same time, he activated the invisibility talisman, and his entire body disappeared. Li Zongbao's expression did not change. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Mao's signal. With a wave of his hand, the immortal piercing whip that had lost its luster fell into his hand. He reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. Without even looking, he poured out a few elixirs and swallowed them. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao's face gradually returned to normal. He raised his eyes and looked around. There were no swordsmen within 100 feet of him. The closest ones were 2 disciples of the Middle Foundation establishment stage and 2 disciples of the 3rd grade. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not dangerous. Sigh. Li Zongbao sighed inexplicably. Although he could still use his divine thoughts, he could not help but turn his head and look at the entrance of the karst cave. However, there was still a lot of fighting at the entrance of the karst cave. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators blocked Li Zongbao's line of sight, making it impossible for him to see if that person was at the entrance of the karst cave. This kind of helplessness made him feel even more helpless. Li Zongbao originally thought that as the number 1 person below the golden core stage, he would be like a fish in water in this battle of Dao cultivators. However, the cruelty of reality taught him a lesson. An individual's cultivation would always be insignificant on this battlefield where thousands or even tens of thousands of people were involved in a battle. Unless this person's cultivator could control this battle. Could Li Zongbao's cultivation do it? Obviously, he could not. Against a 6th grade swordsman, Li Zongbao could easily kill him with disdain. Li Zongbao would be able to kill 10 swordsmen who were at the 6th grade of unsheathed swords. But against 100? Not to mention 100, even against 26th grade swordsmen, Li Zongbao knew that he would not be able to win easily. Even if he could perish together with them, it would be good enough. Thinking back to the day when he mocked those cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Li Zongbao could not help but laugh bitterly. Those cultivators did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but they also knew the importance of teamwork. Hundreds of them attacked together, but he was alone. With the permission of the meeting hall, He was abnormally arrogant and wanted to kill Qin Jian. How could he kill Qin Jian? That was an illusory swordsman. Furthermore, all the cultivators did not know whether Qin Jian was a second-grade or third-grade illusory swordsman. Furthermore, none of the cultivators who saw Qin Jian returned alive. It seemed that the one who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be him. If it was before coming to Flowing Ice Valley, Li Zongbao was still a little disdainful of swordsmen. He felt that they were just SOSO, and he had killed many of them. However, after fighting with the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley for half a day, Li Zongbao realized that the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley were very different from the ones he had met before. Not only were they very experienced in fighting, but their methods were also very ruthless. They often had some unexpected methods that made Li Zongbao tremble in fear. Thinking back to the day when he came to help the ambushed disciples of the Utopia faction, and then thinking back to the dozens of sword cultivators he had killed in the past half a day, Li Zongbao's heart was a little red. Among the dozens of sword cultivators, only 4 or 5 of them were killed by Li Zongbao alone. In the end, he was besieged by 3 6th-grade swordsmen. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's help, risking his life to surprise and kill 1 swordsman, how could he have taken advantage of the chaos to kill 2 swordsmen? Xiao Mao also suffered some internal injuries because of this. He had a private discussion with him and asked him to challenge the swordsmen, while Xiao Mao secretly killed them. Normally, Li Zongbao would have rejected without hesitation. He had no intention of cooperating with Xiao Mao, who was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. But today he could only nod his head. So much so that he understood in his heart that Xiao Mao was actually taking care of him. However, he did not see anyone coming from the karst cave. Li Zongbao turned his head sadly. At this moment, a voice floated down from above his head. Huh? Senior Brotherly, you dropped something? Bullshit, you're the one who dropped something. Li Zongbao's eyes burned, and he scolded in an extremely rare manner. Xiao Hua's figure in front of him fell down along with his voice. Hee. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and gestured towards the place where Xiao Mao was hiding. Come here, big brother. Xiao Mao cried out in pleasant surprise. He appeared from the side of a stalactite and was about to rush over. Careful, Li Zongbao said anxiously. At this moment, not far from Xiao Mao, a 3rd-grade swordsman had just killed a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator and was looking for an opponent. Seeing Xiao Mao appear, he pointed his finger without hesitation. A stream of light pierced towards Xiao Mao's back at lightning speed. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered. That swordsman cried out, covered his head with both hands, and fell to the ground. Xiao Mao naturally dodged the flying sword very easily and killed that swordsman. Then he naturally picked up the storage bag and flew over. Oh, Senior Brotherly, what happened to you? Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head and glanced at Li Zongbao, whose expression was not right. No, nothing. Li Zongbao's face gradually turned cold. Just now there was some backlash from my mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he did not dare to ask more. Big brother, why did you only come now? Xiao Mao did not suffer any backlash from his mental cultivation method and asked happily. This is already fast enough. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know how far 7 Extremes Ridge is from here? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. How's 7 Extremes Ridge? Li Zongbao's tone was already indifferent. How's your Imperial Thunder Sect's situation? I haven't arrived yet, but I heard that a Golden Core Master went over and killed a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator from 7 Extremes Ridge. The sword cultivators of 7 Extremes Ridge have all retreated from 7 Extremes Ridge. Xiao Hua said with a smile. And so it's like that? Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Where are the Golden Core Masters? Xiao Hua looked and asked. Xiao Mao saw that Li Zongbao's expression was not right and hurriedly replied. Martial Uncle Chu Hui from Utmost Happiness Faction, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from Chongbai Sect, and Senior Su Bo from Cool Breeze Valley. They entered to kill the illusory sword cultivator. And so there are no Golden Core cultivators in this karst cave? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Mao nodded habitually and was very puzzled. Yes. Good. Xiao Hua pointed at the entrance of the karst cave and said, Brotherly Xiao Mao, take out your weapons and fly side by side in front of I. If you see any swordsmen, kill them all. How about it? This. Okay. Xiao Mao was quite puzzled, but he still nodded. Okay. Li Zongbao said concisely. Let's go. Xiaohua waved the sun leaf fan in his hand lightly, and a hot aura reverberated around the two of them. Li Zongbao turned around and flew towards the entrance of the karst cave. Although Xiao Mao was puzzled, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew to Li Zongbao's side, stretched out his hand, and took out his magic whip. After flying for a few feet, he encountered a fourth-grade swordsman who was fighting with a Foundation establishment cultivator. The swordsman was like the swordsman just now. He suddenly covered his head with both hands, as if his head was hit by a flying sword. That Foundation establishment cultivator, I was still stunned at the side. Li Zongbao mercilessly lashed out with his whip, and immediately broke the swordsman's forehead. Immediately after, Li Zongbao did not even look and flew forward. "Senior Brotherly, the storage bag," Xiaohua cried out from behind. That Foundation establishment cultivator was a disciple of Utmost Happiness faction. Seeing that Senior Brother Li Zongbao was so powerful and helped him out of danger, he hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, Senior Brother Zongbao." Chapter 25:16. After expressing his gratitude, the apprentice of the Utopia faction flew to the swordsman and took his storage bag. Then he took out his own elixir and swallowed it. Then he stood in the air and adjusted his breath slightly. Seeing that the disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction took the storage bag, Xiaohua curled his lips and raised his eyebrows somewhat helplessly. He muttered, "Although a fly is small, it's still meat." The second opponent of Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao's group of three was a sixth-grade swordsman who had just killed another cultivator. Seeing the three of them flying over, he laughed nastily and was about to activate his flying sword. At the same time, the swordsman felt a stinging pain in his head. However, the swordsman suddenly came to his senses and immediately activated his secret technique to resist Xiaohua's soul stab. "Go to hell." Xiaohua activated his yang leaf fan, and a fire dragon rushed over, wanting to surround the swordsman. The swordsman naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He activated his sword light and rushed toward the fire dragon. However, Xiaohua's fire dragon was too powerful. The fire passed through the sword light and almost burned the swordsman's body. The swordsman was alarmed and was about to activate his sword energy to extinguish the fire again when he saw a piercing immortal whip and a magic whip attacking from the left and right at the same time. The swordsman only had time to block the piercing immortal whip before the magic whip pierced his throat. When the swordsman fell in midair, Xiao Mao very nimbly rushed over and grabbed the storage bag in one hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying sword that fell in midair also flew up. "Ha ha!" As expected of the surname Xiao, Xiaohua laughed loudly. The actions of Xiaohua and the other two were immediately seen by several swordsmen. They looked at each other and activated their magic weapons together to fly toward the three of them. The swordsmen were all 5th grade and 6th grade swords. Their flying swords were extremely sharp, and the sword light was also of various colors and shapes. Some condensed into thin thorns, some condensed into raindrops. There was even a swordsman whose flying sword turned into the thickness of a pillar and stabbed toward the three of them from several directions. Li Zongbao took a deep breath as usual and was about to wave the piercing immortal whip again. At this time, Xiaohua laughed in his ear and said, "Senior Brotherly, don't be anxious." Immediately, Xiaohua raised his hand and several inconspicuous yellow talismans flew out. "Big brother, are you sure?" Even though Xiao Mao had great trust in Xiaohua, when he saw that Xiaohua actually used a yellow talisman to defend against the enemy, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, seeing the numerous yellow talismans gradually transform into a ball of fire, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet actually surged into the ball of fire like a hurricane, and an indescribably terrifying aura was emitted from the ball of fire. Not to mention Xiao Mao, even the swordsmen were greatly shocked. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen came to his senses quickly and shouted, "Let's go!" As he spoke, he was about to activate the flying sword that had already pierced into the fireball in preparation to escape. Rumble! No one had ever seen such a huge fireball talisman before. Like a blazing sun, it exploded beside several swordsmen. An incomparably hot flame rushed towards Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, and the two of them were pushed back more than 10 feet by this flame. After the flame subsided, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the place where they were just now. The previously arrogant flying swords had already been blown away, even if they were scattered in the distant stone wall. At this time, They could see that the quality of each flying sword was different. Some had many cracks, some had no brilliance, and the most miserable one had already been broken in two. Looking at the several valiant and high-spirited swordsmen, they were now blown to a corner of the karst cave. The sword light on their bodies was slightly swaying, and their faces were pale from the lingering fear and the serious injuries of their primordial spirits. "Kill!" Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao shouted in unison, and each of them flew towards a swordsman. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took advantage of the eruption of fire spiritual energy from the fire talisman. A fire dragon rushed towards a cultivator, and he himself rushed towards another injured cultivator with the wishful steel staff in his hand. The sound of these fire talismans hidden under the yellow talismans was really loud. The residual sound of the explosion was like thunder rolling in the karst cave. The swordsmen and cultivators in the karst cave couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. When they saw Li Zongbao whipping a 5th-grade swordsman until his skin and flesh split open, Xiao Mao throwing the universe ring and smashing a 6th-grade swordsman's brain, and that thin and tall Xiao Hua, who they had never seen before, smashing a 5th-grade swordsman's chest with his club. Furthermore, beside these 3 swordsmen, there was another swordsman who was screaming from being burned. No matter how hard they tried, the sword light on his body was unable to block the bone-like flames. How could they not be astonished? The cultivators of the Utopia faction, Tai Bai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley were all in high spirits, and many sword cultivators were extremely angry. They all wanted to get away and kill these 3 extremely cruel cultivators. Of course, they each had their own opponents, and only the swordsman near Xiao Hua and the others could be mobilized to besiege them. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao didn't have the slightest ripple on their faces when they saw close to 10 swordsmen surrounding them. Xiao Hua's methods were really too many. Not to mention other things, just this fire talisman alone was the first time they'd seen it, and its power was so great, so what if a few more came? Unfortunately, the fire talisman was Xiao Hua's secret item. He took out a few just now just to test its power. There were so many cultivators and swordsmen here. If Xiao Hua used too many, he would definitely be exposed. So Xiao Hua, who was hiding behind Li Zongbao, took out the soul-absorbing bell again. With a loud clang, only 2 of the 10 swordsmen swayed. They tried their best to resist for a moment, but they still fell from midair. The remaining 8 swordsmen's sword light flickered faintly. Although each of them had astonishment on their faces, they all resisted the soul-absorbing bell's soul-absorbing technique. Damn it, this thing is getting more and more useless. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He put the soul-absorbing bell and the toad into his space. With a touch of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. The 8 swordsmen urged their sword light, but they were somewhat hesitant. After all, their opponent actually had a soul tool. They had experience fighting soul cultivators, and they were afraid that Xiao Hua would have some soul technique that they couldn't guard against or some inexplicable fire talisman like before. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He hurriedly transmitted a few words to Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded expressionlessly. The immortal piercing whip in his hand shone with a yellow brilliance, and a row of whip shadows smashed towards the 3 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant, but he still obediently urged the universe ring in midair to trap the 2 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he actually rushed to the front for the first time. With a wave of his left hand, he still used the universe ring in the sleeve, and the yang leaf fan in his right hand flashed again, courting death. The 2 swordsmen in front of Xiao Hua were 6th-grade swordsmen. Seeing Xiao Hua recklessly challenge them first, they both sneered. One of their sword light flashed, and in a flash, it split into 3 and stabbed towards Xiao Hua in a shape. The other swordsman's figure flew up, and both of his legs kicked out. Sword light actually burst out from this swordsman's legs, setting off a whirlwind that rushed towards Xiao Hua's fire dragon. Seeing the 3 sword lights fall into Xiao Hua's sleeve, the swordsman only laughed nastily, explode. The 3 sword lights collided with each other, and like fireworks in the sky, countless tiny sword lights streaked across the sky, blooming like dandelions. In the eyes of that swordsman, he seemed to have seen the sword lights pass through Xiao Hua's arm, pass through his Taoist robe, and even pass through his body. However, reality was always crueler than fantasy. He saw Xiao Hua's Taoist robe cover, and a powerful force was born, enveloping an area of a few feet. An inexplicable imprisoning force came from the space, and in an instant, that swordsman lost contact with his flying sword. That swordsman's face turned ashen. Although he didn't know why this imprisoning force was so strong, he had an intuition in his heart that this imprisoning force seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Seeing Xiao Hua wave his arm and easily catch the flying sword that he was so proud of, as if he was pinching a firefly, the swordsman's figure didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and fled, wanting to escape as far as he could before his primordial spirit was damaged. Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so decisive, and was also slightly surprised. This kind of swordsman who could pick up and let go was rarely seen before. Which one of them didn't stubbornly pester and hope for a fluke? In the next moment, Xiao Hua didn't crush any sword light and directly put it into the space. What kind of flying sword could be exchanged for how many spirit stones? Xiao Hua probably knew better than anyone else. He wasn't willing to waste it. Of Xiao Hua's two opponents, one ran away as soon as they met face to face. The other one wanted to run, but he was relatively unlucky and was trapped by Xiao Hua's Yongleaf fan. That fire dragon not only entangled his flying sword, but also turned into a wall of fire that surrounded him all around. The hot flames on the fire dragon gradually swallowed the sword light, causing him to constantly urge his sword origin to resist. Seeing Xiao Hua turn his head to look at him, that swordsman's heart was hoodwinked, and he actually somewhat trembled. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua only glanced at him, and his figure suddenly flew to the side. The Yongleaf fan in his hand disappeared, and a pitch-black stick appeared. He raised his head and struck at one of Xiao Mao's opponents. Although Xiao Hua's wind escape technique was only at the elementary level, it was extremely flexible in this karst cave. In the blink of an eye, he floated to the side of the swordsman. The swordsman was urging his sword light to deal with Xiao Mao, and was quite caught off guard. He couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his mouth, and his small life source sword drew a sword mark, stabbing towards Xiao Hua's face. The sharp sound of the wind on the tip of the sword seemed to cut the air. However, when the head of the wishful steel staff strangely fell and hit the small sword with great precision, the strength of the wishful steel staff was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, causing the swordsman's heart to tremble. He couldn't care less about the flying sword that was stabbing towards Xiao Mao, and hurriedly urged his small life source sword. Of course, he was also too late. Although the small sword was as flexible as a fish, and although the small sword was made of extraordinary materials, the wishful steel staff was a fish hook, and the wishful steel staff was a divine thunder falling from the sky. With a paw sound, it hit the small sword. With a crisp kacha sound, the defensive sword light on the small sword was immediately annihilated with the arrival of the wishful steel staff, and the small sword was smashed into pieces. Looking at the swordsman again, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with the incomprehension and fear that all swordsmen who encountered Xiao Hua had. Then the shadow of the black stick flashed, and the swordsman didn't know anything. Chapter 25:17. After killing the second swordsman, Xiao Hua took his storage bag and flying sword and roared, "Give me your life!" The wishful steel staff smashed towards the swordsman who was fighting with Xiao Mao. The swordsman had seen Xiao Hua's power and was already frightened. Seeing Xiao Hua attack him again, he hurriedly urged his flying sword to block Xiao Hua, who knew that Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff had only hit a few feet in front of him. Once again, it strangely floated and rushed towards the swordsman who had just escaped from his fire wall. Help! The swordsman had just escaped from the fire wall and was rejoicing. When he saw Xiao Hua rushing towards him like a demon, he couldn't help but shout. Although he shouted and tried his best to urge his flying sword, the flying sword was somewhat vulnerable under Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Kacha! The flying sword was broken, followed by a poof. The swordsman's head was also broken. Following the fall of the swordsman's corpse, the swordsman that Xiao Hua had just let go also fell from midair. The swordsman had urged all the sword energy in his body to meet Xiao Hua's staff, who knew that Xiao Hua would leave without any symptoms. The swordsman was stunned and didn't withdraw his flying sword in time, or rather, he didn't have any intention of withdrawing. But his opponent, Xiao Mao, was not stunned. The heaven and earth ring was used in time, taking advantage of Xiao Hua's feint to trap the swordsman. At this point, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao had completed their task. As for Li Zongbao, facing two swordsmen of the 5th level, although it consumed his magical power, it was not a problem. Then, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were still in front, and Xiao Hua was behind. The three of them steadily advanced. Most of the swordsmen behind them were about the 4th level. Under Xiao Hua's soul stab, the swordsmen were repeatedly hit. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao easily took their lives. As for the small number of swordsmen who were not afraid of Xiao Hua's soul stab, they also became ghosts under Xiao Hua's staff. Of course, except for Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, the other disciples of the Utopia faction, Taibai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley did not know that it was Xiao Hua's soul stab, but when they saw Li Zongbao flying at the front, they all cheered and shouted, "Senior Brotherly is good." Even a few disciples of the Utopia faction who had escaped from the fight also lined up beside Li Zongbao and joined the three of them in killing the sword cultivators. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the karst cave, there were no surviving swordsmen in this area. There were over 100 cultivators surrounding them. Seeing the entrance of the karst cave, some of the disciples couldn't help but look in the direction of life. Their eyes flashed with hesitation. That's right, they didn't have a chance before, but now that they were faced with a choice, they couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons in their hearts. When Xiao Hua saw this, he sneered in his heart. Just now, he had just casually pointed his finger and didn't think too much about it. Who knew that when things came to a head, he actually discovered that his finger really did have a mystery. Li Zongbao also noticed this. He raised the celestial destroying whip in his hand and said coldly, "I'm going to fight my way in. Anyone who still thinks he is a disciple of the Utopia faction and wants to be a disciple of the Utopia faction should follow me into the Utopia faction. After this battle, all of you will be meritorious. I don't need to say anything. Even when you return to the Utopia faction, you can enjoy the rewards with peace of mind. Naturally, anyone who doesn't want to be a disciple of the Utopia faction can leave now. I won't force you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongbao took the lead and rushed towards the swordsmen who were beginning to gather in the distance. "Kill! We are all cultivators of the Dao faction. Follow Senior Li Zongbao and kill the enemy." Xiao Mao took the opportunity to shout as well. He held the whip in one hand and the heaven and earth ring in the other as he stood side by side with Li Zongbao. Naturally, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and quietly followed behind them. "Kill! I'm familiar with Senior Li Zongbao. Even if I die here today, I can explain to Master. If I run away, I can't bear to part with my junior sisters of the Utopia faction." A short, wretched old man with triangular eyes and a goatee chuckled. He pounced forward and held up a magic weapon that looked like a pipe in his hand. "Not bad, not bad." Another tall, middle-aged male cultivator clapped his hand, and a sparkling flying sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, "My dual cultivation partner is still waiting for my news in the Changbai sect. If she hears that I'm a deserter, what will she think? This Zhuo would rather die here and break her heart than let her look down on this Zhuo. Let's go, let's go. I also want to compete with the swordsmen in terms of flying swords." An old male cultivator held a black iron sword in his eagle claw-like hand. He actually called himself Young Master and chased after them. Immediately, nearly 40 cultivators followed Li Zongbao and the other two and charged into the battlefield again. They charged towards the front where blood and death were intertwined. The other 60 disciples were mostly disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley and the Changbai sect. They hesitated for a moment and looked at each other. Another 40 disciples waved their hands and charged in bravely. They caught up with Li Zongbao and the others and looked at the last 20 disciples. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. At this moment, a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator with a face as white as jade whispered, "Do you all remember the purpose of coming to the Flowing Ice Valley this time?" When the other disciples heard this, their faces were filled with ecstasy. A female cultivator with a large scar on her forehead said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, we came to the Flowing Ice Valley to spy on the strength of the swordsmen. We didn't have to attack the Flowing Ice Valley. Li Zongbao is not part of our team this time." The white-faced cultivator said coldly, "His cultivation is high and he can freely enter and exit the Flowing Ice Valley, but we can't. Moreover, he is fond of grandiose achievements. In order to become the strongest person below the Golden Core stage, he likes to kill sword cultivators. His purpose is different from ours today." Yes, Li Zongbao doesn't know the purpose of this place at all. He only joined later. The female cultivator said hurriedly, "We will return to the Sky Patrol City and report the strength of the sword cultivators in the Flowing Ice Valley to the conference hall. Then we will have completed this mission." In addition, we can find other helpers on the way. Let's go. Before the female cultivator finished speaking, another male cultivator suddenly flew out of the karst cave and said coldly, I'm here to contribute to my Dao sect, not to sacrifice my life for Li Zongbao's reputation. I only listen to the orders of the conference hall. Li Zongbao is not our leader. I have no reason to listen to him. Then, the 20 people did not say anything else and flew away with a clear conscience. Of course, whether they could fly out of the flowing ice valley, whether they could fly back to the Sky Patrol City, and whether they could complete their mission, as they said, no one would know. Xiaohua did not pay attention to this place at all. Everyone had their own fate, and each person had their own choice. Just like the Cool Breeze Valley cultivator he met earlier, Xiaohua did not care at all. His attention was now on the swordsman in front of him. There were many swordsmen in the karst cave. There were definitely more than 10,000 of them. Xiaohua and the other two were like a drop in the ocean. Even with the dozens of people who came with them, they were far from being a threat to them. What Xiaohua wanted to do was to kill the enemies as soon as possible and instill fear in the hearts of these swordsmen. Just like his fierce reputation of the terrifying phoenix, the swordsman would retreat without a fight. In just a few breaths, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao encountered swordsmen in front of them. Just like before, Xiaohua secretly attacked. After the sneak attack was successful, Li Zongbao would attack. If they encountered a difficult opponent, Li Zongbao would activate his magic power, or Xiaohua would attack forcefully. Xiao Mao's magic power was slightly weaker, so he only dealt with opponents that he was confident in. The outstanding performance of these three people naturally made the dozens of people who followed them excited. They also lined up behind the three of them, forming a sharp knife shape, and stabbed towards the tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators who were entangled. Xiaohua hid behind Li Zongbao. Seeing that the morale of the crowd was high, he was also happy. When he saw other cultivators fighting against the swordsmen, he also used the soul stab from time to time. Most of the time, it was successful. However, these cultivators did not know that it was Xiaohua's credit. They all cast grateful gazes towards Li Zongbao. Gradually, more and more cultivators and swordsmen noticed the situation on this side. Almost all the places where Xiaohua and the others passed by, the swordsmen were killed by them together, and the cultivators also merged into their torrent. Just like the river water of flowing ice valley, Xiaohua and the others were the drop of snow water of Shuiyu Mountain. Gradually, as they flowed through the ice field, more and more snow water mixed in, and this snow water became more and more, and also became a trickling stream. And the drop of snow water in front of this stream was incomparably hot, incomparably red, and all the coldness and ice layers could not block its sharpness. All the ice turned into flowing water under its magic power. Therefore, this stream became even bigger, and many little drops made an ocean, and it actually became a torrent. Of course, Xiaohua was enduring silently. Of course, Xiao Mao's cultivation was relatively shallow. Of course, Li Zongbao's glory was unparalleled for a time. However, at this time, no one would treat Li Zongbao as a person, and no one would ignore Xiaohua and Xiao Mao. This was because the three of them were a small team, and Xiaohua and Xiao Mao had been fighting together from beginning to end. At this time, Li Zongbao was not alone, but three people. Perhaps in the past, Li Zongbao claimed to be the #1 gold core cultivator, but from today onwards, after this battle in Flowing Ice Valley, the title of the special team of the conference hall would replace Li Zongbao's previous reputation. Kill, Li Zongbao roared, and the immortal piercing whip lashed out again. Although it didn't bring about too many whip shadows, he didn't seem to be worried about the might of the immortal piercing whip. With a loud bang, the whip shadow collided with the huge sword light, and this sword light was like a mountain. Boom! Immediately after, another fiery light flashed by, and Xiaohua's Yongleaf fan rushed forward. The fiery light covered the sword light that was missing a piece from the immortal piercing whip, and crazily swallowed it. Woo! Xiaohua's fiery light had just stopped for a moment, and Xiao Mao's universe ring flew over again, and fell down smoothly. The sawtooth inside the ring made a strange sound, and the huge sword light was ground into pieces. Chapter 25:18. Behind the three of them, a Taibai sect disciple raised his flying sword. With a flash of sword light, the yellow flying sword was smashed into pieces. The flying sword of a 6th-stage swordsman was destroyed by three people. Naturally, because of the appearance of Xiaohua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao, the cultivators of the Taoist sect, were once again united. Of course, the sword cultivator also joined forces. The destruction of the flying sword of the sixth-stage swordsman was only a small part of the confrontation between the swordsmen and the cultivators. However, this small part also represented the current situation of the battle. The cultivators of the Taoist sect had gradually gained the upper hand. Compared to the cultivators, these swordsmen seemed to know more about the techniques of war. Seeing that the situation had changed, the dozens of disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School had already tacitly occupied the advantageous terrain. Each of them urged their fellow swordsmen to hold their flying swords in their hands. When the cultivators led by Li Zongbao arrived in front of them, everyone shouted in unison. Dozens of flying swords flew out and condensed into a huge flying sword. "Disciples!" Li Zongbao also shouted, urging the disciples to meet the battle. The swordsmen had been preparing for a long time. At this time, they attacked to catch the cultivators off guard. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction were obviously not as well trained as the swordsmen. So how could they make it in time? "Senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, help me." Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately shouted and flew out, waving the wishful steel staff to meet the huge flying sword. The cultivators of the Taoist sect had finally gained the upper hand. If they couldn't block this sword, all their previous efforts would be in vain. "Help you?" When Li Zongbao heard this and saw Xiaohua take the initiative to fly out, he was bewildered. He really didn't know how to help Xiaohua. However, he had always known Xiaohua's ability and boldly guessed that the culprit who killed Tu Hong was Xiaohua. He felt that Xiaohua would be able to block the joint attack of dozens of swordsmen. Xiaohua's shout was just a cover. "Okay," Li Zongbao hurriedly flew up and hurriedly gave Xiao Mao a look. Xiao Mao also hurriedly flew up. The two of them had the same idea and the same action. One of them urged the magic weapon to attack the flying sword, while the other patted Xiaohua's direction. From the looks of it, they were using some kind of joint attack secret technique that no one knew about. Sure enough, as the two of them raised their arms, Xiaohua's entire body was enveloped in flames that soared into the sky. The flames were extremely dazzling. Not only did it block everyone's gazes, it also greatly disturbed their divine senses. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. Xiaohua's wishful staff hit the huge flying sword. Even though Xiaohua let out a strange cry of ouch, and his entire figure flew back like a flying sword, charging straight into the distance, the combined attack of several tens of shining swordsmen had actually been mostly dissipated by him. The sound was the sound of the collision between the wishful steel staff and the flying sword. The sound was almost earth-shattering, shaking the entire cave. Furthermore, the huge shockwave before the collision had stirred up the heaven and earth spiritual chi in an incomparably chaotic manner. It spread through the entire space in all directions. Not only were countless stones falling from the special stone walls of the karst cave, but the deafening sound also made all the cultivators and swordsmen dizzy. These three people are too powerful. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's magic weapons collided with the huge flying sword. Naturally, they were not its opponent, and their figures flew back along with Xiaohua. Everyone looked at the three people who were knocked back, and then looked at the sword shadow that had almost dissipated. They all gasped. Especially the swordsmen. They knew the power of their joint attack of the flying sword. Without the strength of a second-grade illusory sword, it was impossible to do it. Kill! While the cultivators were shocked, the disciples of the Utopia faction were also ready. Dozens of disciples who were also closest to Li Zongbao urged their magic weapons at the same time, and together, they smashed into the flying sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz! There was a burst of golden sounds, and the remaining flying swords were forced to fly back by the joint attack of the disciples of the Utopia faction. Many of the flying swords were even broken. Attack! Seeing that they had obtained victory, the other disciples also roared, and one after another, they took out their magic weapons and magic weapons. With a rainbow-like momentum, they rushed toward the swordsmen who were somewhat flustered with a tide-like attack. Just as mentioned before, the situation on the battlefield was too delicate. Xiaohua's attack seemed to have scattered the swordsmen's last stubborn defense, their last persistence, and their last pride. At the same time, it also sounded the horn of victory for the cultivators. If these experienced swordsmen organized a few more times, they might be able to turn the situation around. However, when they saw the cultivators launch another attack, they chose to be defeated after panicking. Of course, it was also because these swordsmen had battle experience that they knew that the situation was hopeless. And so they fled. A defeated army was like a landslide. This was exactly the case. Not to mention third-grade swordsmen. Even sixth-grade swordsmen would hastily step on their flying swords and flee. Fortunately, there were a lot of stalactites in this karst cave space, and there were even more karst caves of various sizes. The flying speed of the swordsmen was also extremely fast. Although they were chased by the cultivators from behind, the swordsmen still maintained a straight posture. Damn it, why isn't anyone helping me? Where did all those junior sisters go? Xiaohua shook off the water droplets on his body and stood up from under a stalactite. His gaze looked at the utmost happiness faction and Tai by faction disciples who were chasing further and further away, and he shouted angrily. He was truly sent flying by the swordsman's flying swords, and his back crashed into who knows how many stalactites. Haha, how about little brother help you? Xiao Mao's voice sounded not far away. He and Li Zongbao merely borrowed the momentum to fly backwards. How could they compare to Xiaohua? Even if they crashed into the stalactites, that was also an act. Tisk, forget it. Do you have jade hands again? Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a few jade bottles, and threw them to Xiao Mao. You'd better hurry up and take these pills. The magic power in your body has long dried up, right? Haha, little brother can't compare to big brother. Xiao Mao took a few pills without hesitation and handed the jade bottle to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao still had a cold face. He took the bottle, sniffed it with his nose, frowned slightly, and then looked at it a few times, poured out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Then his eyebrows slightly relaxed, and he looked at Xiaohua even more thoughtfully. After taking the pill, Xiao Mao whispered, Big brother, the senior brothers of the utmost happiness faction have already flown far away. Should we hurry over? Damn it, if you want to go, you go. Xiaohua waved his hand. How much magic power do you have to consume? Anyway, I don't dare to go. Xiao Mao seemed to wake up from a dream and said with a smile, Yes, little brother understands. You have to do things in moderation. Too much is as bad as not enough. If we can show off our invincible power again, big brother, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain. What's hard for me to explain? Xiaohua curled his lips. Haha, big brother, after this battle, your name will be known throughout the entire Sky Patrol city. Xiao Mao gave a thumbs up. That shocking strike just now. It's really powerful. That's dozens of bright swordsmen. Alas! Hearing this, Xiaohua's face immediately became long, and he looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Senior brotherly, this is all thanks to you. Your secret joint attack is really powerful. I'm just a brute force, and I only borrowed the magic power of senior brother Xiao Mao and junior brother Xiao Mao. This strike doesn't deserve any credit from me. It's all thanks to senior brotherly. Yes, Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, and he nodded slightly. What credit do you have? It's all mine. It's me who brought you to Flowing Ice Valley, and it's me who taught you the secret joint attack. Furthermore, the attack just now was also the result of my magic power transforming into physical strength. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, In this world, only senior brotherly knows my heart. However, even if I admit it like this, in the eyes of some people, there are still some problems. Li Zongbao reminded Xiaohua with a rare flash of worry in his eyes. Alas, I know. Xiaohua looked up at the crowd that had already disappeared and sighed. But if I don't do it, senior brother Li will be the first to disagree. I won't disagree. Li Zongbao shook his head. I will only fight to the death. Not only will I disagree, even big brother won't agree. Xiao Mao said with a grin. He was in an extremely good mood. His cultivation was the weakest among the three of them, and it had always been Xiaohua who took care of him. Today, he and Li Zongbao had cooperated extremely well. Not to mention killing countless sword cultivators. Even that last wave of their hands at the same time seemed to be telepathic. They had really helped Xiaohua a great deal. Moreover, the three of them had limitless glory today, and 30% of it was his, Xiao Mao's, share. In the entire Xuanyan school, there probably weren't many who could catch up to him, right? Let's go. We'll go see Martial Uncle Xiahui and the others. Li Zongbao said with a wave of his hand. Senior brotherly, are you sure? Xiaohua hurriedly advised. That's a battle between Golden Core cultivators. Can you afford to get involved? I can't afford to get involved, but someone else can. Li Zongbao said coldly. Martial Uncle Xiahui is my martial uncle, and also the main instigator of the Feather Immortal Gathering. He's been good to me, so I can't not help him. Damn it, I knew it. That day you came to the Utopia faction in a hurry. So that's why. Xiaohua said helplessly as he flew up. At that time, I didn't know you were Martial Uncle Xiaohui. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Li Zongbao retorted. Forget it. What else could Xiaohua say? Li Zongbao had already said so much, and he was almost dragging Xiaohua along. But, Senior Brotherly, Xiaohua still exhorted. My magic power is now exhausted, and I still have to rely on Senior Brother's secret technique. And I still have to rely on Senior Brother and Junior Brother Zhao's help. I know. Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Every time I see your magic power exhausted, and every time I see you recover the fastest. Don't worry, the cultivators of the Utopia faction are all responsible, and we won't forget our righteousness at the sight of profit. Hearing Li Zongbao say responsible, Xiaohua's expression became a little gloomy. Obviously, he was mocking the irresponsible Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect, who only treated the Imperial Thunder Sect as a big sect, who only showed the style of a big sect, but didn't have the strength of a big sect. Chapter 25:19. Xiao Mao also looked at Xiaohua sympathetically. He wasn't a famous disciple in the Xuanyan school, but in the meeting hall, he was protected by Gao Wei. But Xiaohua, cough. Li Zongbao suddenly said in a low voice, actually, the Utopia faction values the disciples of other sects very much. His voice was very soft and even a little hesitant. Xiaohua heard it and felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. Needless to say, Li Zongbao's master, De Sun, wanted Li Zongbao to say these words to Xiaohua. Li Zongbao had obviously guessed that he was the culprit behind Tu Hong's death, but he still said these words. However, this sentence was quite rebellious. Li Zongbao couldn't say it clearly, so Xiaohua just pretended that he didn't hear it. There were many caves in the karst cave space, and the directions were also very complicated. Xiaohua's divine thought and Buddhist sense couldn't go very far. In such a place, he was already confused. But Li Zongbao was much stronger than Xiaohua. With just a glance and a slight sniff, he quickly found a path that was different from many cultivators chasing after the swordsman. Seeing that there were no bloodstains or corpses on the path, Xiaohua was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Senior Brotherly, how? How did you know? Tu Hui's whereabouts? Is it some kind of secret art of the Utopia faction? Xiaohua was sincerely asking for advice. After all, he was too weak in this aspect. If Li Zongbao really had some kind of secret art, maybe he would be thick-skinned and ask for advice. Who knew that Li Zongbao's words would make him stunned? Nothing else, just intuition. Well, Xiaohua shrugged helplessly. He knew that Li Zongbao was telling the truth. It seemed that Cui Hongshan had some strong points in this aspect. Li Zongbao had been flying for more than half an hour. Seeing that there were 2 forks in the road, Li Zongbao began to hesitate. But at this moment, a deep and obvious rumbling sound came from the cave on the left. Li Zongbao was stunned. Boom. Quick! Li Zongbao heard the sound and was anxious. He held the fairy whip in his hand and rushed to the cave on the left. When Xiaohua saw this, he did not dare to be negligent. He urged the wind escape technique and instantly overtook Xiao Mao. He followed behind Li Zongbao while holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's keen senses picked up on the minute changes in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The dense water-type heaven and earth spirit qi became increasingly overwhelming, and the faint restriction within the cave also emitted a faint blue light. Oh, the spirit stones produced by Flowing Ice Valley are water-based? Xiaohua's brows twitched as he came to a realization. In his mind, the scene of rows and rows of light blue water-type top-grade spirit stones appeared. Damn it! Xiaohua secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shook his head with all his might, as if he wanted to shake this tempting scene out of his mind. Nonsense! The spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley had been occupied by sword cultivators for many days, and it was different from the spirit stone mine in Gale Snowfield. How could there be so many spirit stones left here? Xiaohua wasn't just indulging in wishful thinking. Besides, with Li Zongbao following him, how could he have such an opportunity? What? Li Zongbao suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiaohua very strangely. Nothing. Xiaohua shrugged and was about to speak when the dense heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly flowed, as if there was a huge suction force in front of them. Li Zongbao obviously also sensed it. He did his best to urge his flying technique, and his figure sped up a bit. You can't be like this. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out, but unfortunately, it was still blocked by the cave. He muttered, and his figure couldn't help but slow down. When the three of them flew into another karst cave, they unconsciously stopped. They saw that this was a space that was only slightly smaller than the previous karst cave where they were fighting. Inside was a vortex of heaven and earth spirit chi from before. Countless hurricanes blew from all directions of the karst cave and poured into the center. In that space, two white-haired old men stood upright in midair. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out, and he felt that the protective brilliance around the two people were flashing with sword light. The sword light was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through his divine sense. Changbai sect. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately knew that they were the Changbai sect disciples who came to attack Flowing Ice Valley together with Tu Hui from the Utopia sect. This is Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect, Martial Uncle Li. Li Zongbao stopped in midair and transmitted his voice. He is an extremely honest cultivator. TCH, what does being honest have to do with me? Xiao Hua disdained. His enmity with the Changbai sect was huge. Not only did the Changbai sect's nascent soul cultivators want to kill him, but he also wanted to kill the Changbai sect's golden core cultivators. Facing such a sect's golden core cultivators, how could Xiao Hua attack? Hearing Xiao Hua's reaction, Li Zongbao was expressionless. At this moment, the two old men, who were as sharp as swords, moved. In front of one of the old men, a 10-feet-long flying sword vibrated violently. The runes on the flying sword flowed crazily, like countless tadpoles looking for their mother. And with the movement of these runes, thousands of tiny vortexes appeared on the 1-foot-wide sword. Not only did the vortexes emit tiny sword rays, but they also sucked in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surrounding 10 feet. And as the spiritual chi of heaven and earth poured in, the blue brilliance on the flying sword became even brighter. This is Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect. Xiao Hua did not know much about the flying swords of the Taoist sect and sword cultivators. Seeing the flying sword being used like a magic weapon, he naturally recognized that this old man was Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu was facing a swordsman who looked very similar to him. Although he was wearing a sword outfit, which was very different from Li Feiyu's Changbai sect Daoist robe, who would notice the Daoist robe and sword outfit in the flashing sword light. Disdain appeared on the swordsman's face. He waved his hand, and a similar blue brilliance condensed in midair. In an instant, it also transformed into a 10-feet-long and 1-foot-wide flying sword. It was actually similar to Li Feiyu's flying sword. However, there were no runes flowing on this flying sword. The entire flying sword was a kind of azure blue. The sword rays were like flickering blue lights. They seemed to be stagnant in the flying sword, but they were flowing extremely quickly. Li Feiyu saw the other party's flying sword taking shape and narrowed his eyes. He pointed his finger and shouted, "Qin Mu Ming, eat my sword." As he spoke, the big sword followed Li Feiyu's wave and moved slowly in midair. Every time the big sword moved, there would be a rumbling sound, as if the big sword was breaking through the air. Li Feiyu, you and I have fought for so long and I am tired of it. Today, I will let you see the true essence of my sword cultivation. I will also let you know that imitating a cat to draw a tiger will never become a tiger. As he spoke, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword made a strange turn and flashed in midair. It gave out a terrifying sword hum and charged straight at Li Feiyu's big sword. If you compare them separately, the flying swords of sword cultivators and the flying swords of Changbai sect are really similar. Even Li Feiyu and Qin Mu Ming have the same temperament. But when these two flying swords meet, they are different. Yes, the essence is different. It was rare to see a Changbai sect disciple using a flying sword to fight a sword cultivator disciple. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he watched attentively. Li Feiyu's flying sword gave off a majestic aura. Wherever the sword light passed, it was like the wind blowing through rotten wood, sweeping away all the spirit energy of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was filled with sword lights. That huge sword was made up of countless sword lights, and each sword light was a tiny flying sword. Although his flying sword didn't have the imposing aura of Li Feiyu's flying sword, not only was the flying sword extremely sharp, the sword light seemed to be able to cut open the void. Even the spirit of each sword light could be seen on the spirit of a sword cultivator. Not to mention that the sword will of Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was like the gurgling flowing water. This blue flying sword was like the river water of flowing ice valley. Even though it was extremely soft, it still had the unyielding will to split the towering valley apart. With a boom, the two flying swords pierced into one place. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw clearly that Li Feiyu's flying sword had an imposing aura. The moment it touched Qin Mu Ming's flying sword, it immediately shattered all the sword light on the flying sword. The entire flying sword that was formed by the sword light was struck and collapsed. Li Feiyu's flying sword seemed to have sunk deeply into the sword light. However, after a few breaths, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword showed extreme flexibility. The tenacious power of water was born from the sword light. Not only did it maintain the shape of the flying sword, it also slowly recovered one sword light after another. It supported Li Feiyu's flying sword and then slowly retreated. And when the two flying swords reached a balance, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. It was like a spirit snake that had awakened from hibernation and jumped. Like a big mouth, it quickly swallowed Li Feiyu's flying sword. Not only that, the small sword light that was formed by the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into Li Feiyu's flying sword from all angles. In just the blink of an eye, pieces of stains appeared on the flying sword. There was even a faint crack that appeared on the flying sword. Wung wung, the sound of the sword rang. Not only was Li Feiyu's sword light flashing, even Qin Mu Ming's sword light was flashing frequently. Seeing this, Li Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body flashed with rapid magic power fluctuations. The true essence in his golden core was instantly extracted and turned into magic power that surged into the flying sword. With a crisp jiao sound, it seemed to be the sound of Li Feiyu's arm or the sound of a certain part of the flying sword. The flying sword suddenly stretched forward, and a sword light rushed out from the flying sword. It actually tore a small hole in Qin Mu Ming's sword light and was about to pierce Qin Mu Ming's chest. Pooh, with a soft sound, Qin Mu Ming's left arm moved slightly and another sword light streaked across. It was neither fast nor slow and extremely accurate as it hit the sword light. It immediately shattered the sword light. Chapter 25:20. Hiss, Xiaohua took in a cold breath when he saw the situation. This Qin Mumming can even give birth to sword light on his arm. It seems like he already has the feeling of transforming into a sword. Li Feiyu might not be his match. Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, he saw Qin Mu Ming laughing heartily. His empty hand clenched into a fist and smashed towards Li Feiyu. However, sword light also flickered on that fist, as though this fist was the sword light itself. Li Feiyu was naturally not afraid of this. His other hand also formed a spell, and a blue shield light appeared in midair, blocking the front of the fist. With a crisp crack, the fist was really like a sword light stabbing into glass. That shield light transformed into flowing light and fell down. Just as Li Feiyu waved his hand and numerous shield lights appeared again, suddenly, a pure blue sword light that was about the thickness of a thumb suddenly appeared from the flying sword that was swallowing Li Feiyu's sword light. It was the flying sword that had stabbed into Li Feiyu. Crack, 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 it was actually similar to the sound of the shield light shattering. An extremely deep crack actually appeared on Li Feiyu's flying sword from this sword light. Ah? Pre-celestial heavy water. This flying sword of yours is refined by pre-celestial heavy water? Li Feiyu was astonished. This flying sword was his natal magic treasure, and he could acutely sense the abnormality of Qin Mumming's flying sword. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also damaged. Why would Qin Mumming answer him? That sword light rapidly shrank and pierced towards Li Feiyu's huge sword again. Whoosh! Brilliance flourished around Li Feiyu's body, and where his magic power surged, the huge sword was rapidly retracted. Furthermore, it was gradually shrinking. Just as that huge sword escaped from the range of Qin Mumming's sword light, Li Feiyu's figure flashed past and actually flew towards the other side of the karst cave. Behind him, a shield light that was several yards big suddenly appeared with a wave of his hand. Where are you running to? Qin Mu Ming had hit the enemy in one move and shouted out loudly. His body also slightly distorted as he chased after Li Feiyu like a wave. The shield light that Li Feiyu had struck out was instantly shattered by him, and it was only delayed by a flick of a finger. Although Li Feiyu wasn't fleeing in the direction of Xiaohua's group, Qin Mumming's spiritual sense had long sensed their arrival. However, Qin Mumming only coldly swept his gaze over the three of them. His figure flashed several hundred feet in front of Xiao Hua's group. He didn't attack the three Dao sect disciples who were in the late foundation establishment stage. Motherfucker, why don't you do it? Li Zongbao scolded angrily in his heart. When he saw Xiao Hua watching the battle with interest and not going up to help, he knew he didn't want to make a move. If Qin Mu made a move, Xiao Hua would definitely make a move, but Qin Mu didn't care. Although that was what Li Zongbao thought, he didn't dare to do it himself. When Qin Mumming's figure disappeared into the karst cave, Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, he took the lead and flew to the back where Qin Mumming and Li Feiyu were fighting. Big brother. Xiao Mao was behind Xiao Hua. When he saw Li Zongbao rushing inside without thinking, he couldn't help but worry. He transmitted his voice. That sword cultivator Qin Mumming is extremely powerful. I'm no match for him. Big brother, can you do it? Yes, it's not a big problem. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" This Qin Mumming is also from the Void Heaven Sword School. He seems to be Qin Jian's junior. Xiao Mao said embarrassedly, "I feel that the three of us actually have designs on Qin Jian. It's a little crazy." "Yes, just the two of you is a dream," Xiao Hua said with a smile. With big brother, ha ha ha. That dream might come true. Yes, I understand. However, big brother should be careful. This sword cultivator's attack power is too strong. Chongbai Sec's martial uncle Li's flying sword is already powerful enough, but he still can't defeat Qin Mumming. Yes, big brother knows. You have to be careful too. Xiao Hua nodded. After this battle, you will become famous. This name must stay in the hands of the living. Yes. Xiao Mao's heart felt warm. He really didn't expect that the call of Big Brother from decades ago would change his fate. The fate in this world was too wonderful. Woo boom, a violent tremor shook the cave. A helpless and low voice faintly came from the distance. How dare you, Martial Uncle Chia Hui. Hurry, Li Zongbao heard and hurriedly urged. He also flew over. Okay. Xiao Hua saw that Li Zongbao was in a hurry and had already flown in front of him. After passing through several caves, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He saw that this was a blue space that was about a few li in size. There were fist-sized flashes on the stone walls. These flashes immediately attracted Xiao Hua's attention. Martial Uncle Chia Hui. Zongbao is here to help you. Li Zongbao followed Xiao Hua in. His gaze was different from Xiao Hua's. After sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly shouted. In the center of this space, a giant wolf was emitting a threatening aura. It was holding a demonic weapon that looked like a halberd. It was pouncing towards a short and thin cultivator with gray hair. That cultivator was holding a magic weapon that looked like a horsetail whisk. That horsetail whisk had tens of thousands of threads that were flashing with a golden brilliance. Every thread seemed to be an extremely sharp sword. Woo! With a muffled sound, the giant wolf's halberd plunged into the light dust. The sharp horsetail whisk extended its antennae like a sea anemone and blocked the halberd. However, the demonic weapon's boundless strength suppressed the horsetail whisk. Not only did the horsetail whisk flicker, even Chu Hui's body was smashed down a few feet. However, below Chia Hui was another giant with an almost naked upper body. In his hand was a mace. This giant was actually a few times bigger than the one Xiao Hua saw before. Even the mace was a few times bigger. This giant waved the mace and smashed it towards Chia Hui, who was falling down. Although there was still a distance of several zhang between them, the sound of the wind from the mace and the huge wave of qi rushed towards Chia Hui's legs. An unconcealable sense of crisis immediately made Chia Hui's body tremble. It was already difficult for the demonic weapon to block the giant wolf. This time, the brilliance of the horsetail whisk trembled again. Hearing Li Zongbao's voice, Chia Hui panicked. He didn't even have time to look at Li Zongbao. He tried his best to circulate his magic power. While his body was barely able to fly upwards, he shouted, "You rushed here. Quickly leave. This is not a place you can come." When Li Zongbao saw that Chia Hui was in danger, he panicked at first. However, when he looked carefully, his heart calmed down. He had seen a lot of how Xiao Hua bullied others along the way. Moreover, he knew how powerful Xiao Hua's wishful staff was. Dragging Xiao Hua over was the wisest decision. "Junior brother Xiao, we will use our secret technique." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua, whose gaze was already lingering on the top-grade water-type spirit stone, and urged him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Oh yes." Xiao Hua reluctantly moved his gaze away from the spirit stone's brilliance. He swept his gaze and said with a smile, "Senior Brother Li, if the three of us chase that giant away, we should be able to save Martial Uncle Chiahui, right? Naturally, the three of us will chase the giant away." Li Zongbao emphasized the words "the three of us" as if to make Xiao Hua feel at ease. Come, come, come. Let this young master see who is stronger." Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in his hand. His body slowly flew up, and he shouted at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, "Senior brothers, help me." "All right." Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao waved their hands in extreme boredom. At the same time, they waved their left hand and waved it towards Xiao Hua's back. In their right hand, the piercing immortal whip and the universe ring were also brought out. Each flashed brilliantly as they smashed towards the giant. Roar! When the giant saw that his mace was unable to hit Chiahui, and that there were actually 3 little Foundation establishment stage insects coming over, he immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Dragging his mace, he took the initiative to rush towards Xiao Hua and the others. At this time, under the secret technique of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua waved his wishful staff and flew over. Woo! The giant's mace made a soul-stirring sound as it struck towards Xiao Hua's wishful staff. That huge mace was almost the same size as Xiao Hua. Although the mace had not yet approached, the suffocating sound of the wind was almost enough to send the tall and thin Xiao Hua flying. Moreover, the strange sounds coming from the spiked club were also faintly shaking Xiao Hua's soul. Granny, this giant is really more powerful than before. Xiao Hua's soul not only had the secret technique of soul cultivation, but also a soul armor obtained from a sword cultivator. Although the quality was not high, it was better than nothing. The entire dark cloud shook slightly and became extremely stable again. Dang! The mace and the wishful staff collided. A wave of air that was even larger than the explosion of the fire talisman was produced from the 2 people, rushing rapidly in all directions. Even the giant's body that was bigger than a stalactite staggered with the impact. The mace in his hand was lifted high, almost falling out of his hand. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure also rushed out with the wave of air. But Xiao Hua's figure was like a swimming fish, drifting slightly in the wave of air. It was a very clever reason for the wave of air to be like a horsetail whisk, rushing towards the giant while shouting, "Fight!" Ah! The giant was stunned. The slight numbness in his arm dissipated, and he had to wave his mace again. At this time, before Xiao Hua's wishful staff hit, Xiao Mao's Qinquan ring and Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip also broke through the wave of air and flew in front of the giant. Xiao Mao's Qinquan ring aside, Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip was famous among the cultivators. It was unknown how much swordsman's blood had been spilled on it. However, the giant didn't care about this famous magic treasure at all. The giant didn't even try to dodge the whip that was like a golden dragon. However, when the whip hit, the giant's shoulders shook as if he was trying to reduce the power of the immortal piercing whip. Perhaps it was some kind of secret technique. In short, a faint yellow light flashed on the giant's shoulder and caught the immortal piercing whip. Moreover, the force of the rebound surged and the immortal piercing whip shook slightly in the air. Chapter 25-21. Li Zongbao was dumbfounded. He knew that although his magic power was exhausted, the Holy Whip was a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. How could it be so weak? Looking at Xiao Mao's Heaven and Earth ring, it was even weaker. It also hit the giant's back, but the giant didn't even bother to shake it. The Heaven and Earth ring was like a tickle to the giant. He slid on the giant's shiny back and flew up into the air again. Just as Li Zongbao was dumbfounded, he felt a moment of trance. Then, a chill came from his heart, and an irresistible tyranny came out from the chill. Attack! Almost at the same time as Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao flew up and grabbed the immortal piercing whip with one hand. At the same time, his other hand took out a pill and swallowed it. A hot aura came from his meridians. The immortal piercing whip let out a roar like a dragon. As Li Zongbao waved it, the runes on the immortal piercing whip began to move. It broke free from the immortal piercing whip's shackles and turned into a golden torrent. It rushed into the air and rushed towards the yellow giant's back. Dang! There was another sound. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Hua's body flew up again, and at the same time, the giant's body was hit by the wishful staff and took 2 steps back. At the same time, the golden light of the Holy Whip broke through the airwaves from the 2 weapons and hit the giant's back. Humph! The giant let out a deep sound from its nose. Its back shook slightly, and another wave of yellow light flashed. Bang! The golden light of the holy whip scattered the light, but the golden light of the holy whip was also annihilated. Looking at the back of the giant, there was a faint trace of blood slowly appearing. Old man, eat my whip again. Seeing that the holy whip didn't work, Li Zongbao's body glowed again, and he was about to activate his magic power again. Senior Li, use the secret method to help me. Xiaohua saw the coldness in Li Zongbao's eyes and hurriedly shouted. At this time, Xiehui had enough strength to deal with the giant wolf alone. He always paid attention to the movements of Li Zongbao and the others. Seeing that Li Zongbao was about to fight, he hurriedly shouted, Li Zongbao, calm your mind. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Utopia faction. Xiaohua didn't feel anything when he heard the voice, but it was like a thunderclap in Li Zongbao's ears. Li Zongbao was shocked, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and took back the celestial piercing whip. Senior Marshal Brotherly, quickly use your secret technique to help me. Xiaohua shouted hysterically, this old man is too powerful. All right. Li Zongbao silently waved the piercing fairy whip. At this time, the brilliance of the piercing fairy whip was not as arrogant as before. Instead, it was as light as the wind. At the same time, Li Zongbao waved his left arm. Xiaohua's figure soared into the sky, and the staff in his hand smashed down. Old man, eat my staff. Woo, the staff carried a strong wind and smashed down like a mountain. Ding ding dang dang, there was a burst of chaotic sounds. Xiaohua's heavenly staff technique was unleashed. He was like a fish in water under the wolf-tooth staff. On one hand, he used the heavy wolf-tooth staff to hit the giant. On the other hand, he could use the power of the wolf-tooth staff to counterattack the giant. Although the giant's technique of using the wolf-tooth staff was perfect, and even the control of the power of his arms was unparalleled in the Dawn Rain continent, he encountered Xiaohua, a cultivator who was the nemesis of giants. What was the result? In just half a meal's time, the giant's bones were soft and his muscles were numb. The yellow brilliance of his body gradually flashed frequently. Hee, this giant with illusory sword cultivation is nothing more than this. Xiaohua sneered. He suddenly raised the wolf-tooth staff and shouted, eat my staff again. Xiao, you are. When he heard that Xiaohua's surname was Xiao, the giant's face changed greatly. It seemed that the matter that had been uncertain for a long time finally had an answer. He waved the wolf-tooth staff and dragged it backward. He no longer paid attention to the crowd. He spread his feet and fled into the depths of the karst cave. The twisting buttocks and the fear of turning back in panic were not much different from the previous giants who were scared away by Xiaohua. Seeing that the giant had escaped, Li Zongbao was about to urge Xiaohua to chase after him, but Xiaohua trembled slightly in midair. His arms hung down weakly, and he sat cross-legged in midair. Obviously, he was exhausted. Sigh, forget it. Li Zongbao knew that Xiaohua was exhausted again. He sighed and looked at Xiehui. Without the threat of the giant, Xiehui was able to deal with the beast cultivator with the giant wolf easily. However, at the same time, the weakness of a Dao cultivator's weak body was exposed. Although he urged his magic power and used the power of magic to block the demonic weapon, his forehead was still sweating. He was even more limp and numb than Xiaohua. Even when he was flying, he was still panting. Looking at the giant wolf, although it was moving slower, its momentum was still as strong as a rainbow. Every time it attacked, it would try to get close to Xiehui. Needless to say, how could Xiehui dare to let the giant wolf get close to him? He used his horsetail whisk and magic arts from time to time to block the demonic weapon, the Sky Piercer halberd. At the same time, he also used the confinement technique and the fireball technique. However, the giant wolf seemed to be guarding against Xiaohua. It didn't dare to get too close to him. It only destroyed Xiehui's magic arts and slowly approached him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiehui sighed and looked at Li Zongbao and the others. His body floated up and flew towards the karst cave opposite of Li Zongbao. At the same time, he took out an elixir and swallowed it. Roar! When the giant wolf saw that Xiehui was actually escaping, it couldn't help but roar. The Sky Piercer suddenly left its hand and stabbed towards Xiehui's back. The sharp sound of the wind made it impossible for Xiehui to not turn around to face the enemy. It was also at this moment that the giant wolf tilted its head and spat out two huge wind blades from its mouth. It charged aggressively towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This guy actually didn't dare to provoke Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed. However, it wanted to target Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. The wind blades stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air and became bigger and bigger. The sharp wind blades cut through the air and made a strange sound. It sounded like the sobbing of an abandoned woman or the sobbing of the night rain. "You're courting death." Xiaohua, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He waved his hand and seemed to be forming some kind of seal. Along with a wave of spiritual energy, a stream of primordial water sprayed out from the top of Xiaohua's head like a fountain. The moment the primordial water appeared, it immediately turned into turbulent waves and quickly covered the entire karst cave. Splash, the clear sound of water splashing could be heard. It was as if a small fish had jumped out of the water and was wagging its tail happily. A wave of water splashed out from the surging waves, blocking between the wind blade and Li Zongbao. The extremely sharp wind blade seemed to be able to cut through the void. However, when the wind blade silently entered the innate primordial water, not even a drop of innate primordial water appeared. Not even a bubble could be formed, and it immediately disappeared without a trace. The giant wolf originally didn't care. Although Xiaohua's primordial water quickly blocked the space, he only thought that it was because of the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, when the wind blades silently disappeared, his face slightly changed, and he hurriedly swept out with his spiritual sense. However, when his spiritual sense came into contact with the primordial water, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and shouted in shock, "This is primordial water?" However, even though he reacted quickly, a trace of his spiritual sense was still swallowed by the primordial water. How is this possible? The giant wolf's eyes turned and looked at the seemingly endless primordial water gushing out and covering the surrounding space. Even where his eyes could see, there were faint illusions in every drop of primordial water. He couldn't help but groan. That's right, other people would only have a few drops of primordial water, or even one drop. However, they would use the primordial water to stimulate the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could they be as extravagant as Xiaohua? Every drop of primordial water was the real primordial water? Looking at Xiaohui, he quickly waved his horsetail whisk and forcefully blocked the giant wolf's sky piercer. Then, he saw an azure brilliance like the Milky Way hanging upside down in front of him. He was immediately shocked, but he was also lucky. He knew that this was definitely not the doing of the giant wolf. He hurriedly turned to look at Xiaohua and the others. When he heard the giant wolf scream, he hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and didn't even look at the primordial water. This primordial water was even more useful to cultivators. In a situation where he didn't have any defensive measures, he definitely wouldn't provoke this primordial water. "Since you didn't even leave when I asked you to, then don't leave," Xiaohua sneered. The hidden Buddha Saraira waved a Buddha seal, and the surging primordial water suddenly boiled, shooting out giant wolves from everywhere. "Haha, it's just primordial water. Why should I be afraid?" The giant wolf's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He waved his sky piercer, and like Xiaohua's wishful staff, it formed a temporary safe space around him, blocking all the splashing primordial water outside. Humph! Xiaohua didn't refute at all. He gradually urged the primordial water to separate the giant wolf and Xiaohui, while he and Li Zongbao were separated in another place. Li Zongbao frowned, but since the entire primordial water was controlled by Xiaohua, it didn't matter where Xiaohua was. Sure enough, Xiaohui stood in midair for a moment and understood Xiaohua's intention. After a short rest, he urged his spiritual power and threw the horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk turned into a comet and shot towards the giant wolf. Dang! The horsetail whisk collided with the halberd. Although the horsetail whisk looked very light, it contained the spiritual power of Chu Hui, an early gold core stage cultivator. Once it collided with the halberd, it immediately emitted a strong brilliance, causing the halberd to stagnate for a moment. There were only a few strands, and each strand had rushed into the weak spot. Ha! The giant wolf roared and waved the sky piercer, cutting off the threads of the primordial water. However, at the moment when it was cut, a few drops still fell into the defense of the sky piercer. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.